Hey y'all, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day so far today. I'm going to show you something really quick. I can't really show you though because unfortunately it's covered. So you'll get a blob of it, but I'll show you a picture. We got a lot to discuss today. A lot to discuss. Imagine that. Oh, we got a whole bunch of, hold on. Let me take this down. Okay. Give me 1 second. So I went and had a bunch of, it's all blobbed together. You can't really see it. Bunch of additional work done. We're finishing my tattoo yesterday. So I sat in a tattoo chair for like 6.5 hours yesterday, which I loved every minute of it. Let me show you that's the top part so far that we've gotten done. So all of it's going to be changed. He started at the base and you'll be going back in and redoing the mandalas all the way up my arm. So far, that's some of what the backside has a lot to it too. But that's some of what I have gotten done so far. No way you could sit that long. Yeah, it was a little, my back was spasming for sure. The tattoo wasn't bad at all. Like not one bit. I love tattoos. So the pain, I will say I did find a spot that's a little sensitive on the outer part of your wrist because this goes down all over my wrist on the front and back side. But there's one spot on the wrist that is completely sensitive. But that wasn't even as bothersome as fucking back spasms. Black and gray wash, yes, it is. It's a gray wash kind of a technique. So the guy that I'm seeing, that's one of his specialties. He's one of the better artists around here. In fact, this appointment was made 8 months ago. So I keep going in and out. Am I going in and out for anybody else? It might have been because I walked away for a minute to let Dexter in. That might have been why. Am I better now, Janice? The elbow doesn't hurt, Terry. The ditch doesn't hurt at all. I don't know. A lot of people think that the elbow hurts, but to me, the ditch doesn't hurt. Okay, let me play my intro, but I wanted to show you guys that right off the bat. So you knew what I was up to. And then let's go. All right, let me run through and say hello really quick to everybody that's in here. I try to catch up really quick. Hey, Pika. Hey, Crystal. Cash. Sweet and Sleuthy. Basement Jesus. Stephanie. Brianna. Chatty. Aries. Janice in Accounting. Hey, X. Hey, Steph. Cranky. Michigan Wifey. Sharon, True Friends, Rocky, Skedaddling Off, Catherine, K-Mash, Fresh ink as always. It leaks though. You lose so much fluid in the leaking stages. I've got to keep this on the Tegaderm on for until Thursday and then I can take it off, but it's leaking. It's gross. Dazed and amazed. I was stuck to my blanket this morning. I was like, yeah, that's gross. Hey, Margot. Hey, Trish. But it's better than actually having your arm stuck to that stuff as it leaks. So there's that. Hey, Terry. Mimi of 8. Duchess. Yeah, it hurt my ass to sit that long, not my arm. The inner parts of the arm kind of suck a little bit. And as we move up it a little bit, it'll be bad in places. But this guy is incredible. If you're in Arizona or you really like good tattoos, let me tell you, this man is, there's a reason why he tattoos all the professional ball players around here. He is damn good at what he does. And he's won like all the, it's just crazy. His entire shop is filled with awards. He's not even like, he has to go to international competitions now. He's fucking amazing. So definitely worth the wait. Kyle, he's doing Kyle's. He'll be starting Kyle's redo, which is incredible what they have. This guy, the artwork he does, he freehanded all of this. No stencil, no nothing. He just freehanded it as he was going with the machine yesterday. Hey, Daisy. And he is one of the only ones that would touch this because a lot of people won't touch other people's work. And I was like, I wanted this finished for so long. Starlight. I'm super excited. Hey, Ghoulie. Hey, Sheila. I'm really excited to show you guys when it's completed. Hey, LFT, which will be about 2 more sessions. Hey, Pika. And then I've got the other arm that needs to be completed. I'm butting in again. That's a new one. LFT. Yeah, mother of 2 boys. Kyle's, he's doing better, but he's still having a hard time. You guys might be hearing some wind outside right now. Hey, Chapped. Hey, Teresa. Chapped, do you want to shoot for this weekend? I'll text you. Never mind. My brain's so all over the place. Hey, Angel. So, hey, Roro, we're going to address a little bit of shit. Well, there's that coffee addict. Let me get through these. Kathleen, you're ready and fired up. Hey, Bo. Hey, Petty. Jennifer, Claus, Kenny, J-Dub, Cynthia. Yeah, Angel. It's so interesting. Hey, Blondie. I heard that, Blondie. I saw her community post. So yesterday, I was sitting in this tattoo shop and I couldn't get service. Like I couldn't pull up YouTube videos, but I went outside to smoke and I saw her community post and I commented on her community post because I was really excited to see her review Julie. But unfortunately, because a lot of the Islanders had been asking Burnt Toast to review Julie for quite some time. But unfortunately, by the time I got done, she was already like 3/4 of the way done. And then I was getting kids finished and in bed and stuff. So I haven't watched it yet, but that is on my to-do list to go back and watch her reviewing Julie. Hey, Proud Mimi. Hey, Elizabeth. Darby C. Okay. Hey, Tammy's Clips. Yeah, it's just fluid from the tattoo, you guys. I'm good. Pika, you relocate. Yeah, Bluefish. It definitely needs. Hey, Hartley. Hey, Revival. Revival. I sent Revival a little video yesterday. I was sending them pictures as I was going because I couldn't do shit. I was just sitting there. He's talkative though. He's great. It was wonderful. Sitting there with tattoo artists can be really enlightening. And the shop, let me tell you, those guys are freaking hysterical. One of the guys is from Colombia. And he was telling me about Colombian coffee. He was just freaking, they're funny as shit. They're super fucking funny. Yeah, Aries, we're going to talk a little bit about the war that's happening. Hey, not that Karen. Hey, Quinny. Electro, thank you for the support. Hey, Larry. You need some ink therapy. That's what it's like, isn't it? It is like therapy. River House, that's what I've heard, yeah. Hey, Sheila. I don't even think I said hi to you. Oh, Hartley. Oh, God. Julie is a mess. I haven't watched it yet. Hey, Miss Liverbird. Okay, so I'm going to get out of the way. To me, this isn't drama. This is, well, you can take it for what it is. I genuinely don't care at this point. True Wrecking Crime, Lisbeth. Hold on. There's a lot of you that I haven't said hi to. Snippins, Kenny, Kay. Shelly. I'll watch it for sure. Okay. So first and foremost, if you come in here and you're going to be rude to any of my mods, please see your way out. I stand with my friends first and foremost all the time. There's a reason why these people are considered my friends, and you will not be disrespectful to anybody in my comment section, especially my friends, which are my mods. So they didn't even ask for wrenches. They got wrenches because I trust them and I fuck with them, and they are my people. So let me establish that very quickly. If you have something negative to say, take it somewhere else. You'll be invited to do that elsewhere, not here. So secondly, when I say I stand with my friends, I stand with my friends. What happened yesterday, I wasn't around for, but by the time it was all kicking off and going sideways and everything, I think it went from misunderstandings, then being watched in chats. This has been building for months now. This isn't just like what is happening right now. This isn't as surface level as people think it is. It's been an ongoing thing that has been going on. So a few of my mods were in a chat telling somebody that they don't support what was going on. Okay, they were being watched, but they were singled out and called out. And unfortunately, I think somebody either misrepresented, didn't give the full details. And I'm sure that once time is given, because the emotional state of what is happening is very drastic. What has been brought to YouTube has no place on YouTube, period, point blank, end of story. And I've said what I said. Now, let me touch on that a little bit too. Yes, I only did a 30-minute live the other night and stood very firmly against what was happening. And the reason I did that is because there is no fucking moment in time that I'm going to bring another family, another woman's trauma in their personal life for YouTube fodder. I wouldn't monetize a video, and I'm not going to fucking review somebody, bringing more attention to it. That's not how I operate, period, point blank, end of story. And I'd hope the same respect would be given to many people. If I can't stand firmly and say I'm against this shit, like I did the other night, and it be accepted, so be it. That's a you thing. Sit where you want to. I will never be demanded that I am supposed to react or do or anything. Anybody that knows me knows I fucking stand so fully against this shit. It's not even funny. Now, people I care about, my friends that you guys might know as my mods, went into a chat. They were watched, but now they have been lied on significantly. There has been accusations made, such as one of them paneled up with Sinner. Never has happened. Amethyst has never paneled up with Sinner. She doesn't even know him like that. She's heard his name in passing because I've maybe mentioned to her along the way, which 99.9% of the time, me and Amethyst don't even talk about this shithole in the sectors that overlap over here because Am's not interested in that. Am is all about change, and that's it. But what stemmed off of that was then her story, her trauma being thrown back in her face. Yes, we are incredibly thankful for every single creator that helped us get the word out and have people send letters to the governor of California. Unfortunately, her monster was released. But to have that turned around, I understand her anger. I completely understand it and stand right with her. 100%. We were incredibly grateful. And I was the one who went up there because she was at work. So there's that. As far as allegations made with Duchess and alleging that she potentially is scamming the community, she has not been collecting money for blip boards. This is a TM thing that TM's been going at Duchess for months over. That same energy wasn't ever given to people that dox Duchess TM. People who are connected with TM have now taken it upon them to lie about Duchess. It's a whole thing. This has got so many other layers to it. But a lot of these things are being misrepresented and flat out blatant lies. I don't intend on going back and pulling all the receipts because I think that when things settle down for somebody, they will do their due diligence and go see that there was a lot of lies told to them and correct it themselves. I'm hopeful they will do that because I'm assuming they're going to do that. That would be the right thing to do and correct those lies, because alleging that someone's a scammer or things like that without receipts is kind of a big deal. So there's that. But a lot of this goes back a lot further than being seen in a chat. Every person in that chat, Duchess, Chico, Amethyst, which her comment was completely misrepresented, and Cash, are all mods of mine. but there was hundreds of other people in there. Obviously, there was a bunch of people watching too. They are grown-ass adults. Castor is a whole grown-ass man from another country that has always been fucking loyal to me. The only person Cash talks shit about on this internet is usually me. Usually me. And it's because he fucking is protective as fuck over me. But he knows he can talk all the shit about me anywhere he wants. I have never watched where any of them go. I don't even fucking have a clue where half of the time they go, nor do I care to. None of them. One thing I do know about every one of them is that they all stand firmly against what was done and custody records being brought to the internet. I know without a shadow of a doubt, Chico, Duchess, all of them. Chico and Sinner have known each other way before I knew any of them through Rabbit. That is their relationship, and maybe go to her and ask. Maybe Chico is straight up and honest. Go to her and ask, hey, this hurt my feelings that I saw you over there. You know how many people sat in chats when other Duchess was being doxxed by TM? When TM assumed that she was going at my minor child, even though she's an adult, and cheered it on? And then you sit and have the audacity to fucking call out the, nah, fuck out of here with that shit. No, I'm not doing this shit. Don't tell me you're coming for all the people that sit in chats, because there's doxers that are on panel and sit in chats all day long. Nobody is okay with what is happening. Nobody is. But to use a building fucking issue that was from something else, that's somebody else's problem, and take it on yourself, that's what drama is. That's the drama side of it. And truthfully, I'm not interested. You can drag me, you can do all these things, but when it comes to my friends, fuck that. My friends will always come first. I don't give a fuck about this app at the end of the day. These are people I genuinely care about and stand beside. They have a mission for protecting victims and bringing awareness for the missing. That's it. That's all. If you have any questions beyond that, I don't really care. I genuinely don't care. We are going to continue to do what we do, continue to talk about the things, but for 1 second, anybody even thinking that we would be okay with that, or I would be okay with that, because of course, you know, it's nonsense is mods. No, these are my friends. Let's call it what it is. These are people I fucking love. These are my friends, actual friends, people I break bread with, people I hug in real life. That's a different type of relationship. And if you think for 1 second I won't burn this motherfucking app down to the ground over my friends, you're fucking wrong. Because my friends will always come first, because I'm a loyal fucking bitch to people that I rock with. And my circle is very fucking small. Don't lie on people around me, because there's no need to. This has been building from drama that TM and other people that rock with her created a long time ago for the Duchess situation. If you have an issue with Chico being in there or things she said, go to her like a fucking woman. And Am was just totally brought into it. Cash goes everywhere. I'm not even going to fucking, no. These are grown-ass people. No. Is there any questions? Because I think I've made it pretty fucking clear. She's not, Duchess isn't scamming. And to bring up her husband, because Tiffany Marie did that shit when she was doxing her. Her husband, who she wasn't even with from 20 fucking years ago. What? Because she popped into a chat to say that she wasn't okay with what was happening. Bye, like her goodbye, like as long as this goes on, I'm not around any of you fucking people, and then said hi to a couple more people. What? Bringing up her husband who had a DUI because Tiffany Marie was running with that shit a couple months ago, trying to get under Duchess's skin. The fuck out of here. She's not collecting money for blip boards. She's shown all the proof of that. It is what it is. Grown-ass adults, that strangers on the internet, coming to me and telling me you would need to pick if they're continuing to be your mods. I'm not. Fuck out of here. These are my friends. Okay? And we're going to continue on with our mission. We're going to continue on talking about shit that happens. I don't know where all this crossover gets to anyways. I don't know anyone on this app shit. I've made it my mission to stand for victims and their families that are re-victimized. The families that are re-victimized and used for fodder. But I had no problem coming out and saying what was being done was wrong. but I will never be forced to choose between my friends, my actual friends, and somebody who might occasionally I run into in a chat. What? Huh? So with that, that's all I got to say about it. But I know that when things calm down and cool down, that I'm sure Queen has so much on her plate, and it's really sad to me to see people using that state, because I can't imagine how chaotic this is. I would fucking I would rage. I would rage. It would be ugly if the same thing, and that is not okay. But I'm sure that when things calm down, she'll come back around and correct these things, because I'm sure she wouldn't want to be lied on, just like these other people don't appreciate being lied on. And I'm sure she'll understand the heightened state of the accusations that were made. She might not have said some of these things, but other people did. And I think that will be handled. So with that, let's go. Hey, Mike, thank you for the support. Much appreciated. Basement Jesus. A donation for new bread since you broke the last one with your friend's body of meat. Thank you for the support. You guys are already whacked out. Not whacking. Oh God, that's gonna be clipped. Hey FarQ, thank you for the gifted memberships. Phoenix, thank you for becoming a member. Daisy Girl, thank you for becoming a member. All right, let's roll. So what we're gonna do today is a little combination stream, something I had planned for before and didn't get around to it on Sunday, but I have this already pulled up. And then we're gonna walk into last night and into the Castor situation. So we're going to kind of do a once over, walk through, and there's that. And Revival out there, fucking standing up for everybody. Revival, we appreciate you. Yeah, the shit's hitting the fan, you guys, and a lot of accusations are being slung that have nothing to do with the actual situation at hand. These are other drama situations of other people that are using her to do these things, and it's not fair. It's not okay. I wish her nothing but the best on her, whatever is going on. That is not for me. That is why I didn't bring it more attention to it. But fuck no, do I stand, am I okay with what is happening to her? Fuck that. Fuck all of you people that think I need to do something differently than what I said very clearly the other day. Okay, let's roll. We're going to start with Betty. I found something interesting the other day as I was walking through stuff. I found Betty talking about the Lore Lodge back in July after Lore Lodge came on the scene. So I want to just take a quick little gander over here at this because I found this to be interesting. So let's listen to this really quick, because I think this leads into me correcting the defective thing that Betty said the other day. Once again, I've already corrected it, but I want to get that out of the way right in the beginning, and then we're going to roll into BJ and the Castor situation. So let's go.
And he said he was threatened. And going to ask about it, and then can they say when he backs you up? Okay, well, I hope so, because that's what Joe told Seth and what Joe told Tony. So there's no misunderstandings what happened to Joe. And people can come out here. Listen, Joe's my receipt. I mean, I trust that Seth. I mean, Seth talked to him, and he said he was threatened. And of course, I didn't mean when I heard threatened, I automatically knew.
And just so everybody knows too, once again, let me make this very clear. We don't have a Discord that we're sitting around talking shit about everybody all day long. That's never been. We don't have a group chat. We don't have nothing. These are friends that I individually communicate with on a daily basis, some every other day, some once a week, something like that. But collectively, they're a bunch of good people, and none of them are okay with what is happening. So let me say that one more time, because Janice just said, Becky, Am, Chico, Duchess, Cash, Helen, etc. are my people. Big hugs. You're our people too. Janice has a wrench that she can have whenever she wants it, but she usually gets it and throws it right back at me. Thank you for the support, Janice.
It wasn't a bodily injury. It was one of personal. And that's going real life. Everybody has a right to go where they want to go. If somebody wants to advocate on somebody else's channel, like, how dare you threaten somebody to expose their home address to keep them off somebody's channel? And everybody's sitting there lying. I wonder who did that. But somebody knows who it was. And it wasn't just one. So there is that. That is absolutely appalling. It doesn't matter whether you like somebody, dislike somebody or not. You don't get to make decisions like that. And that right there is cartel-like, mafia-like. You don't dictate for somebody else where they can go and what they can do. And if they don't,
I found this to be totally ironic right there, that part. That is mafia-like to dictate. But isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that she says it's mafia-like, but she tells everybody not to go certain places, to unsub from certain places? That's a cult mentality. If anybody is telling you to follow the crowd, to do this or do that, that is a cult, and they're trying to isolate you. Betty, you are not a cult leader. Good try, though.
agree with you, you're going to destroy them. You know? Like I said, I went ahead and tested those waters. Okay. Somebody tried to destroy me, and they're in a lawsuit right now because of it. And they can say it's frivolous all day long that they want. But they also, their attorney also said that I would be gone in 30 days. Well, we're over a year and I'm still here. So I don't think that it's just going away, you know? And people doing this are playing, because not only is that criminal, that's civil. You're breaking the law. I know nobody cares about it. They think, oh, it's just YouTube stuff. No, there are literally laws against it.
It's so interesting. Again, the date on this, you guys, is July 27th, 2024. I find it so interesting that in July she was saying all these things, and my, did things change in September.
You need to check yourself. If you're trying to say and sit up on that pedestal and say you don't break the law, yet you're engaging in this, you are breaking the law. I want to make sure everybody's very well aware of that. If you don't believe me, you need to look up the law.
Yeah. Whoever said that about she's a wannabe cult leader. Yeah. Or what did you say? Hold on. Where did that go? Meg said she's a wannabe cult leader. I grew up in a cult. There ain't no high-powered control group that's ever going to fuck out of here. And Betty and her little green, it's became a cult. There's cult type actions. Can you guys not see it? It is a cult. It is a cult.
Very clear.
Pika, special shout out to you. Thank you for all you do.
Clear.
Pika just checks on me all the time and checks on Kyle all the time. Pika's just, yeah. Pika's just
very clear.
Pika's in here dropping stuff. I'm like, oh, where'd you get that?
This is supposed to be about Sebastian, not subscriptions or memberships. Exactly. It shouldn't be about clicks. Like I've always stated, if you give a good product, people will come, no matter what. If you are authentic and you go out there and you get it, people will come. You don't need to.
We're gonna take a look at some of that good content. What she's talking about here upcoming. I thought this was a great opener. I thought this was just spot on an opener to go where we're going.
Fight over clicks and views. You don't need to fight over this. You don't need to fight over that. You don't need to be somebody you're not. You can still have your moral compass and still do your job well, and within what you are capable of doing, and do it successfully. But many people get into this thing where they feel like they need to be part of a clique, because our society tells us that we need to worry about everybody else besides our own selves. Sacrificing our own selves, making our own selves
Oh my God, Bree said for her next trick, she'll dye herself silver and mummify in her bedroom. Oh, shout out to the freaking Love Has Won cult and the unfortunate event of their leader, who drank so much colloidal silver that did turn silver and gray. And then, yeah, that whole cult, Love Has Won. If you don't know that, we've talked about that a little bit. Thank you for the support, Bree. But yeah, that's a whole, hopefully she stays away from the MLM of the colloidal silver.
Happy, uneasy, and filled with anxiety. I don't do that. I worry about myself. If I can help somebody else, that's what I do, But as far as having to have a whole bunch of people that give me accolades and stuff like that, I do what I think is right all the time, whether I get the accolades or not.
Tell me this isn't the perfect opener for what you guys will see how this just fits perfectly with where we're headed, because she don't need those accolades. She don't need a team. You guys, she's just out here a lone soldier in it. She's bringing the good stuff, don't you know?
And this is one of those things where I just wish other people would step up to the plate and do the same thing, but they don't, because they want they have to be, the breaking of the news and this, that, and the other. And they sacrifice
Chapped and Bree are both in the same thinking.
themselves for all of this YouTube and social media stuff to try to be better or whatever, or get the numbers. What's that 100,000 doing for JS for Justice anyways? What is it doing for? It's doing absolutely nothing. It's a number. Look at her views. And they've been like that for a really long time. And the only time she can actually get a click or a view is having Sebastian's name in it or having my name in it. Just saying. They could have done it the right way and just advocated for the boy and been truthful about what was going on in the case, but they couldn't do that. They were unprofessional and they treated a disabled man like crap. And he happens to be a victim and the biological father of the kid that's missing. It's to me, appalling behavior. But then it gets back to, Don B, right? I mean, I was trying to caution Don B yesterday about what he was saying, and I was trying to be friendly with him, and he took it out of context and decided to be rude and poke at me and be nasty. And so I ended up unsubscribing in him and just like saying, fly with the birds, I won't be back. And I'm not going to.
I love how these people have to tell everybody. I unsubbed from so. I told him to fly with the birds. Betty, again, this is cult-like mentality. When you are trying to control and influence by telling Betty, come on now. You're not good at this either. I know, Hartley, it does, doesn't it? Isn't the irony of this just, again, July?
But at the end of the day, I've always maintained he's not somebody that fabricates information. He's not, Team JLR, so you don't have to worry about that. And so he doesn't fabricate the information, but he was talking to the wrong people, and that's why I was trying to tell him, like, you need to call law enforcement. And I thought I said Sumner County, but maybe I just said law enforcement because they're the ones with the info. Sorry, news don't. You may think the news knows everything. They do not. Okay, I can promise you they do not. That's exactly why I'm in business. So I wouldn't have called there. I would have called Sumner County, and then I found out he called Hendersonville, which again, Hendersonville was involved. They're not involved in the investigation. And there's a lot of confidentiality in these types of investigations. That's why they have teams. So it's like their teams aren't.
Teams? Did you say teams? Oh, we're going to take a look at some teams upcoming. Tell us more, old wise one.
Sharing case information with one another, and they're not sharing their private case notes with somebody in Hendersonville Police Department. They're using them as a resource, like if they have to search or they need something looked into, or they need somebody to be brought in, or they just need, like the Sumner County is going to go into their jurisdiction to speak with somebody. They may assist. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. That's one thing, but people don't understand that there are jurisdictions, there are chains of commands. This is not, willy-nilly. This is the law enforcement. They have absolute policies and procedures and protocols. And one of the main things is ethics and confidentiality and keeping things close to the chest.
So exactly why they're not coming out publicly and stating things. And that's why you deemed that they were corrupt. Oh, wait, or because they arrest you. Wait, what is this? Where are we going here, Beth?
They're not going to be.
You're kind of confusing yourself here.
Advertising this to this person, this outfit, and then expecting it all to be contained. It doesn't work that way. So when he said he talked to Hendersonville Police Department, they're the wrong body to be talking to. But it sounds like he may have gotten some information he wasn't supposed to get. Like they had found something in the backyard. This is the first we ever heard of that. The reason why I'm honing in on that is because I don't know Don B to make up crap. Okay. I'm sorry. We may disagree on the information or where he got the information or something like that, but I can tell you the man doesn't make up anything. Okay. So if he says he called somebody, he called somebody. If he spoke to somebody, he said he spoke to, then he spoke to that person. Okay. He's not one of these creators that fabricate information. He truly does do what he says he's doing.
Oh, really? Don B was a part of the whole white car debacle and took CJ's bullshit and ran with CJ's bullshit about the white station wagon in the woods and the serpentine belt missing, and then took the opportunity to show his neighbor's car. Oh, that Don B? Okay, yeah, no, he doesn't fabricate shit. Oops.
So I don't worry with him. I just worry where he got the information. And like I said, and I was cautioning that yesterday, that, he's speaking to the wrong people and he's getting the wrong information. The reason why
I find this to be so ironic about speaking to the wrong people and getting the wrong information. That is really something I want everybody to hone in on, because Betty seems to talk to the wrong people and get the wrong information quite often, but she runs with it. Let's let her talk a few more minutes and then we're going to move on.
know that is because I know the information, and I'm not going to tell him the information because there's no point in arguing with him. I was just, nudging him to get the information from legitimate resources so he could tell his audience the corrected information. And then, he goes out there and it's breaking news that TBI has taken over this investigation. Well, no, they haven't. And that's not even what this lady said. That's just the information he garnered from what the lady said. The lady said pretty much TBI has taken over this investigation. Pretty much means they're doing a lot of work on it, but it's still in the jurisdiction of Sumner County. And then, of course, I was trying to avoid him getting egg on his face. And then,
oh, that egg. Betty really tries to keep everybody's face clean of eggs. She don't. Eggs are expensive, don't you know? She couldn't even afford to get eggs from the grocery store. She doesn't want any eggs wasted on people's faces. That's Betty's duty. She's going to wipe all the egg off of people's faces while hers is dripping from it. She's got a whole egg wash facial mask going on at the time. Janice in the county says, Cash and Pika, of course, are my people too. Sorry if I missed your name. This is my place, period. We are glad to have you here. Thank you for the support. Tell us more about this egg.
And, Nick Barris runs an article, and had it been me that did that huge mistake, it would have been, everybody under the sun would talk about how I'm just doing it for a click and view. It was clickbait. And, I just didn't want Don having to go through all of that. And I was trying to help him, and he turned it around and made it a horrible thing. And so, I just like, fine, I won't be back on your channel. I won't give you any kind of information. Do your thing. Good luck,
She stomped her feet, grabbed her blowhorn, and out the door she went. And this is her dog whistle to all of you grown-ass adults. Follow what I do. You can't think for yourself. Go where you want to. You need to follow in line. Do as I say. He hurt my feelings and insulted me. So therefore, I stormed out, slammed the door behind me. So all of you free-thinking adults that I need to think just like I tell you to and keep in line. If you don't follow me, you're a part of the problem.
Apparently, I'm the only one that's attacked on these platforms if the information is wrong. I guess everybody else can, pass around information and be just fine. I was just looking out for them, trying to anyways, but, screw it. Maybe it's just good to keep my own lane. I just didn't want misinformation going around, which had happened. So whatever.
Oh, Bets, this is a great transition point. This is exactly where I needed us to get to. She just doesn't want misinformation to go around. Hey, lurker. Betty, you guys, don't get it wrong. Betty doesn't want misinformation to go around. We're all misinterpreting what Betty says once again. Okay, let's take a little look-see-loo over here for a moment. Again, just for your own records, whoever's tracking dates and times of the clips we're showing, this is July 27th, 2024. We are now going to bump to December 28th, 2024 with Bullhorn Betty. Unscrupulous PI attempts damage control. Sebastian Rogers, Tennessee. So, actually, no. Hold on. That one's coming up next. Yeah. Let's go here first. Let's go to this one next. We're actually going to go to January 10th, 2025. I'm going to work those other two in a different way. So we are going to go to January 10th, 2025 first, because we're going to be a little bouncy today, but you guys will be able to follow, I'm sure of it. So let's go to when Betty tells us that Deception Deck, Sebastian Rogers, Tennessee, we have receipts about defective. So I want to just take a quick gander back at this because Betty has a hard time following. A lot of people do, but let's let her talk for a minute. This is just a quick correction that I had brought up the other day, and I wanted to make sure I included it somewhere.
Reached out to the Lore Lodge in a public post so everybody knew what I said to him. There's no secrecy there.
Remember, Betty doesn't like misinformation out here, you guys. There's no cult. She's trying to wipe egg off people's faces and just correct misinformation. Just give her her accolades, which she doesn't need.
And I basically said he likes to know that he is controlling you. He's going to keep moving the goalpost so that he knows you are being controlled. He's got serious problems.
Serious problems, you don't say. Bree says vest, close to the vest. It comes from the whole card gamblers kept in their vest pocket. Stop saying chest, goddamn. Bree, thank you for the support. I love when Bree's comments come in and you can see it when she capitalizes certain shit because she really means those words. She really does.
And if you go back and look at the context, you will identify that behavior very, very clearly. Very, very clearly. So that's what the Lore Lodge said. He basically says, So he basically says, come on the show. Now, there's a lot of people out there saying that Bullhorn Betty called this beautiful boy defective. And they are gung-ho about it because they're idiots. And even their chief idiot, abuser in chief, Fat Lips, right? That likes to abuse people physically. She's nothing but an abusive person. God knows what her kids went through.
So this right here is one thing. Again, this is January 10th, 2025. Betty needs to stay in her own lane. Betty claims that she doesn't do anything like this, but we all know better. Betty does all of this.
Decides to say that I called the kid defective. I called Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and how dare his father allow somebody on his team to call his son defective? I never called his son defective. I said that's what Katie said and thinks. And people have been arguing with me for days about what I personally said, yet they provide no receipts.
Provide no receipts. This is where Betty acts like I don't exist, which is typical. I mean, a lot of people, when you bring receipts, don't want to even act like the channels that debunk you with your own words exist. Betty just likes to, the one time call me and threaten me, and that got no reaction out of me besides a lot of laughter and replaying a lot of laughs for a year and a half that we've gotten out of that. But Betty doesn't realize that we played the clips of her saying it 22 times. 22 times. Not once. 22. 2 of those were in her reading an email, but she said it publicly 22 times.
So for all the dum-dums sitting in the back with their thumb up their ass, not doing a damn thing for this child.
Dum-dum sitting in the back with your thumb up your ass. I mean, she's got some visuals here going on. I would hate to be in that head of hers.
Let me give you a little insight. And this is from
Please do.
Your head queen drug addict in chief. Okay. Let's listen to what your own drug addict in chief posted.
So instead of announcing or, talking about that Betty actually taking ownership of her using the term, Betty got called to the carpet because she used it 22 times. She tries to spin maneuver this and go real life on somebody. Because instead of taking accountability for one's action, like manipulators do, they try to spin it onto everybody else. And when receipts are brought and show the behaviors and the lies, manipulators try to spin maneuver even more. That's what's happening with what Betty did. But Betty, again, instead of you just taking accountability for what you did and what you said, you tried this. But let's just take a little look-see-loo. Just a few. We're not gonna play all these because I've done it twice. All of the streams, but just a quick little gander. June 23rd.
And new dogs, and gets to spend the summer break with a new kid that's not defective. It's a little too hard for me.
Little too hard for her. You see her words right there. Again, Betty doesn't like to take accountability. So she used the fact that she got called out on the carpet for using the term defective to spin maneuver. And instead of taking accountability for her actions, she decided to go ahead and make it somebody else's fault. So, of course, that's Betty's typical. Let me share this screen, but let me put a thing up really quick because unfortunately she once again in true Betty fashion shows shows a minor child in Betty's true disgusting fashion. So here we go. Here's the next little.
What if you're wrong? You're sitting here supporting monsters. I'd rather be wrong about accusing somebody. You know what? This is the problem with people. Ma'am, I'm going to call you ma'am because I know you're a man. Because the only people that have, the need is women. This comment right here is a woman comment. So let me just break it down for you. I would rather be wrong on my side of the fence.
Hold on, it bumped us. Hold on. Hold, please. Now I sound like the idiot we're getting into later on in this stream. But it bumped me from my spot. Gosh darn it. I will leave your presence in just a second, babe. You want to say hi to everybody?
Hi, everybody.
Poor Kyle just took a shower and he's wiped out. He's going to go get his hair cut today. And he's starting to look like a peacock over here.
Absolutely, utterly happy. This is her at church. Absolutely happy, smitten, so happy she's got a non-defective new child to love on. To love on. Look at her face. She's missing her daughter or her son. Look how happy she is. She's so happy. She's holding that little girl probably like she ain't never held a child in her life. Like she ain't never held a child in her life. Right there. Right there. That is literally infuriating to me. And the beautiful person that sent me this, thank you.
Oh, once again, did you hear her say it's infuriating to her? Yeah, we've heard all of these before. Here's another one, June 25th, 2024. We don't even have to hear these again. There's many streams that they're up in. You can go find them yourself or just watch one of the videos that I laid it out in numerous times. June 25th, 2024. She goes on to say it quite a bit. June 26th, 2024. July 1st, 2024. July 11th, 2024. July 12th, 2024. Because she has a tendency of liking to say horrific things about people. And when she doesn't get her way and she gets called to the carpet on her poor behavior, instead of taking accountability and owning that she did do all these things, she tries to spin maneuver and go real life as it possibly could. See, old Bets over here doesn't have to worry about things like that because, well, y'all know, I don't even need to say it. So let's transition now. I just wanted to make a quick correction and show that really quick because I thought that was utterly disgusting. That because she got called out for that, she decided to spin maneuver it into that. She is truly disgusting, which everybody knows. And again, if you need those streams that I reviewed, all of these clips plus more, let me know and we can help you find them. So this is we're going to go to December 28th, 2024. I'm going to lead into another segment here upcoming of why this is important.
Attorney-client privilege. You ain't getting a hold of our attorneys to discuss stuff that goes by At Night and other plaintiffs. First of all, it's not bogus. It's not fraudulent.
Why did that bump? I don't know why this is doing this.
In the area of
my poor computer is saying, I'm done with these people.
The time of the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And since then, that critical piece of information has now been trying to be distracted from even further, right? So we have all of this damaging stuff for the mom and stepfather, an unscrupulous PI hired to do damage control.
Julie, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. You need to go. Mods, please delete any comments talking about any creators and their personal lives or anything. That's not going to be allowed here. We're not going to do this shit. If I continue to see comments like that thank you guys. Thank you. We don't do that here. There's other places where you are allowed to do that type of foul shit. We don't do that here whatsoever. What is happening? I don't give a fuck if you like her or not. Is foul as fuck and doesn't belong on YouTube because we protect victims, and that is not fucking okay. Period. Point blank. End of story. Carrying on. Back to Betty.
And then we call the PI out, and what does he do? He doesn't address it. No, of course not. That would be too responsible. No, instead, he decides to go in trashing and bashing, and I want to just show you how stupid this guy is. I have sent 3 communications to Bruce Castor Jr. and Joseph Lesniak regarding what appears to be a bogus and fraudulent injunction and lawsuit filed by At Night and other plaintiffs.
Again, reminder of the date because the dates are important on this. This is December 28th. So we're walking back in time.
First of all, it's not bogus. It's not fraudulent. It is actually saturated in good case law. It seemed no one wants to go on record about this failed attempt to, first of all, there is attorney-client privilege. You ain't getting a hold of our attorneys to discuss stuff that goes on your page so you can sit there. They ain't going to talk to you, nor are they required to talk to you except through the courts. It seemed no one wants to go on the record about this failed attempt to intimidate others, not just a failure, but a potentially criminal conduct. There is no criminal conduct going on here except your criminal conduct, sir. This situation appears to involve forgery. What forgery? So he's going, I produce receipts. He produces his feelings. Not one, there's nothing even attached here to support any of his statements. There's no case law here. There's no information. There's nothing. There's a stupid email sent to Lesniak.
Granny, I think it's a misunderstanding that happened on Queen Bees yesterday. I think there was a misunderstanding. A few of my mods made comments that they disagreed with this, never spoke ill of Queen at all in Sinner's chat. And then people had really major issues with it, which I get. People can have their issues with them, saying in a chat that they disagree with something, but and then it carried over. And I think there was a misunderstanding though, and I'm pretty sure it'll be corrected because Duchess hasn't scammed anybody over the billboards. And this is a lot of stuff that's been going on for a long time under the surface with Tiffany Marie after she doxed Duchess and went after who she assumed was my minor child. Thank God she's an adult, but stuff like that was okayed and accepted. So I'm sure it'll be corrected and it's no big deal. Well, it's a big deal, but we know that it'll be handled correctly.
Citing a defective motion. First of all, Pennsylvania, I hate to burst your bubble, dum-dum, doesn't recognize defective motions. There's no such thing as a defective motion in Pennsylvania law, dum-dum. So they're probably laughing their asses off every time.
I also find it ironic that she's using the term defective here as frequent as she is. Tell me that's not a Betty word.
They get an email from you because you act like you want to sound professional, but anybody reads your email that has a legal background knows you don't know what the hell you're talking about at all. Dum-dum. So that might be part of the problem. But forgery. Where's the forgery? I'd love to see the forgery because, to be honest with you, I will tell you on the record, I signed my name. Nobody signed my name for me. I gave my statement. I told them exactly what has happened to me. They put that in an affidavit.
They put that in an affidavit. You gave a dissertation and you didn't write that yourself, Betty? Is that what you're saying? You told them what to put in there and then you signed it? Is that what you're saying? I love this for you. Thank you for going on the record and saying all this.
They sent it to me for review. I say, yep, that's exactly what I said. Let me sign the dotted line, right? Notarized it. I'm without a doubt, who forged my signature?
Hartley, I thought this was a great reminder and a great throwback.
Who forged my signature? I want to stand on my platform very loud and clear and let you know I signed my own document. I signed my own affidavit. And I can promise you, not one damn thing in that affidavit was a lie or falsified in the least. And not only that, of all people in this lawsuit, I have overwhelming evidence to support my claims. Overwhelming evidence. So I don't know what this Yahoo is talking about, but again, it's a deflection, right? This was never about his conduct. He's trying to put this criminal conduct, because we just called him out and showed exactly how he violated his own law and his own license in Tennessee. And now all of a sudden we're all criminals and forging documents. Do you see how these distractions work when you deal with an unscrupulous PI?
Well, none of that was actually said, though. You're just going off the rails here and saying a bunch of stuff that wasn't actually said or implied. But carry on. I love this.
Again, this is another area of that he's incompetent in. He has no competence in the law. And
No.
when you look at all of his other legal quagmires he's been in, he's as much of an idiot in those things that he thinks he's smarter than the average person. No, you're not. And you're definitely not smarter than these attorneys. I can tell you that. And I can tell you that that asshole's not smarter than me, because I know that there's no such thing as a defective motion. And nor would I ever write that in a filing or in an email, because it makes me look stupid. So the situation appears to involve forgery. Each of the plaintiffs.
Bree says, if nothing else, someone needs to explain how written statements work to these brain drains, because what she's describing ain't a written statement. Bree, shh. Don't say that. This is, Granny's watching. This is from, let me show you the date, December 28th. I thought this was a little fun throwback here. December 28th, 2024. I thought this was just a good kick in the pants.
Plaintiffs is liable because they signed verification while knowing that Bruce Castor Jr. was not their attorney.
And Bree, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it too. Betty, again, just for anybody that doesn't know, I went through and showed how the green team were using Castor's name. Betty might not have said Castor's name publicly, but she alluded to having 3 high-powered attorneys numerous times. We did that all in a stream. It's part 6 of the RICO filings. If you haven't watched that, I think Granny shared some of it today. So there's great reminders out there. If you need to see that between Granny and I, we got the clips for you. There you go. Just go watch our streams.
I ever signed an affidavit saying that an attorney is an attorney. That was not part of my affidavit. The attorneys are whoever's filing the suit. I could care less what attorneys are on there, whether I have consulted with Bruce or whether I've consulted with Joe. That's my attorney-client privilege. And this asshole is not entitled to.
Wait, how is it attorney-client privilege when the attorney doesn't represent you? How did that happen? Huh? Can we have another stomp the feet and you exit? Because you should have exited this conversation before you even let it start. You should have slammed the door, probably caught your toe in it, and just stormed off of this conversation. Because what you're saying out front here is not going to happen to be good for you down the long run. Because attorney-client privilege only affects attorneys that are representing you. You just told us you signed everything on your own in that filing. I mean, there's that. I love this for you.
To know any of that, nor am I going to discuss it with him. Why? Because I want to see his ass sued. Okay? I am a plaintiff. I'm going after this Yahoo lawfully and legally.
But
from what I have been informed, they do not.
Well, wait a second. That Yahoo isn't even added. They presented a motion to amend the filing and then asked for a fucking timeout. We need to go to recess like kindergartners. Can we amend our filing and add a couple more people? Like SF and Queen Bee? But we need a timeout because we don't even know what the fuck we're doing. So nobody else has been added. The Yahoo you're actually going after is Granny, and she's not a Yahoo. And she didn't do any of the shit that claims in the filing that you guys all are standing on. And then also Barbecue Lady. You and Barbecue have your own thing, but okay, carry on. Let's hear some more, Betty.
Not sign retainer agreements with.
Sorry, she makes my brain twitch. My brain is fucking twitching. But so I just start, I feel like we're getting an insight to her brain here, and it's scary.
Him. Who's informed you of that? Where's your receipt that nobody has signed a retainer agreement? I'm not producing confidential information to support this Yahoo. How in the world would this Yahoo really know from what I have been informed? Who informed him? Do you guys really believe this? I don't believe any of them fully comprehend the scope of legal trouble they are now that they now face. Dude, you're the only one facing legal trouble, including violating your private investigator license in Tennessee. To ensure everyone is clear, here are the names of the plaintiffs involved. These individuals are being sued separately and will likely face litigation for years to come. Isn't this the same asshole that is accused or has stated that he was going to sue me like 3 or 4 times in the state of Florida for defamation? And all these little hate channels come up, oh, Betty's getting sued again, Betty's getting sued again. And I say, bring it. And here we are 2.5 years later, and still, out of all the criminal conduct and defamation I've done against this unscrupulous PI, he just can't seem to muster together a lawsuit. It's funny. Yet he's been preaching up here that I'm a criminal and been violating the law all this time. I don't get it. Thank you, Callie girl. God bless you. Oh, I see a few other ones. Who do we got here? Oh, Angelina, bring him home. Amen to that.
She's not triggered. Don't say that. This is not upsetty Betty. This is calm, collected, professional, legal beagle Betty.
Angela,
don't get it twisted.
Gifted 1 Bullhorn Betty membership. If you received your Bullhorn Betty membership, don't forget to tell Angelina thank you. And Melanie with a super sticker. Thank you, my love. Callie girl gifted 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships. I'm on a different side, so I can't see who got those Bullhorn Betty memberships. But congratulations. Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Because don't you know, we're crazy for justice. Crazy for justice. And this is no different. So I just thought I would come here and say that we called this man out for violations of his license and his handling of this specific case. And we provided receipts for those. Oh, thank
Another distraction away from the actual topic that Castor is not representing the plaintiffs, but carry on.
you, Jen. God bless you. And Pam, thank you, Pam. 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships. It is a membership for frenzy. Yeah. It's a live show. Some things pop out right, some things don't. It just happens. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see over here. If he can sue you, then Molly, what does it say? That if he can sue you, then Molly Golightly should be put in jail for her slander and defamation of you, because that's all. She's got nothing. The lady's struggling, right? I mean, think about it. I kind of feel really bad for her because she has fallen so far on the totem pole, and people that she's treated people so horribly, her friends have turned their backs on them.
At least she's fallen on a pole. I don't think you've fallen on a pole in a long time. Never mind. Let it go.
Because of how poorly she's treated them. And now she has to go to the people for help that destroyed her channel and her reputation. That's desperation. I ain't gonna touch that. You know, I'm just not gonna touch.
She's not gonna touch that. Betty is above that. She ain't gonna touch that. The fucking irony. I'm gonna pull a Julie and turn this beach into a fictional character no one will believe could ever exist one of these days. Oh my gosh, you could write, just like Revival has her whole Betsy's army. Oh my God. Betsy's army takes me out every time. You could do that with Julie. 100%. And yeah, you could do a whole fictional, you could. Thank you again.
That. I think that she needs prayer, she needs guidance, and she needs God. And until she gets those things, she's just going to be floundering around here on YouTube because.
Speaking of floundering around, we got some floundering around that's going to happen here in a minute. Basement Jesus says some things pop out, rips the booty beads like she's cold starting a chainsaw. Basement Jesus. Oh, you're going to get me in trouble, but I love it. Thank you for the support. You guys are on it today. Something's in the air this Tuesday, and I like it.
Because she's lost her credibility. She's lost everything pretty much. You know, I feel bad for her. But I'm definitely not going to dog her because I'm much better than she'll ever be. She's got to deal with her own decisions in life, just like I have to deal with my own decisions in life. And it is what it is, right? So good morning, everyone. Be blessed, Ginger Girl says. Aw, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, for the sake of time, let's move on. I thought that was a great reminder too. And some of the things she said were just too hysterical not to show. So next up, we have December 30th, 2024.
We're trying to get him to lose his job.
I found this to be quite ironic too. So you'll get to the full picture here. You know how I do. We go back. We watch some old clips. We pull it all together. That's what we're going to be doing today because we have a shit show coming up. That's quite ironic. And I kind of love it for them. So again, December 30th, 2024.
They have tried to get Nick the Hat thrown in jail because they don't like the fact that he's investigating, his company is investigating this. So because he's the low man on the totem pole and he's on parole.
He's the low man. Does Nick know you call him the low man on the totem pole? I thought he was like the CEO. Does Nick know you've been calling him the low man on the totem pole? I wonder. I don't think Nick would be too happy about that. Truthfully.
They decide.
Why are you talking about all these poles?
To start brigading his parole officer to try to get him to force them to arrest them. Force them to. These people are sick in the flipping heads. And we have this unscrupulous PI that is involved.
Misdemeanor. There will never be a time that you hear the word respect and Betty in the same sentence out of my mouth. So you can feel that way 100%. I have zero respect for Betty. When she doesn't go low, that's shocking. But the next 5 minutes she will.
In all of this chaos and misinformation and disinformation in this case. And just recently has posted this unsubstantiated post by an attorney. But when you look at the, I guess, screenshot, it seems defective on its face. And what do I mean? We have receipts here. I think somebody manufactured an email to make it look like it came from Bruce Castor. I truly do. Bruce Castor was never my attorney. Bruce Castor is Dog's attorney. Dog's attorney. Okay. Lesniak is the one that's representing At Night, from my understanding. Lesniak is their attorney, and by the umbrella is my attorney.
So I guess that once again, we've seen this before, but that goes against you saying you had attorney-client privilege. Do you remember saying that a couple days ago? Because we just heard you say that. So I guess you knew all along that you didn't have attorney-client. Why'd you say that then?
So
I'm confused, Betty.
I just want to go over some of the stuff that is coming out on this. While I'm not going to be discussing an ongoing and active legal litigation, because I am also a plaintiff in that litigation, I do want to debunk the BS rumor, and this right here, of this screenshot. We're going to go over it. Is this Photoshopped? I truly believe it is Photoshopped. All joking aside, this serious matter, Bruce Castor has confirmed that his name was used fraudulently by individuals listed below. Now, I do want to say that even this screenshot of commentary doesn't even state what he's saying, which is another perplexing issue. It says each of them has committed a crime and is now, no, dear, don't try to keep, just because we are proving you keep committing crimes, don't sit here and try to throw shade and do this running of a narrative, because the only person committing crimes is you and the people you represent, period. And I'm going to say that, I'm not even going to say allegedly. Sue me. It's sad to witness such an egregious attempt to exploit every penny. Really, we're exploiting every penny. Interesting. So you mean to tell me, Mr. Fisher, that when you go and troll missing person cases and you find the most desperate parents in the world that will actually even entertain working with your sorry ass, you're telling me that when you flip the switch and say, hey, give me all the...
Kyle's over here pushing buttons. Sorry.
Oh, you're welcome, everybody, for not having to listen to that shit anymore. I just want to give everybody a break. Let your ears stop bleeding for a second. Now we can get back to the nails on the chalkboard.
Kyle's over here trying to mute Betty on my computer. I walk away for 2 seconds and I see him messing with my computer. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, trying to make the bleeding stop. Trying to make the ear bleeding stop. He's like, I said, I'll go upstairs. Poor guy. And he goes, it's okay. I'm leaving. He's just sitting here crying with you guys because you're hearing Betty. Insufferable. I know. He's like, make her mute. Make her mute. Okay, back to Betty. I love this for them, though. I don't mind hearing them like this because she's saying all the things that are going to come to bite her in the ass as of today.
The money you have. Give me $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. That's not committing crime? That's not a violation? Okay, whatever. I think people out here are a little smarter than that, sir. It's sad to witness such an egregious attempt to exploit every penny from a missing child. Never mind. Do you guys know that SF Investigates located a woman and reached out to her family and would not tell that family the location of that woman until he was paid $2,000? He literally withheld the location of a woman missing until he extorted $2,000 from the family. It is absolutely in the news. I was able to find that. So this is your unscrupulous PI. While I only have the ability to hold them accountable in civil court, I sincerely hope the magnitude of this deceit catches up. Daddy, you intervened in this case, and I can't wait until the attorneys are done with your sorry ass. I sincerely hope the magnitude of, I'm not even going to read this. Let's just go straight to this attachment here. I don't have time for his bullshit. And that's exactly what it is. First of all, there's something I see right here. It says to Joe Lesniak, and it appears and you at 10:55. Well, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this attachment. It says, gentlemen.
Yes, please pay very close attention to Betty and what she's about to say, because we're going to come into today's time eventually. We just have to go take a little tour. You guys know how I like to remind everybody of some of the things she put it out. We shouldn't have said out here publicly, but she did all this. So we just get to wrap it up like a bow. Love this for you.
Please take notice that I do not represent Mr. Chapman in any legal action in Pennsylvania. I represent him relative to a matter in the state of Texas only. As I consider both of you friends and colleagues, I would hope that any misunderstanding in this regard is corrected and the court, counsel, and litigants are aware of my non-involvement. I would rather not do anything official to draw attention to this issue. And I hope, Mr. Lesniak, that you will see that no one thinks I'm representing Mr. Chapman in your pending action in Delaware County. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for considering my request/demand. Regards, Bruce. And then under it, Bruce L. Castor. The great news is we do. Did you guys see all that? Yeah. Okay, good. We do have examples of Mr. Castor's prior emails. Okay. So we do have something to look at to find out whether or not these things are true. Okay. Are these true? Is this a manufactured document? let's just take a quick look for you guys all to make a determination for yourself.
Oh, yeah. This manufactured document. She tried this. Yes, she tried this, even though the one that she's claiming is real and the manufactured are the same. I'm going to speed her up because we've got a lot to get through still, but this is a good reminder for those of you that haven't seen it.
So here's the Gmails. This is what, there's several different things here, items here, right? One's an email from SF Investigates, which right here to them. And then you see how the email is in this, comes in the subject line. You also look at Bruce Castor's profile and see the email. Now, these are the two that I want you to look at because right here, again, not sure where these things came from. Right here, look at the chat.
Not sure where these things came from. You got a whole document that's color coded here, but you don't know where they came from. Okay.
Changes. So we have a different color in this number right here than we do of this number. Okay. This is legitimate. This right here is a legitimate. Let me open this up just a little bit more. I just want to focus on these two. No, let me go.
He's going to show you the legitimate one here, and you can see the difference between the legitimate one and the one she's claiming isn't legitimate. They say almost the exact same thing. The legitimate one says the almost exact same thing. But this is just a reminder. The fun part comes from the last 24 hours.
There we go. That might look a little better. It's just, God burn it. I don't like it getting that big. I just try to just a little bit further. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, we can see it now. Yay! Don't mind Bullhorn Betty. I do this occasionally. So I want you to look at several different things. Bruce Castor, okay? First of all, this is allegedly from Bruce Castor Jr. versus Bruce Castor. This is a legitimate one right here. This is one that we know for a fact is from Bruce Castor. We have BC. You see BC up here? And now we have BL. The timestamp on here are a different color. It's a different color. It's a different print and format. Look at the font. The font is different.
Oh my God, not different color and different fonts. She did. She tried to get this to land. Yep, she did. Betty, I love this for you.
So you've got this 10:55 a.m., 8:24.
Even though they both say, please note, I am not involved in this case, and any indication otherwise is an error. I mean, they both say the exact same thing. So the point of this was all just to cause chaos and confusion and get people to look at the colors and not really pay attention to what they're seeing. It's all the same thing. Castor doesn't represent any of these plaintiffs besides Dog the Bounty Hunter in a completely different issue in Texas.
4 p.m. This is a legitimate one. You can see how, I hate when I do that because I use 2 fingers instead of 1 when I try to scroll up. I'm on map. Okay. So you see how this is signed by
Revival. It's that cult type mentality. If they tell you things enough over and over again, people stop going and looking for themselves. People stop being free thinking adults and they fall into the high control power group. Betty, we heard her try to pull that. I mean, she tried to pull it on Don B and slammed her foot in the door, going out, storming out. But cult type mentality, don't question it for yourselves. Don't look at the colorful little things over here. Don't look at here.
Bruce. It says happy holidays. You see how the spacing is on here. Then it says Bruce L. Castor Jr. Again, BC, BL. And it gives all of his, because lawyers are required on all of their correspondence, they must have attorney at law, their address, and their contact information, which as you see,
she's acknowledging that the one she's like circling around with her mouse is legit. It says almost the same thing. The point is the same.
Is on every single documentation with the exception of the one produced by SF. It doesn't look like any other tweet or correspondence through tweet or email. And for an attorney not to have his signature block is a big no-no. But allegedly, his signature block is fully missing from the screenshot that was produced by this unscrupulous PI. Okay? This is how we combat misinformation. We bring out...
Oh, fuck. Everybody hold on to your seats. I forgot. Betty's correcting misinformation. Hold on.
The facts. It sounds to me like the person that prepared this does not want to be acknowledged. The person knows who they are. I want to tell them thank you.
But you said you didn't know who it was. So what is it? You know who they are. They don't want to be acknowledged. You don't know which is it?
For putting this compilation together so we could see visually that this is inappropriate and inaccurate. I don't know where this guy would get it, but let's talk about this. This is an attorney. Do you honestly think that an attorney is going to allow attorney-client privilege
Maybe dingo card.
to be leaked to a defendant in the case?
Oh,
Does that even remotely sound right from somebody like Bruce Castor that represents and has represented clients like Donald J. Trump? And he is representing Dog.
not the Trump thing again.
I don't know if it is a Texas matter. I don't know. It was the defendant. Right? No, one of the
I mean, the legit email, she says she doesn't know to the answer of is it Tennessee or Texas. The legit email that she was using to bolster her argument here says Texas in it. I mean, Betty, again, is trying to make you look at the colors and hear what she's saying over and over again, not really pay attention to the contents of what's in here. It says, please note that I am not involved in this case, and any indication otherwise is an error. Mr. Lesniak is the plaintiff's counsel. I represent Mr. Chapman in a matter in Texas only. Evidently, that caused some confusion. If I was not clear about this or that sooner in the progress of this case, I regret that. There is no need to copy me on any correspondence. Thank you and have a good day. Good holiday. Regards, Bruce. Betty's acknowledging that that is legit. How'd you get that, Bets?
defendants is SF.
But it says Texas right there.
He's being added to this. He wanted to be involved in the case so much, right? He made it easy too.
And no, nobody else has been added to this. I don't know where that confusion is coming from. They have made a motion to amend, but nobody else has been added to this. This is solely Barbecue and Granny. That's it. Nobody else is added to this. They made a motion to amend. It sat there. That's it. Bree says she just said she's on Mac, which means SF is on PC. And she calls other people dum-dums. She's so freaking stupid. Yeah, well, there's that. Thank you, Bree. Music City Mom. Look at all the pretty colors. I know. Don't look here. Don't read it. Look at the colors, though. And then you're supposed to look at how the colors don't match. Okay.
You don't even really need to serve him because he's already
Oh, my God. The fonts don't match. Oh,
served
no.
himself. Funny how it says Lesniak and you. What the fuck is that? I know. I know. And you see how the other one, the one shows up here. I mean, you guys can see it with your own eyes. Let me put it up. I'll try to blow it up a little bit more.
Oh, too close. Too close.
See, this is what it shows. It shows 2 names plus 1 plus 2 plus 4. But somehow this one over here sticks in and you. Different font, different colors, and no signature blocked out at the bottom. And look how far away the spacing is on this. This does not look normal. It does not look, and it doesn't look like somebody that is Bruce. So I don't know. I don't know where this came from. I don't know if it's legitimate or not. I have a hard time believing that any attorney would be releasing this information to anybody other than their client. I don't, again, I don't know. But I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I don't believe SF has this. And not only that, but why all of a sudden, if he's so unconcerned about this and thinks that we're all doing criminal activity, why is he constantly having to bolster his claims as if he's trying to convince people that it to be true? Like, you don't hear us talking about this case. Why? Because we're going to let it go through the process the way it is. We don't believe anything that they say. I know for a fact that me, as well as the people that filed those affidavits, we went through all those affidavits with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that they were accurate. I know I did for me. I know Chase and Crimes did it for her. She read through her whole affidavit. Nothing in there was inaccurate at all. So for him to constantly keep saying that we're filing fraudulent stuff, I know I have not lied at all under oath. Never. Have never. I believe in the justice system. I tell the truth, whether I like it or not. Even when I was on the stand, they asked me, what did I think? Do I think Katie and Chris murdered their kid? I said, yes. You think I wanted to answer that? I knew that was going to be prejudicial for me, but I'm there to tell the truth, right? And that is my truth. I believe they did something to their kid and covered it up. And so I don't have any need to lie under for anything, right? The law is going to be clear. The truth will prevail. I've got nothing to hide, and I definitely have nothing to lie about. Now, this Yahoo over here is working for 2 despicable people and a litany of despicable content creators that are helping drive.
Don't forget, Betty's correcting misinformation. Oh,
this narrative that they're creating behind the scenes. And they're going to continue to try to say that we are. We're not. I can tell you, you can look at my phone. I rarely ever talk to these people. I send them over leads. When I get leads, we talk about Sebastian. When we have conversations or roundtable discussions, it's Sebastian focused. Trust me, it has nothing to do with these despicable parents. I can guarantee you that. We all have our feelings, right? But our feelings ain't bringing this boy home any quicker. And we're definitely not driving distractions like this Yahoo here, where they're creating bunk screenshots. Bunk screenshots and passing them off. There's clearly some defects on the screenshots that were provided by SF. And I'd like to know where those statements came from and how he acquired that confidential information. Because I honestly don't see Bruce Castor handing it over, because that would be a violation of his client's rights. So how could SF acquire this unless somebody sent it to him?
Well, his only client is Dog the Bounty Hunter, though. That's Betty, can you come back to Earth, please?
And who would have sent it to him? Somebody like JLR that's a master and crafty when it comes to providing bunk stuff? Because I would believe JLR probably produced that and sent that to him. Because JLR is a dirty dog, whether you guys believe it or not. He's evil. He manufactures stories. He manufactures evidence for those stories. I don't believe that man, now that he's off parole, I believe that man will be in federal prison in the next 5 to 7 years. That is my vision for JLR. I truly believe he's not going to keep his ass out of prison. And then what do you?
Another one that has visions. So Lord help us. Let's move along because we got more to get through. Let's shift gears. Let's go to last night for a minute. I find this to be funny as shit. And just like always, Brittany, I have it downloaded if you decide to yank it. That's your choice, of course. I'll just pull it right back up. So, I mean, you do you. So we're going to go to allegedly with BJ's from last night. All right, let's go.
It's not against the law,
Exactly.
in my opinion.
We all are entitled to our opinion, 100%. So let's read this because people are losing their minds there. Listen, I'm not stupid. I'm fully aware that you have people coming in here.
Wait, you're not stupid? Okay, carry on.
To bait me to speak about the litigation and the filing. I'm not stupid. I'm absolutely aware of that. But you're not going to get that from me.
Oh,
Okay, you're not. I will read
oh.
the post that SF posted, but I've already shared. Ouch. Hold on one second. Oh, my leg. Wow. Hang on, guys. I just got a bad pain in my leg.
Oh,
Hang on. I
Hello,
forgot what I was
everybody.
saying. What was I just saying? I just got a cramp in my leg.
Along the lines of being baited.
Oh, yeah. I'll share the article or the post, but that's about as much as you're going to get out of me. You're not worth the cramp I just had in my leg. But Opal sis, thank you so much for gifting it.
I have a few thoughts on that. I think it's going to move from a leg cramp to a brain cramp. I think that's what we're about to see.
Membership. That's very sweet of you. You were just gifted by Opal again. Please tell her thank you, Opal. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Truly, it means a lot.
Please don't forget to hit the like button, everybody.
Yes, there is 1,200 people in chat tonight. Hello, allegedly innocent. Good to see you.
You need to take more magnesium, people, if you're having leg cramps.
Yes, ma'am. I will keep that in mind.
Do you have
all right.
bananas?
Yes, ma'am.
Go eat a banana right now. Go get one.
Well, they're kind of frozen, but I'll make me a smoothie if
That work.
I'll definitely
I know, but then we'll miss the amazing reaction.
make me a smoothie. All right.
I swear I need YouTube to give me a 10 times button.
Okay. Hey, Narcito. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Come on in. Come on in.
Actually, I heard if you have pickles, go drink some of the pickle juice too. I like all the home remedies. I don't like medicine. So.
I
I
heard
just
that.
had a banana. Aw. Okay, chatters. Chatters. All right, let's read what SF has to say. Lord have mercy.
I'm going to call you the channel holder.
Let's please let you land this,
The
please.
channel holders and the chatters.
Bing bong. I'm going to call you the channel holder.
All right. So SF Investigate says Bruce Castor has formally informed Joseph Lesniak that his name was fraudulently used in connection with the lawsuit. Castor stated unequivocally that none of the plaintiffs, including Hong at Night and Nick the Hat, Hong at Night and Nick the Hat, are his clients. He clarified that he only represents Dog in the single matter in Texas. Castor has demanded that Lesniak notify all plaintiffs and parties involved in the suit and inform the court about this misrepresentation. Lesniak is now obligated on behalf of Hong at Night and Nick the Hat to notify the court that they falsely claimed Bruce Castor as their counsel when in fact
Brittany, you need to read get Locker's comment.
all right,
For-
hold on one
Hello? Where'd you go? Why'd you stop reading?
second. Falsely claimed that Bruce Castor as their counsel when in fact he was not. Castor also confirmed he had no knowledge of the injunction or complaint filed. This constitutes fraud upon the court. Furthermore, every plaintiff who signed a verification is now liable. That's not true. As they
Oh, it's not true? Did your counsel tell you that? Did your attorney that's representing you tell you that that's not true? Are the brain cramps happening right now?
swore under oath to statements without even having a retainer agreement with Castor. Hong knows it's all over and he's just burning it down before he goes. Jesus. Wait a minute.
What's so funny, Brittany? What's funny? I missed it.
Wait a minute. Sorry. All over and he's just burning it down before he ghosts all the suckers that believed him. It's over. I'm further pressing this complaint against Lesniak and Castor.
Oh,
Watch
Lord.
Hong spend 100+ tweets per hour.
Help us all. Lord
my
Jesus.
God. Boy,
help
he
us
is
all.
he is so bold, isn't
I think it's going to take more like a legit attorney representing you to get out of the clusterfuck that you've gotten yourself into. I think it's going to take more than, oh God, help us. I would probably get on your hands and knees and pray. I mean, if that's your thing, please do all that too. But I would suggest you probably start seeking an attorney that is actually going to represent you. But do you?
isn't he? Okay. I'm not
What is that?
afraid. That doesn't scare me in the least little bit.
I'm not afraid. That's her takeaway. I'm not afraid. I'm petrified. Like, she's not scared. No fucking fear here. No regrets. She's living with no regrets.
Nope.
I don't know exactly what you want from me. I'm not going to give you a response. I read the post. There you go. That's all you're getting from me.
Oh, you gave us a response, whether you realize it or not. You just gave us a response. You did. That says scared shitless all over it. I would be too.
No reaction.
Mm-mm.
And man,
No.
get Locker. What's up with you, hon, tonight?
What's wrong?
Did she just take a deep breath?
I
Let me
wanted you
see.
to post and I didn't get a chance to see it.
Hey, Kimmy Lou.
You need to run to the restroom. Bubble gut's getting you. I mean, that happens.
Good to see you.
Huh.
We don't want you to leave.
Huh.
What is going on?
Distract.
Where
I'm
is she?
telling you. Chat's flying. I didn't
I
get to see her.
can't, yeah, I can't find it. I tried to go back.
Problem.
They're desperate. They're fucking desperate for a distraction. Fucking desperate. Brittany, even getting my tattoo on my wrist yesterday, that was painful. But I think I'm hearing a little pain in your voice.
Did you
Consequences of your own actions.
get to read it? Do you know what it said? Reality?
No, I just seen what Marlena said.
Oh, okay.
Esther, I can see you, honey. Can you repost it, Nan, so she can read it?
Liberty, there is nothing better than ink therapy, truly.
Please? And thank you.
And yes, I will be proudly one of these tattooed 85-year-old women with tattoos on my hands. You're damn right and proud of it. And anybody that thinks tattoos are trashy, your opinion doesn't matter. You don't control my life. Just joking. You who said that? Never say never. You can't really see it right now. Hold on. Let me show you guys just because I got brought up. And I do really like it, but you can't really see it. I'll just show you guys really quick. It's in the beginning of this. I did show my arm some. But let me show you guys. So it's wrapped up, so you can't really see what's going on here because it's got tegaderm and it's leaking. But I can show you a picture. We're finishing and redoing my sleeve. The guy is completely not redoing it, but just taking what was originally there and fixing it and making it like doing more shading. So he'll do the mandalas and then all the way up my arm and on the back, he's connecting everything. So that's that. That's what I spent all day yesterday doing. And I loved every minute of it. It was so nice. Back to
Oh,
Yeah.
she did. She got blocked for defending you in clues.
Oh, who Get Locker did?
Yeah.
Oh, Get Lockered. I'm sorry. I'm really
What?
sorry.
Mohawk. What? Read Mohawk's comment.
He said people told her she does not belong in the true crime community. Don't listen to that mess.
That's rude.
Don't listen to that. Get Lockered. If you hear this, don't go over there and even try. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your energy. It's not worth your pain. It's not worth your tears. They are not worth any of that.
We appreciate you here. And we're about
And
true
I mean,
crime.
consider the source, you know?
Yeah.
People, when she was calling me ugly and calling me,
Get Lockered, just so you know, that's not the true crime community. It's not. It's the drama community. It's okay. But don't let anybody tell you that's where you are to begin with. You're not in the true crime community. So there's that.
fat and all these
I mean, BJ tells everybody over and over again. She keeps saying it to herself. I'm true crime. I'm true crime. Hoping that someday it's like rubbing the genie bottle. If you rub it enough, maybe it'll come true. She continues to say, I am a real true crime. You know how Peter Pan says, I'm a real boy. I'm real true crime. It's not coming true though. It keeps landing short.
horrible names. People were constantly coming to me, you know, concerned that I was hurt and you know, because she had said some really bad stuff about my mom, you know, how my mom effed my mom for not going to the clinic and getting rid of me. When she said all that, people came to me. You know what I said? Look at her. Look
you did
at
not
her.
hurt- You didn't hurt Brit.
Can we get back to the filing here? You notice how this distraction, everybody getting what they're saying? She is doing anything possible to distract from what is she just read. Anything and everything to distract from what is being said. And let me just, we're gonna watch some of this stream. We're gonna end out with a majority of this stream, but we're gonna do a little pop in layout here in a moment. But she is distracting from what she just read. She is trying everything to not address this.
Channel. No, you did not get locked.
Not at all. No, ma'am. No, no, no.
You're part of the family, and we're going to get back to business. We're not going to get distracted.
No.
Again, definition of a cult. I'm sorry. I'm going to continue to say this because people need to wake up. You guys are grown adults, free thinking adults. All of these people that falsely inflate you with we're family, you know, don't go here. Don't Betty. We heard the fucking, and it landed short. These people are trying, your family, you belong here. It's trying to control the thought process. All of it. These people are strangers on the internet. It's a parasocial relationship. Let's say what it is. But unfortunately, that's how these communities form. And they're toxic as fuck. Because there will never be a day that it's family. If family sits around and cuts down victims going through their worst times all night long, you want that family? I mean, that's your chosen family? Okay, people.
You're absolutely fine, love. You guys all are, it's fine. Everybody's good. Hey, sweet sativa. You have to have thick skin if you're going to entertain the Oh, ain't that the truth, sweet sativa? That is 100% fact. You do. You absolutely do have to have thick skin. Gypsy says,
Chasing's watching. She's catching up to us. Chasing, when you get to here. When you get to here, just wait till today's.
they will not listen to anyone. You are in good company, Get Lockered. You are right there with Lore Lodge. Yes. Absolutely.
Huh? Huh? Oh, Lore Lodge, Boar Lodge.
We got this. Everything's good.
It's all good.
All right. So let's go ahead and let me bow out of this.
Let me bow out of this. Everything she can do to distract. We're not going to talk about this. We're not going to admit this. You guys, we went through again part 6. Granny played some of it today. There are clips of these people cheering and like patting each other on the back and trying to use Castor's name to intimidate. If you continue to talk about this, you're going to jail. And Castor's representing these. And you know who Castor is. He's a Trump attorney and blah, blah, blah. We ran through a bunch of it. Granny played some of it today. It's part 6 on my timeline of the Rico timeline. We've got multiple timelines going on. Go watch it. It is crazy. There's a reason why she's not wanting to go down this hole.
Monstrosity. We'll look at some of the stuff that Mob Crew did tonight, but first and foremost,
there's a reason why Mob Crew took his video down from last night. I was going to review that today too. Chapped. Oh, chapped. Don't let him hide. Thank you for the support. She's just over here clicking buttons. This is like, where do I go from here? What?
All right, let me see real quick.
I love this.
All right, let's pull this back. Oh, please. All right, we are gonna kind of venture over to, I think, where I want to start tonight. We're actually going to use some assess words.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, let's go and see what's going on over here. So SF actually posted. He's been on a posting thing for like 15, probably more hours, more than 15 hours actually. So let me share this post here from X so you guys can see what we're talking about. So she read this 20 hours ago. This is from SF, the post that BJ just read. But then SF goes on to state more stuff. So then Nick responded. Nick responded with this. Make sure, yeah, you guys can see everything I'm doing. Okay. So then Nick says, I can unequivocally state that Stephen Fisher is an immature fool who should not be a private investigator since he just unequivocally confirmed the exact opposite of what my attorney told me. People kept bothering me. Yeah, like SF investigates, stalking is more like it. To date, you haven't provided a scintilla of a receipt. So Nick posts this email, supposedly. Maybe Betty will get her coloring book out again and her little triangles and circles again, and they'll find something with this one. So it says At Night Media, and it's talking about the case. The case number is there. Bruce Castor to Nick. It's blinked out, and we're supposed to believe all this shit is confirming something. I remember how this happened. You did not steal my identity, and I will tell anyone who asks that I am still your lawyer, and I am Dog's lawyer, just not for this case. People kept bothering me. That's the only thing we're allowed to see. So this is Nick's proof, but once again, it states that who asks, I'm still your lawyer and I'm Dog's lawyer, just not for this case. So once again, the problem is Castor was represented in their press release, part 6, and I'll show you guys that, that Castor was in fact the plaintiff's attorney in this specific case. So that's what Nick came back at SF over. So then SF 3 hours ago comes back and says, today I served a Rule 1026, notice and demand on all plaintiffs, Lesniak and Bruce Castor. This step is required before filing for monetary sanctions. It will not result in the dismissal of the countersuits. I hope the YouTube content was worth the price they will pay. So I'm going to show these on screen. And then Granny actually talked about stuff today. So if you haven't checked out Granny's stream from today, I highly encourage you to do so. I didn't get to watch it until after it was over with, but we're going to look at just a little section of that where Granny reads her new attorneys. Thank God she's got this new attorney. I absolutely adore this guy, and some of the responses, the back and forth there. So this says SF January 14th is this. It says, Dear Attorneys Lesniak and Castor, pursuant to Rule 1023-1 of the Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedure, this letter serves as a formal written notice and demand regarding the plaintiff's motion for leave to amend complaint and the subsequent filings associated with this matter. Upon review, the filings are defective, misleading, and appear to violate Rule 1023.1 for the reasons outlined below. Failure to include the amended complaint. The plaintiff's motion for leave to amend is defective as it does not include the proposed amended complaint, contrary to procedural requirements. The omission of this document prevents meaningful review and demonstrates a lack of diligence in the filing process, violating Rule 1023.1. Although filing was defective, I was included as a new defendant in the motion filing. Therefore, I have a standing to file a Rule 1023.1 motion for sanctions against all plaintiffs if necessary. Number 2, frivolous and senseless claims. Paragraphs 346 through 348 of the complaint assert baseless RICO allegations without establishing the essential elements such as a structured enterprise, predicate acts, or a nexus between the alleged acts and the enterprise activities. Additionally, paragraphs 349 through 350 seek injunctive relief that is speculative and lacks evidentiary support. These claims violate Rule 1023.1. You guys, this is all just formality stuff. I don't know where it's going to land, but this is what SF is filing. Again, it's pretty clear from all of even Nick's response that Castor is not representing these people. But SF is filing things to further that. But Granny's attorney, who Granny is an actual plaintiff, there was something requested of the court to amend and add SF, which never happened. But Granny's attorney, we're going to get to that response in just a minute, because that's really important. Baseless injunction request. Oh, wait, you can read through all these. These claims violate Rule 1023, which require factual contentions to have evidentiary support and legal arguments to be warranted by existing law. Baseless injunctive request, paragraph 3 of the injunction broadly seeks to silence media figures and restrict communications without substantiating the harm alleged. Paragraph 5 demands the removal of the online content and certification of compliance, which is disproportionate and lacks clarity on how it serves any legitimate aim. These demands violate Rule 1023.1, A1 and A3, as they are overly broad and unsupported by evidence. Number 4, misrepresentation of attorney representation. The inclusion of attorney Bruce L. Castor Jr. as co-counsel in the complaint and related filings is inconsistent with his written denial of involvement. This misrepresentation present in the caption, signature block, and related materials is an improper attempt to lend undue credibility to the plaintiff's case and intimidate opposing parties, violating Rule 1023.1. That's a big one. A big one. Fraudulent filing and abusive process, paragraphs 134 through 135 allege fraudulent fundraising efforts, yet these claims lack substantiation and fail to meet the evidentiary standards required under Rule 1023.1. Further, the inclusion of fantasy, basically, these fancy words that are not going to come out of my mouth today, and unsupported claims such as kidnapping and use of truth serum, paragraph 70 through 71, demonstrates the frivolous and abusive nature of this filing. Goes on, violating rule, demand for correction in accordance with Rule 1023.1. You are hereby formally notified and demanded to withdraw or appropriately correct the motion for leave to amend complaint to include the proposed amended complaint and address its procedural deficiencies. Number 2, provide a written clarification to the court and all parties correcting the misrepresentation regarding Bruce L. Castor Jr.'s involvement in this case. Number 3, amend or withdraw any portion of the complaint, motion, or other filings that are frivolous, unsupported by law, or submitted for an improper purpose, specifically including but not limited to the portions identified above. Number 4, provide a response addressing the specific deficiencies noted above and outlining corrective actions taken. Abusive process and potential consequences, and then certification. You can go on and read this if you would like to, but that is what SF added to this as of 3 hours ago. But we're going to take a little look-see-loo over to Granny's watching. Will one of my mods post Granny's link in the chat, please, for me, if you would? So this is Granny's stream from today. We're not going to play the whole thing. I asked her if I could play this specific part. She said yes, but I encourage you to go listen to the whole thing because Granny is a defendant in this case. She has actual involvement. These are things that are directly impacting her life that people continue to lie on over and over. And I think it's very important to hear what she has to say. So let's take a look.
In that regard has occurred as of this date. This was January.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to back this up. Sorry.
And exploitation, which does not exist in the Commonwealth. It's not even a real thing. So much for such a credentialed attorneys. Not even a real thing. But okay. Okay. To be clear, the real quote unquote targets legally are going to be these plaintiffs.
Granny, if you can, that would be fine. Then I can read it too. I really encourage you guys. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I can read it. Sure. 100%. Oh, you guys, I just got a text from my little one. They're able to text now. And she said, Mom, when I get home, I need you to sign my sheet for science. I said, okay, love you. Oh, she's so cute though. She doesn't call me mom very often. They're allowed to call me whatever they want. That's why that's important to me. Anyways, sorry. But I really encourage you guys to go watch this stream. It's very interesting.
And the attorneys that placed their name on a bogus filing. Accordingly, we urge you to officially remove your name. Moreover, acting officially will quiet these plaintiffs that continue to assert your involvement. What would be an example of that, you may ask? I don't know. Nick's latest post where he puts a 90% blocked out communications with Castor. Oh, I know. A lot of people did, Choo-Choo. A lot of people did. And I knew immediately there's no way somebody like Castor put their name on this. Matter of fact, I called looking for attorneys and happened to land across Fandier's desk where I spoke to somebody who is a colleague who works in the same office who also didn't believe Castor's name was put on this.
That's a huge thing. So when she was calling around looking for representation, people don't realize that there's other colleagues. It's not a very big area. And in the legal world, people know each other. So when she was calling, seeking consultations, other people were like, wait, what? What? There's no way. Like, he's not on this. That's got to be a confusion. I dropped Granny's channel in the link too. You guys go check out the stream from today. I'm going to read this. She just sent it to me. I'm going to read it to you. But I really still encourage you to go watch this because she talks about a lot of other things and more of what's going on. And there's ways to support her in the journey and stuff all provided in there too.
Regardless, getting to the bottom of what has occurred and why this issue has not been resolved is our primary concern. No filing a request for an amended complaint removing your name on that said filing does not resolve the issue. Do you all remember when they sought the court's permission to file an amended complaint?
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
You guys remember that?
Yep.
And we all noticed that Castor's name was left off of it.
Yep.
Well, we're going to get further into why that was not good enough in just a minute.
All right. I'm going to read this now because Granny sent it to me. So I'm not going to be showing it, but I'm going to be reading it. Oh, it's a lengthy one. Okay, here we go. So it's got all the proper heading and everything of that nature. It goes on to say, Dear former General Castor, please be advised this office now represents Granny in the above referenced manner. As you are aware, your clients are requesting an injunction to squelch Miss Granny's watching, free speech while filing a civil action complaint alleging RICO violations and other baseless causes of action. Oh God, there's a bunch of big words in here that are legal jargon that I'm going to butcher. Okay, but buckle up. Layman's terms. After my... What? Hold on. I need the translate button. What does it say?
Perusal.
Perusal. I don't like these documents. Of the filed, after my perusal of the filed documents, it was beyond the pale that you would be involved in such representation, let alone allow your name to be used in poorly drafted documents. Recently, you asserted that your non-involvement in this case, see Exhibit 1 attached here too. Your claimed non-involvement was oh, yeah, I'm going to butcher this shit. I don't like this.
Reiterated.
Reiterated again, wherein you asserted that you were not representing Dwayne Chapman in Pennsylvania. See Exhibit 2, attached here too. Yet the filing makes no distinction as to what party you were misunderstood to represent, if any. The filings and other communications speak for themselves, and they set forth you are representing all plaintiffs. Your name being purposely placed on filings goes way beyond indication otherwise is in error. See Exhibit 1, attached here too. The real question is how a respected attorney would allow his name to be mistakenly placed on a filing without ensuring immediate remedy hereto is incredulous. Further, it is incomprehensible that your inclusion in the suit was a misunderstanding. See Exhibit 2, attached here too. Are you asserting you were unaware of the attachment of the press conference notice to these filings? See Exhibit 3. And that is, let me grab this really quick, because what he's talking about is specifically, sorry, I will reread this. This gives me like bubble guts because this is really big legal jargon. Some of it's just basic words, but it makes me nervous because this is such a fucking big deal. Okay, let me show you what he's talking about here. He's talking about this press release that At Night sent out to their team. And it says in this press release right here, let me show you guys, pull this up, that Castor is their representation. It says right here, legal counsel for the plaintiffs includes attorney Joseph P. Lesniak, Esquire, and Bruce L. Castor Jr. Okay, back to the document. But that is what he is referencing by that. It says, let us review. Prior to the suit filing, you appeared with Dwayne Chapman on News and Crime hosted by Vinnie Politan, Esquire, and made it clear you thought litigation was an option to thwart discourse on a missing child case. If public discourse was hampering an investigation, then clearly the law enforcement agencies investigating the missing child could certainly make such a claim known. They did not. In fact, law enforcement is known to use the press and other mediums for their purposes, but it is not okay when those are posturing a contrarian position to your clients. Sorry, guys, this is really tiny lettering, so I'm zooming in on my phone. Talking points of an opposing view may affront some, but they're certainly not actionable. Of course, any purported law enforcement agency would not attempt infringement on free speech. More so, they often request assistance from the public, not imploring them to cease unprotected discussions. Make no mistake, under the logic postulated by these plaintiffs, no one should be talking about a missing child case on any news media, whether it be primary or secondary outlet. Imagine you and your clients bringing such claims against Nancy Grace, Esquire, during, for example, the Casey Anthony case that was talked about by her every night, using the court system to silence individuals engaging a personal, I want to say that's anus, but it's not. It's not anus. Amnius? Amnibus? I don't know what that word is. Battle without basis in law. It is abusive process at a minimum. See Exhibit 4 attached here too. Take heed. Neither you nor your clients are the determiner of what connotates public discourse. More directly, your clients will not infringe on Granny's free speech rights, whether your client's feelings are hurt by contrarian positions. This guy, it's not anus. It's really not. It's not anus. Shut it in the chat. I told you guys, legal documents are something I stay away from. Yes. Animus. Yes, Bree, that's the word. See, this is why I don't do this. It's anus. You guys are funny. Take heed. Neither you nor your clients are the determiner of what connotates public discourse. More directly, your clients will not infringe on Granny's free speech rights, whether your client's feelings are hurt by contrarian positions. Be advised, certain plaintiffs in this action still assert you are their attorney. Did you form an attorney-client relationship with any of these individuals concerning this case? Of course, if you claim no such relationship formed, then we will seek discovery in the regard for a non-protected communications involving you and these plaintiffs. Be advised of my next comment will be PA-R.civ.P.1023.1. That is what SF was using is the 1023.1 letter. You and attorney Lesniak can then decide the liable party for bringing an action that will never meet a civil RICO claim or a cause of action for harmful misinformation or exploitation, which does not exist in this Commonwealth. See Exhibit 3 attached here too. To be clear, the real targets legally are going to be these plaintiffs and the attorneys that place their names on bogus filings. See Exhibit 3 attached here too. Accordingly, we urge you to officially remove your name. Moreover, acting officially will quiet these plaintiffs that continue to assert your involvement. Regardless, getting to the bottom of what has occurred and why this issue has not been resolved is our primary concern. No filing a request for an amended complaint and removing your name. Next page. On that said filing does not resolve the case, especially since no decision in that regard has occurred as of this date. We all know that this action should be withdrawn immediately. As you are aware, within 20 days after the complaint was filed, an amended complaint could have been filed without leave. Why did Attorney Lesniak delay? If your name being added was a mistaken occurrence, of course Attorney Lesniak could have withdrawn the lawsuit without prejudice and refiled as another remedy avenue. The serious nature of this misunderstanding should be resolved forthwith. See Exhibit 2. Without a doubt, a simple I'm going to butcher that one too, to withdraw, as stated, would accomplish settling this issue. However, we believe there is more going on and look forward to getting the answers we need. Next, be advised, in my research, the actual format of the filings with your name on them mimics stylistically the Freedom of Information Act requests made by one of your plaintiffs. My belief is one or more of your clients drafted this nonsensical drivel and never thought these defendants would fight back. The fight has just begun, and we are not going to rest until justice is met. Sir, from Becky over here, nonsense, you know, the one that can't read your nonsensical drivel. It's not nonsensical drivel at all, but can you next time, can you lay it out in easier words for me? It's drivel, drivel. I got that one right. But can we have something for layman's like me that don't read legal jargon? That would be great. Thank you. Sincerely, nonsense. Just joking. This is great, though. The fight has just begun, and we are not going to rest until justice is met. Their nonsensical drivel. Well, absolutely. Yep. Drivel bullshit. Not, and he said nonsensical drivel. I want to read this paragraph one more time because I want this to really hit. This guy ain't fucking around. I like this guy. I don't understand his big words, but I like this guy, okay? Hold on 1 second. Dog's going to bark. Never mind. He didn't even bark at them yet. He will in a second, though. So if he barks, we'll get it. Okay. I'm going to read that paragraph one more time because I think it's just amazing. Next, be advised, in my research of the actual format of the filings with your name on them mimics stylistically the Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests made by one of your plaintiffs. In my opinion, if I'm going rogue here, that means FOIA requests that Nick has filed previously. Could be. It doesn't say the name, but that's what my assumption is. My belief is one or more of your clients drafted this nonsensical drivel and never thought these defendants would fight back. The fight has just begun, and we are not going to rest until justice is met. Ugh. Go attorney. Go attorney. Since Dwayne Chapman has asserted he is taking the search for Sebastian Rogers to Delaware County, Pennsylvania, please advise us to whether you will be representing his interests in our planned deposition, not disposition, deposition. For your edification, we plan to start discovery immediately, and your client will be the first to undergo a sifting and thorough examination. As a courtesy, you can provide amenable dates of availability for deposition. If we do not receive potential dates, we will just send a notice of deposition and compel his attendance in person, since, again, he will be in the area. Thereafter, we will work on exposing the mendacity of these plaintiffs, such as At Night Media, LLC. You know, opinions of news media or other outlets have no impact on any search for a missing child. We anxiously await proof of what actual efforts you were thwarted by comments on the internet by Granny. If it was easy to thwart search efforts by opinions on YouTube, fugitives could just wage internet campaigns to stop law enforcement in their tracks. Such a prostration is preposterous. Most importantly, this whole case is a grift that does not belong in any court of law, and you know it. The lack of your plaintiffs engaging in day-to-day efforts to locate a missing child will also be exposed, along with the highly annotated false statements being used to, oh gosh, Granny, this guy. Chemically, it's not chemically, and it's not anus again, but it's chemically make out a RICO claim. This is a fraudulent campaign over feelings, and there is not one iota of evidence to support any plausible cause of action. Ooh. Besides me and my anus words, this is a great letter. I mean, truly. Finally, if any of these meretricious charlatans wish to play their games, such as swatting myself or this office, or engage in any other lunatic YouTube. What is that? It looks like this guy. Machinations. He brought out all the fucking words. He brought out the whole thesaurus in this letter and fucked me up. Machinations. You will be held responsible along with Attorney Lesniak for not warning against such conduct. We will not be cowed. Believe me. Lawfare is that monster. It threatens us all. A point you are aware. Be guided accordingly. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention here too. We ask that you contact the office at email address for the fastest response concerning these issues. And besides my fuckery of not being able to pronounce English words because, you know, I'm that jackass, that is a freaking letter. Machinations. Yep. Machinations. We got through that. It was tough, but we got it. Charlatans. Yeah, he named them charlatans. Yeah, exactly, Granny. Bring it on, motherfuckers, and lay me on terms. Yeah, this guy might just win the award for not many men on YouTube excite me, and this guy isn't on YouTube, but there is something about a well-educated, freaking smart man that uses terms that I don't even know how to pronounce. There's just something about it. Now Kyle's going to get out of thesaurus and be like, come let me talk dirty to you. And he's going to say all these words to me, and I'm going to be like, what the hell are you saying? I don't know. Okay. I'm going to read you a response. And then we're going to go back to playing another video. This is the response that he got. Thank you for your email. I have nothing to do with this case. I represent Mr. Chapman in another matter in the state of Texas. I never entered an appearance nor signed a pleading. My understanding was that an amended complaint was filed that did not have my name on it. Any hint of my participation was simple mistake on Mr. Lesniak's part. While I continue to enjoy a cordial relationship with him, that might change if he does not take steps to ensure I am no longer bothered with this. As you allude to, I take great care to guard my reputation acquired over 40 years at the bar. I very much like being able to appear anywhere in the Commonwealth and indeed around the nation and receive respect and credibility. Anything affecting that upsets me very much. If I need to come to court in Delco and repeat all of this, I will do so. Otherwise, you may show this email to any judge you wish. Even an esteemed former colleague of mine is representing the Commonwealth, such as Mr. Lesniak, is capable of making a mistake. That is all my purported involvement is. I regret any inconvenience this may have put you to. Regards, Bruce. Oops. Well, oopsie. Sorry about that. Oopsie. Ooh, there's something about, and you guys, this guy is like a Granny's attorney, just to give, like, we can all have a visual, right? I'm sure he's happily married and stuff, and he's probably going to be like, I'm going to sue that bitch for just even talking about me in this way. But a well-educated man that uses big words, like big words. Can you imagine on the stand in a tux, or not in a tux, in a suit, straight fitted, you know, like proper fitting attire, not like the wool suits from the 1970s. Ooh, can you imagine being in that courthouse? I bet there'd be a lot of ladies drooling, maybe even some men. I mean, there's something about a well-dressed man that uses big words. Kyle, control your women. Kyle's a smart mo. Kyle's a really smart mofo. That's why Kyle's not only handsome, but he's a smart mofo. He just, yeah. Breaking chains. That's one of the reasons. All right. So let's, I found it to be funny because after all of this was going on, you know that the green team had more to say. So let's go to Betty. Let's go to Betty because Betty just did a stream probably about
Public viewing of
probably about 2.5 hours ago. So I want you to hear what she has to say though. So now that we've seen all this, yeah. Ugh, I'm just so happy. This Castor shit pissed me off so bad because this is a big deal. And all of them like trying to part themselves from it. Nah, you get to sit right where you are.
anywhere between February 5th and February 26th. I'm conflicted on this. I know people are telling me that it's February 26th and law enforcement has confirmed it's February 26th. But when you go back to the statements of law enforcement, what are they telling us? They've got no scent. They've got no video evidence, and they got no eyewitnesses of this child walking out of the home. So was this child last seen on the 25th, or was this child last seen on the 26th? And if this child was last seen on the 26th, where? Because for almost a year, law enforcement.
I'm playing it with context, so you're going to get about 3 minutes that don't really have anything, but you'll see where it lands.
Basically been telling us there's no scent, there's no video, and there's no eyewitness seeing this young boy. So who would have seen him? I mean, we're crossing off the list, checkboxing any possibility of confirmation for this child on the 26th. So in one hand, we have law enforcement telling us that this child has been missing and last seen on the 26th. And as far as, confirm that, I think I saw some screenshots being passed around social media where somebody reached out to TBI, and TBI corroborated that it was the 26th. But again, we've been told by those same people that this child hasn't been seen on any camera by any scent dogs or by any actual person. So when was he seen on the 26th?
And
I've
got another part to read to you guys after we let Betty unravel a little bit, and then I'll throw in the other part of it. Let's let Betty unravel, though. We're going to speed her up, though, just so everybody knows. She's going to sound a little bit more unhinged than normal.
Confirmed time that any of us have about this child. Now, I don't want to, speak out of turn. I don't know if that's, long story short, the last public viewing of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was the Texas Roadhouse. That's been recently released. We know that there's been 5 CPS reports that has been revealed, and also the mom and stepdad looking into facilities for Sebastian as far back as October of 2022. None of these things in the current situation look good. Now, if this child wasn't missing, I think that this would go through whatever legal process for like the 5 CPS reports it would be. But, and everybody may be not found doing anything wrong. I don't know. But it doesn't look good that people have been working so hard to try to remove this child from their home as far back as October 2022, also has 5 CPS reports, and also has a child missing. Those things don't really look good, okay? They just don't. So these people hired.
And by the way, when we're done with this part and reading, we still got more to go because, I like to go out with a bang, and BJ did more foolish shit in her stream last night that kind of wraps into this whole, even similar things to what Betty's talking about.
Or elicited help for whatever value that was, whether it's, they go on their channels and, but I went to Chlamydia's channel, and, every single one of her channels, shows, it has hashtag Sebastian Rogers in it. And I can tell you, I can go into almost every one of her shows, and barely 2 minutes of the entire show's time is actually designated to Sebastian. So I'm just, it's very disheartening to see this stuff, but we're also realizing that the people surrounding the mom and stepdad aren't good people and are lying. And what brought this up is because the unscrupulous PI has been on this diatribe for weeks now that, in the RICO case, there's an attorney that was fraudulently added and states that he has this letter. And I've said it looks fake to me. I don't know where he got it. All I know is Bruce Castor I was never under the impression he was my attorney,
Then why did you say that you had attorney-client privilege? Then why did you say that, Betty? We heard her say that. If you just got here, back it up. In the beginning of this, we heard her say that she couldn't talk about this. Attorney-client privilege. And then she admits that it's not her attorney. So which is it there, Bets?
But he's been going on this to make this case look bad or try to devalue what's going on inside that case. And so all of these lies for at least a month just got stopped yesterday or maybe it was earlier today, with Nick posting the email from Bruce Castor, which in all fairness, I wouldn't have advised him to do that. I don't engage in providing receipts to people that have no receipts.
All right. Let me let me remind you of what she's referencing here of Nick's receipt. So Nick's receipt just got trumped. Nick's little receipt here doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, it's pretty much sorry, but it says right here. I remember how this happened. You did not steal my identity, and I will tell anyone who asks that I am still your lawyer, and I am Dog's lawyer, just not for this case. I mean, it's pretty clear. Betty doesn't understand the term receipts, though. That's obvious. And we just got receipts that trump all of that.
But either way, I think it's important to know that once again, this unscrupulous PI is caught lying. And I truly believe he's caught lying again when he's talking, when he was on panel and talking about whether or not he has contact with law enforcement. We know that Hong with At Night challenged him on that. And while I don't want to get into the weeds, I think it's important for truth and transparency that these people have been caught lying about many, many things throughout this process. When are people going to start realizing that these are lies, which is i.e. for misrepresentation, misinformation, and disinformation? Why would anybody need to lie if that's the truth? And they're being caught in these lies over and over again, week from week. And it seems like their audience is moving the goalpost and trying to justify the lie from one lie to the next. Here's a good example of what I'm talking about. This is on Chronicles of the Shady. I never in a million years ever thought Chronicles of the Shady would ever be debuted on the Bullhorn Betty channel. But this goes to credit of Chronicles of the Shady.
Again, pure distraction technique. So she can't talk about what is actually happening with this filing and Nick's receipt over here and Castor being touted as their legal representation. You guys, this whole stream is filled with one after another of these people getting this press release that says in the Media Pennsylvania October 18th paragraph, the bottom line says, legal counsel for plaintiffs includes attorneys Joseph P. Lesniak, Esquire, and Bruce L. Castor Jr. This was sent out by At Night Intelligence Agency. Like, there is no confusion here of what is going on. His name is also in the filing. It is everywhere, and they know it. Betty doesn't want to talk about that, so it's once again, distract, distract, distract. But you can go through. This is like 6 hours long. But he's on the heading. Let me pull that part. Hold on. Let me get to that little piece of it. Here. Oh, here you go. Ah.
Bella walked by.
Yeah.
Whiskey went to go rub on her. And then she walked to the door. Whiskey followed her. And then she was just pacing back and forth. And Whiskey kept following her.
Right there. Right there. His name is on the heading of the filing. Not only that, but it was in that stupid press release that they tried to use. Betty don't want to talk about that, though. She wants to deflect over to this SF with law enforcement. SF is a PI. He's not law enforcement at the end of the day. His involvement really doesn't matter. Granny's attorney, who is an actual plaintiff on this, SF has filed stuff in it. Totally fine. But Betty's trying to distract from that. But we're going to skip past that. Again, you can have your own thoughts and opinions on SF, whatever, and his involvement. But she's trying to distract away from what is actually happening here.
Contact with him. He can call them, blah, 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 blah. Carter. Guys, we got to watch that again. I'm sorry. It's hilarious to me. I think you should put some circus music behind it. Hindsight. Whenever you create the video, it needs to have the circus behind it, and it needs to have like a clown juggling in the corner as you're playing it. And like
a lot of people, Granny, are being misled. The only defendants are Granny and Barbecue at this point in time. There is numerous plaintiffs, but the only defendants currently are Granny and Barbecue. And the whole thing is freaking ridiculous because all of the green team, people that aren't defendants, got this press release and all told everybody that Castor was representing the plaintiffs. It's right there. But they don't want to talk about that. They want to distract.
really give it the circus feel and vibe. Hindsight's ready to smack me. I can already tell. Hindsight's already starting to side eye Betty. She's like, huh? All right, let's get back to this. I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun with this. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm having way too much fun with this. I'm having more fun with this than I should.
She's having fun with this, distracting from the actual things that she doesn't want to talk about. She wants to play clips that have to do with SF, which has nothing to do at the baseline. Really, I mean, yes, he made a motion, he put stuff in, and he is calling shit out, but he's not a defendant. Betty wants to distract over there and say this. She always goes after SF.
Oh, the deception detective's not here. And I hate speaking on anyone's behalf. And I might be totally wrong. And I might be called out for it. But I honestly believe that if the deception detective was here right now, he would say,
nice try, but you're a liar, 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 liar. Nice try, but you're a liar.
I don't know why I'm having so much fun with that clip. I really don't. I really don't. Maybe I'm having a little too much.
You are having a little too much fun, considering that this is a big deal, and you guys falsely represented an attorney that's not representing the plaintiffs, and you're one of those plaintiffs. You've also falsely represented this whole filing as a federal filing. It's not that either.
Fun with it. I think it's because of the constant just the embarrassment that has been going on with this team of people here that has just like literally broken loose on social media, like literally broken loose on social media. Now you got Hong.
She switched her screen to Hong. More deflections by Betty.
What happened to Shady Fake PI at, been too quiet today. Have you guys noticed how over the last couple days, he's only like had 1 or 2 posts, but for like weeks and months prior to this, go look at his Twitter page. He had no problem. I noticed a couple things were missing. Did you guys notice that a few things disappeared off of his X page whenever we went over the rules and laws of the state of Tennessee? I thought that was funny. So anyways, now they're talking about he ain't your average old dude with a magnifying glass. He got an orange backpack, and he's the real deal, a private eye deep in the woods, heading for deer bones. And it goes, keep your eye. Let's open it up and see. Keep your eyes peeled. This old man is about to uncover some deep secrets. Stay tuned. I don't know why
I don't find it anything funny about Hong and Nick and being this supposed intelligence agency that are asking people that are in desperate need for answers of missing loved ones to pay them upwards of $500,000 for a retainer, and their company will represent them playing games like this. I don't find anything comical about this in any way, shape, or form. I don't find anything funny about this being done to Sebastian Rogers' family and or to the defendant, Granny's watching. None of it. I don't find it funny what's being done to Barbecue either. Is there questions I have about some of the things that are being accused? Yes. But again, the TikTok shit is way over my head. But there's nothing funny about using a missing child to attack the parents and people that are associated. Nothing funny about it, but she is finding anything funny to deflect from how serious this issue is with Castor.
Getting a kick out of this. I really don't. I'm just a horrible, horrible person. I reckon I'm just a horrible, horrible person. Now, if you guys remember, we're going to get moving on from here. If you guys just remember not too long ago, I said I wanted to hear the audio, this audio that's kind of out there. And somebody sent me the Mob Crew clip of the audio. And I got to say that because I've listened to several of them from different people. And this one seemed to be the most.
Oh, yay. Back to the fucking audio, that power of suggestion. If you sit there long enough, you can hear Justin's an ass, watch your ass. Yeah, here we go. Wash, rinse, repeat, distractions. We don't have nothing here. We don't want them to look over here and realize how deep a shit we're actually in and pulling stuff out of our ass. So here we're going to distract with more fake audio.
Clear. And while you can't, it's really garbled, but the one thing I can say is it's like I can hear Chris's voice. I can't make out 100% of what he's saying, but I can hear the stepdad's voice in this.
For anybody that's new to this audio, Spanky did this weeks ago. We talked about it weeks ago when they did this. His audience was salivating. Supposedly it's been sent to the law enforcement by one of the psychics.
And, is it true? Is it not true? Where did this audio come from? That I can't tell you. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not true. I just got my hands on it and I wanted you guys to hear it. I'm not going to make an assumption on this. I don't know. But what I can tell you is I can't really hear a whole lot on it. I can hear certain words made out, but it surely does sound like Chris's voice. It really does. So I figured I'd play it for you. That's just my personal opinion. There's just a few spots that you hear it for me. But at least you guys, if you haven't had a chance to hear it, you can hear it. You can make your determination.
By the way, just so you know, Justin, like I said, is the one that played it initially. And he said he can't even verify where this came from. It's one of the neighbors. One of the neighbors had this audio, but they don't even know who. And the person that has this will not come forward and speak to anybody. This is the standard of what we are doing. And again, I think it was just like 2 nights ago, probably over the weekend, that we went over that. There is nothing to this, but they're going to run with it per team. Go team, go.
I just want to make sure that there is a disclaimer right now. I don't know where this audio came from.
Neither does Spanky, the one that released it, and he admits that. I'm slowing it down so you can hear it in full concept.
I don't know if this is a fake audio. I don't have a way to source this audio to find out where it came from. I have no knowledge.
Yes, Granny, that is factual too. This was tried. I forgot about that. MMO Tarot tried this. MMO Tarot, before she switched her name, tried to add that there was audio that was sent to her supposedly with the video of the lights. She packaged it all together, like the lights and the audio were together. And that was debunked right away, that there was no audio on the video. She got pissed off at the TBI, that she had a whole fucking shit fit. A bunch of us covered that too. But now they are trying to say that here's this audio from outside the house. They don't know which neighbor it came from. Yeah, they've all tried this shit.
Of its origin or how it exists or how it got to people. So you're all going to have to take that into consideration when you're hearing this. Could this be a fake? Yeah, it could. Could this be the real deal? Yeah, it could. I don't know. And I'm not going to make an assessment of it. I'm not going to make an assessment of it.
So listen to this.
Ooh. Let me know how the volume is.
This has got more to it than Justin's. Oh my God, they've all changed it up. Oh, this is just frustrating. This has been debunked, but they're doing anything to deflect from the fact that Castor isn't representing them. And that was all bullshit.
I think this is replaying one more time. So a lot of stuff, it's quite garbled. Yeah, people say go home. So again, you guys know I'm honest with you. I'm not going to put out stuff for clicks. Like, that's not who I am. I want to get to the truth of Sebastian. So I just wanted, because people have asked me about the audio
and that's much the same here. That's why.
Bullshit, mob crew. Bullshit. I called you out like 6 freaking months ago at this point, it seems like, when you first came into this and you were doing anything for clicks and views, making up random theories and things with the lights that were never there. You ran with it, used yourself, you clipped your own little videos down and then would reuse them in the start every time. Bullshit grifter. Sorry, calling it like it is. This man has a GoFundMe, just whatever.
I wanted to have a very, very strong disclaimer on this because, again, we all can hear certain things. I don't have the best of hearing in the world. I can't make out fine, language. It when it's garbled like that, it sounds garbled in my ears. It's hard to differentiate because I'm deaf in one ear. So it makes it difficult. Now, could I make more out if I had headphones on, turn the volume up? Maybe. I haven't gotten there yet. Okay. But I wanted everybody else to have an opportunity to hear it because we've talked about it several times on this channel. And after listening to it, I don't want to say that this is legitimate because I really don't know where it came from. If somebody could identify that this came from so-and-so's video camera and that person says, yes, I'm the one that produced it. I mean, even confidentially to a trusted source, like say Justin for All ICU, if the person came forward and told them that it was their audio, I would believe their word because they have the reason to lie. It doesn't have to be, but I think people need to know where this audio came from. But
oh yeah, that's just great. Send it to ICU or Spanky, who harass the victims in their families. Yeah, that wonderful. Of course you would believe it from them bullshitters. You just told your audience, though, it sounds like Chris. Good try.
But it does, if it
again, nothing but desperation. Let's speed it up and then we're gonna bounce back.
It's true. It could be damaging, right? It could very well be damaging. And it's my understanding that a content creator was reached out to by law enforcement for an audio. And I don't know who that was or what audio they had provided to law enforcement. I just heard about it. So if anybody knows the details of that, please privately send that to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. And for those of you that have my number, if you know about that, you please text me and let me know. So that's kind of where we are with that. Now, after seeing that, I still can't make heads or tails of it, honestly, as to it's, I was hoping it would bring clarity for me as to whether it is true or not. But because it's garbled and a distance away, it does, make me feel like it could possibly be legit because I would think if it was manufactured.
Oh, shut up. She's telling you she doesn't even know where it came from, but all of a sudden it's legit. I'm going to take you back a moment because last night they are scrambling. They are 100% scrambling, but I thought this was really fucking funny too in BJ's stream.
Yeah. Looks like y'all side is effed, sadly. Oh, my Lord. Honey, I ain't worried about that whatsoever. No. Why? Because SF said so? Okay. You know what else SF said? You know what else he said? He said that the green hoodie lady was a guy. He said that Seth Rogers had 8 CPS reports on him. He said he had the same footage. Remember? He said he had the flashlight footage. That turned out to be a lie. Are you really serious? Come on now. Do you think that I take SF Investigates words on anything? No. But, I mean, for the spins and giggles, I guess I can go over and read it.
The confidence in this one.
Why not? But for the trolls coming.
This is called 2 plaintiffs scrambling for air. Scrambling.
In.
How many of you think she's even actually talked to Lesniak? Do you think she's called Lesniak and said, wait, what is going on here? You're my supposed legal counsel. I signed paperwork that I didn't even know what the hell was in this. I only read my little portion, but I signed up for this whole thing. Mr. Lesniak, what is going on here? Do you think she's even done that? Anybody? I'm just curious.
There goes. Mods, let's make sure we get those screenshots, please. We're going to need those for court. Let's get those. Let me get screenshots of you guys.
They're going to need these screenshots of random people going in there saying stuff to her about this is a big deal. She's going to need these for court. Not scared, not afraid, not at all. Okay.
Thank you guys. Y'all are actually showing me, y'all are giving me more evidence. Keep coming in.
So random comments in a public chat by unknown sources is giving you something you just called evidence. Evidence of what? evidence of your stupidity. Is that what we're talking about here?
Every single time they try to bait for a bait for a response. What's that song called? You gets no love. You gets no love from me. No, no, no. Let me block you. Let me block you.
Oh, she's even blocking him, and you're not scared. You're not afraid. You're just petrified.
Lord have mercy. So yes, SF absolutely said that Seth had eight CPS cases on him. Can you believe that? Can you believe that?
I love this. Try to act like she's not scared. This is what I
I have
think.
a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah, wake up. Wake up. Time to pay attention. You're in the big leagues now. You might want to call your attorney that supposedly represents you. Find out what's really going on in the suit that you're a plaintiff in.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Christy Clark, thank you so much for the super chat. That means so. I mean, not that I'm sorry. What am I saying? Super chat. Christy Clark, thank you so much for the 9 months. That means so much to me. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I very much appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead. I think I dropped the link. Let me go ahead and pull up X and get this over with. And I'm gonna tell you.
I'll let this play through again just because I find this to be ironic and quite lovely. We're going to speed it up, but we're also going to let it play into a little bit of what she goes on to say she was doing last night. And it's quite ironic.
I don't know exactly what these people think that they're getting from me, baiting me for a response, but you're not going to get it. So you're wasting your time. You're not going to rain on my parade. I'm not worried one bit because I've done nothing wrong. People are so ignorant. All right, give me a second. Oh, and pull up the X account. All right, let me see. What's going on, Reality Wins? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. Trying to be. I'm looking very much forward to going through. We're going to go through some interviews, ironically, that Seth did. We're going to go through certain segments because tonight I want to piece some stuff together so that we can talk about Sebastian's life before February the 25th. I want to talk about Sebastian's life, and let's take all of the clues that we have from.
Oh, we're not armchair detectiving it again, are we? All the clues that we have?
All of us, from all of the interviews. We take all of the clues from the parents that they told us out of their own mouth, and we're going to piece stuff together, and we're going to talk about Sebastian's life.
Oh, that sounds like a wonderful plan not to do on the internet.
Was Sebastian mistreated? Was he having a hard time? What I can't get over is him being forced to wear diapers. That one is getting me. That one, I have not been able to get that off my mind since last night.
You stupid bitch. They're called incontinence briefs. And you should know that. And you should probably leave it well enough alone on certain things.
There's a clip where Seth talks about how it progressed to where, Chris would get angry if Sebastian came home and he didn't have a pull up on. So we're gonna absolutely talk about it tonight because I've got questions. Hello, Nana.
And Kyle, hello.
Oh, it almost sounded like she was giddy about demeaning Sebastian right there. It almost sounded like she was a little giddy. Let's talk about and see if he was mistreated. Why would you? Let me hit this button.
Been a while.
Oh, hey, Yankee Kyle.
I would have said hello, but I wasn't there.
I know you were backstage. I'm sorry. Pieces needed. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. How's it going, Nana?
It's going okay. I had an anxious day today and didn't get an answer. So all those prayers out there that everybody put, I was in it. So I'm good. Yeah. I just had 2 things I wanted accomplished today and it didn't happen. So maybe unanswered prayers,
There you go.
I love that song.
Some of God's greatest gifts are unanswered prayers. That one?
Yeah.
Yep, that's a pretty song. Some of God's greatest gifts are unanswered. Who sings that? Just because he doesn't answer doesn't mean he don't care.
Is that Garth Brooks?
I think so. Some of God's greatest gifts
Who sings it?
are unanswered prayers. His voice is so deep, it's hard for me to sing that. So hard for me to sing that one.
See, I could do that because I have the low voice.
Oh, I struggle with that one. God help us all. So this is actually a really good question. Why does everyone keep challenging anyone who suspects the Proud Feet and the Green Team? Only your channel is the Green Team. Well, let me explain that one.
That is not my background, by the way. That's something in her background.
My subscriber, we've always called I'm not even talking right, Lord. We've always called my members the green team, but I'm not the only green team. It just so happens that Sebastian's favorite color is green. So when Seth gathered, a large group of people to come together to try to rally and aid in the search for Sebastian's army was born, which also is known as the green team because we throw green hearts in the chat. Sebastian's favorite color was green. So the logos are green. The shirts are green. The wristbands are green. So, i.e. the green team. So yes, the green team is something that my membership is labeled, but when people say the green team, they're not necessarily talking about my channel. They're talking about Sebastian's army.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we also had green light bulbs too for him.
Yeah. So, and to answer your question about why does everyone keep challenging anyone who suspects the proud feet? Well, I think that's because there are a certain group of subscriber creators who have cozied up to the Proudfoots privately, and have discussions with them, and they've been fed a little bit of information to make them feel special, and they go after anybody who dare ask questions regarding the Proudfoots. I mean, it's quite.
In my opinion, I think that everybody has their opinion. One side has their opinion. We have our opinion.
Or the fact that you're putting out blatant misinformation and continue to do that, or the fact that you went as real life as you possibly could and used a missing child's name to file a frivolous filing against somebody on the internet that you've claimed you have problems with and has done all these things, yet you have failed to show any other harassment or anything that would substantiate using a missing child to make such allegations like you did. There's that too.
They may not match, but it's become a big this person and that person and a big fight. So I think it's just an opinion. It's just an opinion. They have theirs, we have ours, and every individual has their opinion. It's not we and they. It's an individual opinion. It's what you believe in and what you see and what you take out of it, and that's just the way it is.
And the way I feel about it is they have presented all this information to us. Therefore, I have an opinion, and I'm going to voice my opinion, and I will say allegedly if necessary. It's not against the law.
Exactly.
My opinion.
We all are entitled to our opinion, 100%. So let's read this because people are losing their minds there. Listen, I'm not stupid. I'm fully aware that you have people coming in here to bait me to speak about the litigation and the filing.
Who had people, name names, who had people specifically going in there to bait you? Come on, Brittany, stop playing the fucking games. You're a fucking grown-up actor.
I'm not stupid. I'm absolutely aware of that. But you're not going to get that from me. Okay, you're not. I will read the post that SF posted, but I've already shared. Ouch, hold on one second. Oh, my leg. Wow, hang on, guys. I just got a bad pain in my leg. Hang on. I forgot what I was saying. What was I just saying? I just got a cramp in my leg.
Along the lines of being baited.
Oh, yeah, I'll share the article or the post, but that's about as much as you're going to get out of me. You're not worth the cramp I just had in my leg. But Opal says, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That's very sweet of you. You were just gifted by Opal again. Please tell her thank you, Opal. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Truly, it means a lot.
Please don't forget to hit the like button, everybody.
Yes, there is 1,200 people in chat tonight. Hello, allegedly innocent. Good to see you.
You need to take more magnesium, people, if you're having leg cramps.
Yes, ma'am. I will keep that in mind.
Do you have bananas?
Yes, ma'am.
Go eat a banana right now.
Well, we're going to let this roll for a minute. And then as soon as she gets done with this part, I'll read the other email that we got.
They're kind of frozen, but I'll make me a smoothie if
that works.
I'll definitely make me a smoothie. All right.
And when I say we, I mean we, the general public, are allowed to hear the slapbacks that are happening, and they are quite epic.
Okay. Hey, Narciso. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Come on in. Come on in.
Actually, I heard if you have pickles, go drink some of the pickle juice too. I like all the home remedies. I don't like medicine. So.
I heard that. Banana. Aw. Okay, chatters. Chatters. All right, let's read what SF has to say. Lord have mercy.
I'm going to call you the channel holder.
Yeah, the channel holders and the chatters.
Bing bong. I'm going to call you the channel holder.
All right, so SF Investigate says, Bruce Castor has formally informed Joseph Lesniak that his name was fraudulently used in connection with the lawsuit. Castor stated unequivocally that none of the plaintiffs, including Hong at Night and Nick at Night, Hong at Night and Nick the Hat, are his clients. He clarified that he only represents Dog in the single matter in Texas. Castor has demanded that Lesniak notify all plaintiffs and parties involved in the suit and inform the court about this misrepresentation. Lesniak is now obligated on behalf of Hong at Night and Nick the Hat to notify the court that they falsely claim Bruce Castor as their counsel when, in fact,
Brittany, you need to read Locker's, get Locker's comment.
All right, hold on 1 second. Falsely claimed that Bruce Castor as their counsel when in fact he was not. Castor also confirmed he had no knowledge of the injunction or complaint filed. This constitutes fraud upon the court. Furthermore, every plaintiff who signed a verification is now liable. That's not true, as they swore under oath to statements without even having a retainer agreement with Castor. Hong knows it's all over, and he's just burning it down before he goes. Jesus. All over, and he's just burning it down before he goes to all the suckers that believed him. It's over. I'm further pressing this complaint against Lesniak and Castor.
Oh
Watch
Lord,
Hong spend 100+ tweets per hour.
help us all, Lord
Oh,
Jesus.
God,
help
he
us
is
all.
he is so bold, isn't he?
Man, we can't even get through a stream. Betty just gave us more. Stay tuned. We got an email to read and a Betty rambling to dissect here in a second.
Okay. I'm not
What is that?
afraid. That doesn't scare me in the least little bit.
Nope.
I don't know exactly what you want from me. I'm not going to give you a response. I read the post. There you go. That's all you're getting from me.
No reaction.
Mm-mm.
And ma'am,
No.
get Locker, what's up with you, hon, tonight?
What's wrong?
You
Let me
wanted
see.
to put the post and I didn't get a chance to see it.
Hey, Kimmy Lou. Good to see you.
She ain't scared. She's petrified. Kept thinking she could never live without Nick by her side. But then she spends so many nights thinking how he did her wrong. And she's definitely not strong. She doesn't know how to carry on. She came back from outer space. Okay, I'm done. Anyways, I could make this into a whole jingle. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Oh God, Mom of the Gladiator. They all, none of them could stop. We're not even gonna get into all the people that I wanted to get into today. Oh, they keep going. All right, here we go. Sorry if it's windy. I hope you guys can hear me. Okay. This will be Granny's attorney's response back to Castor. So Castor had written, just a reminder really quick. Thank you for your email. I have nothing to do with this case. I represent Mr. Chapman in another matter in the state of Texas. I never entered an appearance nor signed a pleading. My understanding was that an amended complaint was filed that did not have my name on it. Any hint of my participation was a simple mistake on Mr. Lesniak's part. Will I continue to enjoy a cordial relationship with him? That might change if he does not take steps to ensure I'm no longer bothered with this. As you allude to, I take great care to guard my reputation acquired over 40 years at the bar. I very much like being able to appear anywhere in the Commonwealth and indeed around the nation and receive respect and credibility. Anything affecting that upsets me very much. If I need to come to court in Delco and repeat this all, I will do so. Otherwise, you may show this email to any judge you wish. Even an esteemed former colleague of mine is representing the Commonwealth, such as Mr. Lesniak, is capable of making a mistake. That is all my purported involvement is. I regret any inconvenience this may have put you to. Regards, Bruce. Okay, this is the response. Okay. Dear former General Castor, impeccable representation. Kindly note, the former positions you held were not the reason for my belief. Your inclusion in this baseless lawsuit was beyond the pale. Positions held or formerly held are given respect until shown otherwise. It's shown otherwise. For example, how much respect was given to the kids for cash judges prior to arrest? No difference is the fact that my legal lineage consists of a United States attorney for a certain district, a Commonwealth prosecutor, and an esteemed judge deceased. Two of the aforementioned were referenced in the Philadelphia Bar Association as legends of the Philadelphia Bar, and their connotation not mine. This in and of itself does not make reputation, nor does the fact of my being a former law clerk. One can only do their best to uphold the highest standards we all strive to embody while zealously representing our clients. When a mistake occurs, one has a duty to remedy the action and advise clients or potential clients of this mistake or misunderstanding so they do not continue to operate under this mistaken or misunderstood guise. We can all agree there too. Yes, you are correct. Your signature does not appear on the preliminary injunction in the initial complaint in the above reference matter. However, a filing only requires a signature of one attorney for filing. Moreover, an entry of appearance is not necessary if one plans to enter under a separate filing. Of course, this did not happen and is noted. The appearance of representation is the issue. Here it appears you were placed on the filing because you were representing Dwayne Chapman in an unrelated matter. It would suffice this fact is not enough to include you on a filing, especially one that does not distinguish you as only representing one plaintiff, if at all. Your inclusion went beyond a mistake or misunderstanding. For example, a press release. Further, plaintiffs lauded the fact that you were their counsel. The purpose and lack of clarification is cause for concern because much like the drivel spewed on those pages, your inclusion by your words through no fault of your own appear to have had the purpose of ginning up the validity of the filings when of course there is none. In fact, one plaintiff claimed at least one of the emails from you attached to my previous correspondence was fake. This statement, while incredulous, insinuated you were her attorney, whether entered or not. Hopefully, you see the problematic nature here too. In making the request for leave to amend the complaint, no such potential amended complaint was attached, which via simple footnote could reference the inadvertent mistake or misunderstanding of making it appear you were involved in this litigation. We seek further resolution in any response to the pending motions that are due this date, as the deadline to respond fell on a weekend. If this does not occur, then in discovery, we will certainly need to pursue these issues, especially because your inclusion, in our opinion, mistaken or otherwise, gives the appearance of impropriety, which adds to the improper purpose of this current action. We know you would not bring such an action or be involved in such an action, especially when it can be shown that the filings were not under our belief drafted by attorney Lesniak, but at least one of his clients based on our review of his client's other requests. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention and cooperation here too. Again, we ask any further contact with the office be via email for the fastest response concerning these issues. Signed, badass attorney. Boom. Oh, I don't have any clapping hands, but I'm coming to help you out. Help is on the way. And I think the clients are saying right now, this is probably what they're saying.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Anyways, that attorney just did a whole up. Whoopsie, you guys fucked up, and we're not just going to let this go like that. Signed, badass attorney who said, fuck around and find out. He didn't say any of that. That's me ad-libbing. Don't say that attorney said that because he didn't say that. I said that. Badass attorney in a good suit. Okay. Here we go. Let's go to Betty for a minute, just so we can have some laughs before we go back to Brittany in the annoyance. This was just done like 46 minutes ago. The Rico case drama. Unscrupulous PI doesn't know squat. Oh, Betty, tell us.
Before it makes me go absolutely insane. We're going to crush this nonsense real quick. Okay. So wait for a few people to get in chat. Hi, guys. I'm Bullhorn Betty. We got some Rico drama. Actually, we got some unscrupulous.
Why is she in her pajamas? Betty, it's only like 7 o'clock. Are you worn out already? She's going to crush this nonsense. Okay, let's hear it.
Unscrupulous PI drama going on right now. I hope everybody's doing great this beautiful evening. It's Tuesday, January 14th. It's right before 6:30. I am coming live to you from my living room. It's nice to see you, ER Blue, Melanie, Southern Grammy. It's nice to see you, Love Bug. Libby, Mama of 4, and just to let you know, well, I can't do that. I don't want to dox, but thank you. Football Mom, Lisa be always, Don, it's nice to see you. Anna, Denise, Phil, it's nice to see. Did I bring my drink? Oh, well, I guess I got water. Don't mind my mess. Every time I go out, I got to take a jacket because Delilah likes to go out in this freezing cold weather. I don't know what the temperature is, but it's ridiculously cold. Hey guys, who did I miss? Let me go back up. I was at Denise and Phil and Laura. It's nice to see you. Robin, Sky Maiden, PJ. Oops, I'm hitting wrong button. Prickly Pear. I always get tickled when I Tickly Bear. I wonder if I should turn my button on. I'm gonna make her look good.
Oh, let's fast forward her.
See you this evening.
Oh God, she's gonna need that button.
Love Lakers, Mama F4, Lady Dragon. Lisa, it's nice to see you. Chaos, it's nice to see you. Irony Rose. Oh, I like that. Melody, Wendy, it's nice to see you. Oakley, SRK. Oh, Michelle, it's nice to see you, love. I hope you're doing well. Just My Girls from Southern California, it's nice to see you. Stacy, Monica, Melody. It's the simple things in life. It is Nini, Pink Butterfly. I think I said hi to you. Shining Star, Vermont Girl. Don Rosa. Hopefully I said that right. Oh, from Amsterdam. Nice to see ya. Nice to see you. Mitty, MTB, PJ, MJ. Flatbush Avenue Extension in full effect. Interesting. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, that's the Brooklyn Bridge, right? I don't know. So I'm seeing some things going on. X, I really wasn't going to come live, right? But I'm like, this is true. Hey, VA, it's nice. Oh, look who it is. Ren. Oh, my goodness. I feel Medic Biker. Hi, guys. Holy smokes. I hope you guys are doing well. It's nice to see you guys. It's nice to see you. Is Michelle's birthday? Happy birthday, Michelle. Yay.
Land the plane.
Lady Dragon, say happy birthday. Say happy birthday. She's like, aw, it's so sweet. Hey, Andrew.
Land the plane. I thought you were going to squash this.
I went from New Jersey over to New York. I remember I was freaked out. Somebody came like literally out of the shadows and started spraying my windshield. And I kept saying, no, because I wasn't opening my window. I wasn't giving him $1. Nope. Not this Florida girl. Nope. Anyways, that was my first experience. And I don't know where I was in New York. I couldn't tell you. I know I went through the Holland Tunnel. I remember that. I vaguely remember any roads that I was on, but I know I was dead.
Where's the crushing begin? Let's see.
See you, Cinderella, Lady Dragon, anything else. So let's get that out. That's not necessary. Sorry, I can't read your name, but we don't put those symbols. I know, Lisa. They hit below the belt and Twitter. And I got to tell you, they hit below the belt. They hit below the belt and
they hit below the belt. Oh no.
In a couple instances. And I got to say, it had absolutely nothing to do with that outside of just smearing Pete Hegseth. The moment anybody can raise their hand and say they're perfect, all we can expect is people are going to make mistakes. And we just hope that they, repent for them and change their ways if they're truly mistakes, that they will never happen again.
Like repenting that you have attorney-client privilege with an attorney that doesn't represent you. Is that something you need to repent for?
This idea that marriage should be sacred regardless, but let's face it. Okay. I'm a divorcee for everything that's out there. Right. So, it doesn't mean, it should mean for forever, but it doesn't always. Right. A lot of people in my chat have had divorces, and there's a lot of people in my chat.
What the fuck is this? Self-help with Betty 101? It says the Rico case drama. Unscrupulous PI doesn't know squat. What is this? Marriage advice? Fuck that shit. I'm out. I don't need the TED Talk from Betty.
Have not had divorces. Well, God bless you. Some of us make terrible decisions, right? What can I say? It just happens. Anyways, we're getting off topic. So this unscrupulous PI. Now you're starting to come into, he's starting to come in.
Good. I'm glad you got back on target, because that was getting fucking weirder than weird.
Into my lane, right? He's starting to veer into my lane. So he wrote something today. It's always FAFF.
He's starting to veer into her lane. Betty, thank God your car's broken down half the time. So what lane is that? Your driveway?
It's like, I can't wait until this guy gets a taste of his own flippin' blessed medicine, right?
The chop shop?
He thinks he can be the only person that if he screams loud enough, people will stop and listen to him. Well, nobody is. So he went on this dissertation talking about how he wrote this letter, and he posts this letter because, again, it's all about attention-seeking behavior as opposed to legitimately doing anything. You guys watch this guy on, like, how is he making $700 an hour? We know that's worth shit. So he goes in to write, and he says, today I served Rule 1026.1, notice and demand on all plaintiffs. So I decided to take my time for yet another one of these nonsense games he likes to play to make himself feel better. And what an idiot, an absolute idiot. Okay, so let's just go over some of this stuff.
Rule 1026 of Pennsylvania Code is the rule that governs the time for filing pleadings in civil cases. It also covers notice to plead. Rule 1026, time for filing. Pleadings after the complaint must be filed within 20 days from the previous pleading being served. Okay. Now that sounds like a lot of stuff. That basically means they have 20 days after the 20 days.
That sounds like a lot of stuff. That's definitely legal speak. Betty's switched into legal beagle. That sounds like a lot of stuff. That's definitely legal talk right there. Sorry, over my head. Sounds like a lot of stuff. I don't know what stuff that is. Like garbage.
The previous.
Like words you don't want to acknowledge are written on paper that you fucked up. Basically, it's legal speak for you fucked up. Gonna find out.
This pleading, they can file. A complaint has to be filed. Pleadings after the complaint must be filed within 20 days. Okay. Notice to plead. A pleading must only be filed if the previous pleading had a notice to defend or a notice to plead endorsement. None of these things have happened. Like literally none of these things have happened yet. Okay. I want to read something to you because they're talking about this 20-day time frame. I'm assuming that they most likely didn't talk to their attorney about this 20 days. Okay. Because this 20 days is not what they think it is. So time frame, a complaint can be amended as a right within 20 days. That means if a complaint has been filed, say there needs to be some modifications within that first 20 days, they have a right to amend it within that first 20 days. After the 20 days, the party can request leave to amend with a motion. It's called motion for leave to amend. Okay, complaint, which was filed. A party can file an amended pleading within 20 days of receiving.
I love how she's trying to interpret this like she knows what the fuck she's talking about.
A preliminary objection. There has been no preliminary objection. A party may leave.
Betty, Kyle's got some. Oh, never mind. He's coughing. Hold on. He's coming back.
May need a leave of court to amend the complaint.
Look what you did.
If it would prejudice other parties. The party requesting leave must prove that there is no prejudice. So they've got a motion to leave in the court timely filed. The court has broad discretion to decide whether to.
Meaning that they didn't file in the appropriate time frame. Pretty simple.
Allow an amendment. Correcting errors. A complaint can be amended to correct party names, which they're adding names to it. A complaint can be amended to conform to evidence. A complaint can be amended to correct an error in the complaint itself. Other considerations. An amendment can change the form of action at a party or remove a party. An amendment can include transactions that happened before or.
Can you all do me a favor? I don't ever ask for this because I feel like getting under their skin today, BJ and Betty's. Can you go hit the thumbs down button or the thumbs up? I don't care. Just hit one of the buttons. Just hit a button. We're pushing buttons. Let's continue to push the buttons. Let's get this in the algorithm so the fucking green team realizes that all of their distractions, deflections, none of it is going to overcome the shit that we just read. None of it. The attorney said what he said in big words that they're not even going to. Thank you. I appreciate it.
After the original pleading, an amendment can be made to respond to a motion to dismiss. So no place in here did it say that they have to have the amended complaint filed in 20 days. They have an amended.
Sorry, I'm kind of over here cheering right now for Granny. Like I'm cheering for Granny at the moment. It's about fucking time that the Uno reverse was recognized. Because last time we had a fucking Uno reverse, the drama distracted from the fucking Uno reverse. And Granny gets her day. Okay?
A motion for leave to amend, which has to be apparently go before the judge. Now it's customary to put the amended complaint there, but as long as the amended complaint is filed before it's heard, there's no prejudice. So I decided to find out what are the rules for motion for leave to amend. Motion for leave to amend. The rule that governs that is procedure 1033 for the unscrupulous PI, since he doesn't know how to understand or comprehend law. In Pennsylvania, a motion for leave to amend a pleading is governed by Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure 1033. The motion must be verified and supported by affidavits. The party requesting the amendment must prove that it will not cause undue prejudice to the opposing party. From my understanding, the judge isn't even assigned. So there is no prejudice to the opposing party. Okay, rules for a motion for.
From what she understands, which is zilch, zero, nada.
Leave to amend. When to file. A party can file a motion to amend at any time. What to include. The motion must include a proposed amended pleading that is complete in itself, including exhibits. How to file. The amended pleading can be filed as a separate document or attached to the motion in the electronic filing system. Did you see that? The amended pleading may be filed as a separate document.
This bitch said, did you just see this? Did you see this? No, we didn't see nothing. besides your freaking bad ponytail, your fucking crooked looks that you can't even look at the screen straight, and your bad pajamas. That's all we're seeing. We're not seeing anything you're reading. We don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just jabbering on because you're scared shitless, which you should be.
Attached to a motion in the electronic filing system. What to amend? The amendment can change in form of action, add a party, correct a party name, or add or remove words or paragraph. When to serve? If the amendment adds new defendants, the defendant must serve
Chapped the irony of the federal suit, right?
the amended pleadings within 30 days of a court's order. Do we know what a court order is? It means the judge signs it. It means you typically have a hearing and a judge signs the order. And then it can be amended. If the amendment adds new defendants, party must serve amended pleading within 30 days of a court order. So there's a motion for leave to amend that a judge has not ruled on. Therefore, if the amendment adds new defendants, the parties must serve the amended pleading within 30 days of a court order. No court order has transpired. We only have 100 thumbs up. You guys are being educated here in real law that comes straight from.
Fuck, oh dear, we're being educated. Oh, sorry. I took my thinking cap on as soon as she came on screen. She's pissed because she only has a thumbs up and she's giving free education in law. I'm almost speechless.
From these case law things. Get those thumbs up because I'm getting sick and tired of him acting like he knows what the heck he's talking about. He's arguing over.
She's getting sick and tired. Oh, Betty, this is embarrassing. Please stop.
A moot point. Once the judge orders, then they have 30 days to get it all in. They haven't even been before a judge to rule on it to get the order for the 30 days to even start. And he's trying to file a rule 1026.1. This is absolutely improper. Absolutely improper. Because the complaint was already filed. They've motioned the court for leave to amend. There's nothing that needs to be filed in 20 days until a judge rules. And if you guys don't believe me, go check out. He's citing Rule 1026.1 of Pennsylvania Code. I'm citing Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure 1033. So, you know what? He's an idiot, which we all knew. So use your brains, people. If he really had us dead to rights, why is he screaming so loud? Don't you know the loudest person screaming is always typically the one that's wrong. The one that's preaching saying, I didn't do it. Probably the one that did it. Just saying, right? I bet you have the one child that always blames the other child, and he's the one that gets always the loudest, and you always know it's him that does it. So if he's being loud, and not only that, he has lied literally from the beginning of this case. He has been manipulating people. He has been conning and being conniving. He's been misrepresenting himself as an investigator, not a private investigator. He's implying he's law enforcement. We have watched this man violate his license in Tennessee over and over and over again. So why in tarnation would somebody give him a moment of their time to read this horse shit?
Liar, liar, hands on fire.
So I'm going to ask all my beautiful people out there to please do your research.
Oh, yeah. Those buttons come with the bar exam, I guess. And Betty's schooling, that button came free with her certificate. Sorry, that's another education in law. You get a free button with completion of a certificate course.
Because this man he talks a good game. He makes you believe that he really knows what he's talking about. But when you go and write this stuff and go and research this stuff and go look at the Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedure for yourself, you realize the man is full of hot air. And he took his day to type this horse crap just to make himself look better and make him look like he's the tough guy because he wants to show people that FAFO. Well, you fell a little short once again. You fell a little short there, buddy. Just a little short. You should probably read all of the rules of civil procedure before jumping on a plan of action that's going to make people realize you don't know what the hell you're doing. I mean, this was a very simple, not very complex search that just gave me all the rules of civil procedure here right in the palm of my hands. It was lickety split. I was able to look this stuff up. But I also know what I'm looking for, right? Because again, I have done practice. I have done legal practice before. And so I know that there are rules for motion for leave to amend. I don't know what this guy is talking about. I don't know why they're trying to take a victory lap. I mean, it's crystal clear. Go look at Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure 1033. It's crystal blessed clear. So anyway,
anyways, I'm not going to take your time because I don't want to be on YouTube. I've been on YouTube quite a bit today. I'm exhausted, but this was starting to burn my brain because you can't make this stupidity up.
Bitch, the bleach burned your brain a long time ago. I think we're beyond that point. This is pretty simple. A deadline was established. It wasn't met. You also falsely represented that an attorney was representing the plaintiffs. That is not. I mean, the plaintiffs of the suit, At Night Media, Nick the Hat, you know, the umbrella company that by proxy, the attorney that you couldn't speak about because of attorney-client privilege, you know, all that shit represented an attorney. Yeah. I mean, basically, in layman's Becky terms, speaking of myself in third person, this is fucked around and found out. Okay, carry on.
You can't make the stupidity.
But your brain was already saturated with bleach.
Yeah. Oh, and guess what? You guys don't want to miss tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we are going over the Nina interviews. So if you guys would like to come here, I know that the Nina interview.
Oh, they're fucked. So what do they do to distract? Pull out the most emotionally charged interview. Of course. Amp up the new audience. Of course. Tactics 101. The green team must have got their drawing board back on. I keep telling people she's a sovereign citizen. I'm not joking. She is a sovereign citizen. She believes she's right, and she just has to find the right words to prove it. Ooh, Brie. That's interesting. Can you imagine, though? I would love to. Ooh.
Who has we know about it, we've seen it, but it's kind of almost been cleansed off the internet somehow, and I don't know why. So I did find it, and we will go over it. I don't know how it's going to, if it's got the whole, I don't know if it's got the whole thing there. I'm hoping it does. I have to review it tonight, but it's the best place I found it. If you guys, know anybody else that has the full version of Nina's interview, please email that to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Another request I have, and this is for the replay crew as well.
This is every time they got caught with their pants down. Literally, it doesn't look like she's wearing pants again. Caught with their pants down, they pull out the most emotionally charged to look over here, not over there. That's what Brittany did last night too. And we're going to go back to that in a minute. Sorry, I'm laying it on thick today, but you guys are deserving of some good shit that I haven't been providing.
Well, another request I have, if you guys remember, whoever bought me the machete from my Amazon wish list, I need to know around the time that you purchased it for me, because that was around the time I talked about it, and I'm trying to find that clip so we can hear it. If anybody remembers, or you are the person, I mean, I prefer the person that purchased the machete to let.
You can't even remember when you got the machete yourself and talked about it. Oh God, but you think it took 70 of you guys. I forget to gather all these documents. I'm sorry. I forget.
I know what date they were purchased or what day it was sent here, because I remember it was right about that time I was taking it out of the package, because I was completely utterly shocked that, after 3 years, somebody finally ordered that from the wish list. So I remember it was a big thing, but I don't remember who purchased it. But I would like to know the delivery date so I can go back and review the lives around that date to see. I remember where I was. I was in the kitchen. I remember we were talking about it while I was in the kitchen, but I can't remember was it, March, April, May, June, July, August? I can't remember. I know it was before June. I know that. I know it was before June, but I don't remember when. So if you guys could please, and because I don't remember ever talking about it other than the one time when I got it, because after that I put it in the car so I could use it the next time I was out. I got my wading gear out there. I've got my my rubber boots, the rain boots, so I can go wading. Like, I've got a whole wading suit, but I also have the rubberized boots, just the boots alone. So I keep all my equipment in my vehicle. So that's where everything has been. But long story short, I'm trying to find the reference that I had. Oh, thank you, Lisa. 7 months.
She must need that for her court hearings with the ROs that were granted against her.
It's big hugs
that she's trying to
and
appeal.
kisses, love. I hope you're doing well. Let me look here. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Oh, good gracious. Oh, I missed a few people. Opal, it's nice to see you. Thank you. I love it. 2 months. Awesome, you guys. Thanks. Thank you. That does make my heart go pitty patter. Oh, hey, Enix. It's nice to see you. So I wanted to kind of explain how this process worked, and I wanted you guys to see it for yourself, and I wanted to give you guys receipts that you could go back and verify for yourself and know that I'm not full of hot air like this Yahoo here is. When you go over here and you read this rule, the one thing that didn't make sense is it says pleadings after the complaint must be filed within 20 days. That to me sounds like that's related to the answer, not the complaint. But see, they did a motion for leave to amend the complaint, which that answer date timing, it stops, because now you got a motion for leave to amend that has to be addressed by the court before they can respond.
So I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about here. This clearly does not go with what's going on here. And I just had to look into it because it was driving me nuts, because I know for a fact we are just fine on our end. And so I was just like, maybe we should just let them take a victory lap. Now that I start hearing people talking about it, and I'm just like, do you guys these people keep lying and lying and lying and getting caught and getting caught and getting caught, yet they open their mouth and people still believe them. Just stop. Please do us all a favor. Do us all a favor and just stop. All right, guys, there's your receipts. Go check them out for yourself. God bless you. I don't want to be on here talking about this nonsense.
There's your receipts. Can anybody, did I black out?
Anymore. Just, this is my one and done. Please quit listening to this asshole, okay?
Did I really just black out? Where was the receipts?
He is deceiving everyone.
You know who's not deceiving anyone? Granny's
See you
attorney.
later. Love you guys. God bless.
You know who's not deceiving anyone? Granny's attorney. Should I say that again? Granny's attorney. Everybody okay out there? Where was the receipts? I'm so sick of hearing people say they bring the receipts. They bring the receipts, and then they do shit like this. Speaking of receipts, this gets really, really interesting. Yeah, Cheesy, I'm over here like, did we all just black out? We all blacked out? We all must have blacked out, because I'm not seeing receipts in any of that. I guess our definition of receipts are completely different than what most, I don't know. Okay, let's go back to BJ, because she ain't scared. She ain't scared. She ain't scared. But last night, once again, the distractions. Don't let them deflect. Don't let them deflect off of what is happening. They got away with it last time, because the doxing of Seth and the freaking paperwork was put out there, and it completely took the oomph we had with the Castor situation. We've got that again. These people need to be held accountable for what the crap that they're doing. Saying that people could go to jail if they continue to talk about the case and shit like that. It's about time the green team gets handed the karma they deserve. Sorry. Let me say that again. I am sick and tired of watching content creators try and intimidate defendants of a frivolous filing because of this name. He represented Trump, which was comical to begin with. Trump was throwing shit at the TV when he was given his opening. I mean, nah. Let's go. Let's see where Brittany went last night to distract. Oh, and by the way, I did go pull this really quick too. This is Smiley's community post, just so everybody knows. It says, confused, is she dead? Or is Ellie not cooperating? The cooperating was a joke. I know, not funny, but was she interviewed or not? What is the secret? Maybe that's why they said she wasn't relevant. In my opinion, it would depend on her involvement. KK, where is your son? What happened after you all left Texas Roadhouse? And she puts law enforcement's press release up. And then, hold on, that's Nick, or that's Hong. Green Hoodie died in November, from what we were told thus far. She lived next. Are you fucking kidding me? Distractions, I'm telling you. Distract, distract, distract. That's what the green team is in. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Revival. And people need to realize at night it's trying to bank off of and preying on people that are going through their worst moments. Absolutely disgusting. And they're considered an intelligence agency who has to come to the public and ask them to pay for Smiley, just another useful fucking idiot. Yep, they're all in high gear. Every one of them, high gear. We've got the audio Betty drug out that doesn't land. We've got allegedly with no brain cells doing this last night. We've got Hong over there doing all this shit on Twitter. You've got the mob crew running with new and any narratives and basically claiming that they unalived their child with no proof whatsoever. That's probably why he took down his live stream. You've got the CYN family or CNY family or whatever coming out with visions. Absolutely fucking crazy. You've got Smiley over here doing this. You got Spanky, one after another, calling Chris Edgar and doing all the shit to distract. Like, it is absolute spiraling and trying to cover their bases. Okay, back to this. Thank you all for being here with me too and enjoying this little walk down memory lane and watching them unravel in real time.
I don't want you to leave.
What is going on? Where is she?
telling you, chat's flying. I didn't get to see her.
Yeah, I can't find it. I tried to go back.
Problem.
And thank you to everybody for being kind and respectful in the chat today. Mods, thank you for everything you do. Granny, thank you for allowing me to read those. I am so fucking happy you got a bulldog for an attorney. It's about time you get your day.
Did you get to read it? Do you know what it said, reality?
No, I just seen what Marlena said.
Oh,
Esther,
okay.
thank you, honey. Can you repost it, Nan, so she can read it? Please, and thank you. Oh,
Yeah.
she did. She got blocked for defending you in clues.
Oh, who Get Locker did?
Maybe he put it back up, but last time I looked, the one from last night was down.
Yeah.
Oh, Get Lockered. I'm sorry. I'm really
What?
sorry.
Mohawk, what? Read Mohawk's comment.
He said people told her she does not belong in the
Saturday Search, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
true crime community. Don't listen to that mess.
That's rude.
Don't listen to that. Get Lockered. If you hear this, don't go over there and even try. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your energy. It's not worth your pain. It's not worth your tears. They are not worth any of that.
We appreciate you here. I want about
And, I mean, consider the source, you know?
Poor guy's algorithm, Granny, is probably fucked if he's stumbling across all of us. He's probably like, where are these idiots coming from? And why?
Yeah.
People, when
Poor guy, that's all I can think about.
she was calling me ugly and calling me fat and all these horrible names, people were constantly coming to me, you know, concerned that I was hurt. And, you know, because she had said some really bad stuff about my mom, you know, how my mom, F my mom for not going to the clinic and getting rid of me. When she said all that, people came to me. You know what I said? Look at her.
You
Look
did
at
not.
her.
You didn't hurt Rick's channel. No, you did not. Get Locker.
Not at all. No, ma'am. No, no, no.
You're part of the family, and we're going to get back to business. We're not going to get distracted.
No, you're absolutely fine, love. You guys all are, it's fine. Everybody's good. Hey, Sweet Sativa. You have to have thick skin if you're going to entertain the narrative. Oh, ain't that the truth, Sweet Sativa? That is 100% fact. You do. You absolutely do have to have thick skin. Gypsy says, they will not listen to anyone. You are in good company, Get Lockered. You are right there with Lore Lodge. Yes, absolutely. We got this. Everything's good. All right. So let's go ahead and let me bow out of this monstrosity. We'll look at some of the stuff that Mob Crew did tonight, but first and foremost, all right, let me see real quick. All right, let's pull this back. Oh, please. All right, we are going to kind of venture over to, I think, where I want to start tonight. We're actually going to use some of Seth's words. We're going to listen to what Seth has to say, and then we're going to have to listen to a little of what Chris says. But we're establishing all right, give me just a second. I'm sorry, guys. All right, 1 minute. Trying to get it set up. Now, I am going to offer a bit of a trigger warning because some of the topics, you know, are tough. This topic's going to be tough.
Heads up, heads up.
Yes,
Gifting,
exactly.
Gifting.
Oh my goodness, Shayna, you did not. Thank you. Thank you, Shayna. Guys, if you were gifted, throw some love out for Shayna. You guys are thebomb.com. I'm not even kidding. Y'all are amazing. All right, let me see real quick. Sorry, guys, bear with me.
Shayna's a rock star.
Absolutely.
Never mind. Mob Cruise is up. Maybe it just wasn't loading for me earlier, but it's there. I've got a part I want to play.
And if you guys were gifted from Shayna, please tell her thank you. Give me 1 minute and I will
Oops. I just yawned.
Uh-oh. Don't do that now. Don't do that, Nana. All right, hold on a second. Let me see the best one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. You're with me. All right, we're going to go with this one. right, this is going to bring back a little bit of memories for y'all. But we're going to try to get an idea of what it was like for Sebastian at home. Okay. We're going to be skipping around a little tonight, guys. Okay. We're not going to sit here and go over one interview for 2 hours. We're going to be skipping over to different interviews to establish an idea or a timeline. All right, let me play this real quick. Thank you so much, everybody. If you were gifted a membership, welcome. Shani, you are amazing. Welcome to the green team.
What's funny is that Shayna seems to be newer over there. I don't know. She kind of popped out in one of the screen recordings I have from like 7 months ago. She was just becoming a member. It's really interesting to me. Do you guys know? Has she been around a long time? Maybe, but she gets love bombed like crazy. Again, no hate for her, but it just is very like you can see who she gives attention to majorly.
All right, let's get into this. We're going to start with this one. This is a tough one, but this is going to give us a little bit of an idea, and we're going to skip around. He's got several interviews.
Yeah, that people wouldn't go look for.
Yeah, she's establishing. You remember, she's got clues. They're going to look at clues, and she's going to establish a timeline. This will be ironic to watch.
For my son.
Okay.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just go back and play that.
Shows that day as well, correct?
Yeah, I mean, everybody wanted a piece of me, and I felt like the pie was empty.
Yeah, I get that. But still, no matter what, nonetheless, there was a conversation that was had. You did drop some very big pieces of information, and whether
Midwest, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Cabana, not the green team.
you had said
or the Gummy
those
Squad.
things beforehand or after, it still doesn't matter. This was live. This was out. This obviously made the rounds and shocked a lot of people. It shocked me too.
Never say never. That would actually be comical. I would love if other people I would love a timeline like that. Granny freaking pulled out the notes the other day and was listing stuff, and I loved it. I caught that on the replay the other day. I loved that. But this one, it would be interesting to see where that landed.
Too, my brother. I'm gonna be real. I was shocked. Very, very shocked.
You'll get a once over of how she lays this out and the intention behind what she's doing here. This is called emotional manipulation and very selective of how she goes about it. There's one part in particular that is exceptionally weird.
But of course, I have some questions revolving around all of that. Okay, or revolving around the information that you gave. So let's talk about it. Because
what it had to do with Sebastian?
Yes, that information that had to do with Sebastian. Go ahead. What are you gonna
say? Mr. Proudfoot, Chris, people were asking why he didn't want my son around his daughter. And he kept telling me that if people keep asking the question, he's going to answer it. And turned around and stated that if he tells them, people will stop looking for Sebastian.
Really? Okay, can I ask you something before you continue on? I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. When was this conversation that was had? And was that something on a podcast, or was that something between you guys behind, on your own time behind closed doors?
Yes.
So him sitting there saying, I don't want... Go ahead. What were you going to say?
It was over the phone.
Okay, so
what is she establishing again? Anybody remember? I checked out again. I forgot what we were supposed to be paying attention to. What's she doing here?
Him saying, if people start asking why I don't want Sebastian around Faith, they won't go and look for Sebastian. If they found out the truth.
Listen to this again.
Yeah. That people
real. I was shocked.
All right. Trigger warning. Okay. Trigger warning. No, we will never stop looking for Sebastian. I cannot preface this enough. What made him allegedly tell Seth that if people knew that this child wasn't missing?
Hello? Anybody at home?
I'm here. Hold on. I'm getting a trigger warning. I'm going to post like a thing to go on the bottom.
Yeah, on the banner.
Yeah.
She can't multitask. Okay. Oh, okay. Fuck, oh dear. You guys, what she's trying to do is emotionally manipulate and pull her audience in again because they're losing footing right now. So she's going back in and trying to pull stuff, and it's very obvious what she's doing here. And you'll see how she takes out and skips huge sections of this and says, we don't need to see that.
Yeah, this one's a tough one.
Yeah,
I promise y'all I have a reason why we're going over this particular part first, okay? We're going to establish a somewhat of a timeline / we're going to take a little bit of what Chris says, Katie says, and what Seth says, and we're going to combine it all together.
Oh.
To get a good general idea of what?
Of what? Hello? Did you stub your toe again?
All right, let's see.
Of what?
We're gonna hold on. I guess I'm gonna have to type it up.
We're gonna get a what? Why can't she finish a sentence? You guys, she's put up to 1.7. Oh my god, no. Okay, sorry, torture for 1 second. Sorry. I gotta hear this in real time. No, this cannot be real.
All right, let's see. We're gonna hold on. I guess I'm gonna have to type it up like this.
Oh god.
Let me do. Bear with me, y'all.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna fall over. I'm holding on for so long, Roro.
Could we add to this? Sorry, give me a second, guys.
Take your time. Nothing to see here. You've got forever. Take your time. Nobody's waiting on you.
1 minute. I'm getting it.
A second or a minute? A fucking hour a day? What? Can people not do late? Oh my.
I just know that this is hard to listen to. But let's talk about it for a minute.
Talk about what? You can't finish a fucking sentence. What are we talking about?
What kind of person tells the father?
Hello?
The father of his missing stepson.
Okay.
What kind of person tells him that if people keep asking me why I don't want Sebastian around Faith, I'm going to tell. And then
again, we don't know exactly the conversation or how it was, why it was said and what was said. Okay, carry on. I got to go back to 1.75. Sorry, I'm not torturing myself enough through this.
They're not going to want to look for him. Imagine saying that to somebody. Imagine saying that to somebody whose kid is missing.
Imagine not being a part of that conversation and or trying to interpret what was actually said and the reasons for it without even knowing. I mean, carry on.
And then they just completely, they meaning the ones.
Huh?
I cannot. Here we go. I cannot. I just can't understand it.
Britt, I think
you cannot fucking understand it. You can't even finish a fucking sentence, ma'am.
the reason he said that is because kind of like the reason he said, don't talk about my mama or my truck. It was brought out that the mom said that Sebastian
really?
wasn't. Yeah.
Oh,
right
wow.
before that. So he was mad and he was pissed like he always is. And he lashed out to Seth about it, in my opinion. But I heard it, I didn't hear it out of her mouth. So it's an opinion.
We didn't hear it out of anybody's mouth, but Seth, it's hearsay at basis. We don't know what the conversation was or, okay, fuck Cody.
I heard it. What he said.
Nana, come on.
Yet again, he's calling him a victim. And he's attacking him.
What happened to the 3-day panel guests? Where did they get booted? They were miserable. They were even more miserable than these ones, though.
Yeah, when was this interview again? I know it was early on.
It had to be around June or July, I'm thinking.
No.
That around June or July, this interview with Pascal.
It was April 5th.
Oh, I'll tell you. Hold on. This is on April the 5th. April the 5th.
Oh, wow. That's a
So
little bit
let's
sooner
think
than I
about
thought.
that. Sebastian goes missing. Sebastian goes missing on February the 25th. Seth is already being threatened, allegedly by Edgar, in April that he's gonna go forward with Sebastian's trauma. Think about that. All right, so let's go.
Tightens up, muscle.
Notice she skipped already into it.
I didn't go get it looked at like I should have. But taking care of it now. Give me a couple days rest, and then hit the ground running.
Ground running.
Yeah, man. I mean, is this gonna slow you down at all in your search? Are you gonna like take a little bit of a break, hang up the hat for a little bit during this search? What's the story here? Talk to me.
I'm just going to take a little break. They're still going to do flyers. We're going to have a visual held on Sunday. I still plan on being there. I'm just going to take it a little bit easier.
How many more times are we going to hold on?
Give it some time to
And what the fuck are we holding on to?
rest, for me to rest and hit the hill. Because it's been interrupting. It hurts. So that keeps me awake.
No doubt. Well, I mean, first off, I commend you for not slowing down. Still going after it. taking care of things, getting things taken care of as far as finding Sebastian. But you just said that there's going to be a vigil on Sunday. Is that correct?
From my understanding, we're setting one up at the Rudder for Sunday.
Really? Okay. That's good to know. Do we know the time? And do we know the time for Sunday?
Currently, right now, it's 6 o'clock, but that really kind of depends on the weather.
Gotcha. Are we supposed to have some bad weather on Sunday?
60% chance of rain.
Oh, yeah. That can definitely do that. That can definitely do that for show. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So the Rudder, 6 p.m. Okay. Sunday. And that's all depending on weather. If weather is permitting, there will be a vigil.
Yeah, I don't want people out in nasty weather.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I don't want anybody to get sick.
No, I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you at all. I really, really don't blame you at all. And so thank you so much for that update. I really do appreciate that. Can we talk about any updates on the search before we dive into all this stuff, all this murky water? Are there any updates with the search right now?
No.
Stations with good to know. Good to know. Okay. All right. Aside from your
here we go.
Shoulder back situation.
We're finally going somewhere.
How you feeling?
Same as yesterday. Got one goal in mind. That's fine, Sebastian.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. Now, we of course we got to get straight into the meat and potatoes of this, right? So are you ready to have some conversations?
I know you got questions. I haven't let you down with answers yet.
Yeah. All right. So you had a conversation just the other day. You dropped some serious bombshells. I know
that I really don't. I was so tired and exhausted. I really don't even remember the podcast, man.
Wow. Whoa. Really? Really? I mean, I get it. Being sleep deprived, running on just nothing but adrenaline all day.
He's talking about the interview that he previously did on it used to be Justin on TikTok, but he had previously been on Justin on TikTok, released all of the information about Sebastian's previous trauma, said things incorrectly about the age of the person, all of the things. And now he's saying he doesn't remember it.
Day long. You were also on many shows that day as well, correct?
Yeah. I mean, everybody wanted a piece of me, and I felt like the pie was empty.
Yeah, I get that. But still, no matter what, nonetheless, there was a conversation that was had. You did drop some very big pieces of information. And
we've been listening. This is commentary to Brittany. Listen to this. Hold on. Listen to this. Hold on. 1 minute. 1 second. Hold on. Listen to this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Drop my Cash App, my PayPal, hit the like button. Are we to 1,000 likes? That's comment. Oh, God. Bless us all.
Whether you had said those things beforehand or after, it still doesn't matter.
Kimberly, thank you for being a member for 5 months.
This was live. This was out. This obviously made the rounds and shocked a lot of people. It shocked me too, my brother. I'm going to be real. I was shocked. Very, very shocked. But of course, I have some questions revolving around all of that. Okay. Revolving around the information that you gave. So let's talk about it. Because
what it had to do with Sebastian?
Yes. That information that had to do with Sebastian. Go ahead. What are you going to
say? Mr. Proudfoot, Chris, people were asking why he didn't want my son around his daughter. And he kept telling me that if people keep asking questions, he's going to answer it. And turned around and stated that if he tells them, people will stop looking for Sebastian.
Really? Okay. Can I ask you something before you continue on? I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. When was this conversation that was had? And was that something on a podcast, or was that something between?
I need to know if I heard that right. Did he say that if people keep asking, don't answer, or if people keep asking, he's going to answer?
People keep asking, he's going to answer.
Okay.
Back the fucking video up 10 seconds and listen to it again, you dum-dum.
Okay. Horrible.
Out control.
Yep.
What? Where'd we go? Hello? What happened? Knock herself? What?
What happened?
Hello? Anyone?
We're about to play it some more.
Oh, okay.
In just a second.
Where'd you go?
I want to know.
And honestly, we don't know if that was the case.
What?
Because we know that CP lies a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It could, like I said, it could be control. Keep that narrative on his side, basically.
We don't know if anything of this conversation was actually said. It's hearsay. Hello, where'd you go?
Or was this before or after Seth told about what happened to Sebastian when he was under Katie and
This is
CP.
after. This is the following. This is the next
Her mouse has gone rogue.
live after he told.
Okay.
All right.
You guys behind, on your own time behind closed doors.
Yes.
So him sitting there saying, I
It was
don't
over the
want.
phone.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
It was over the phone.
Okay, so him saying, if people start asking why I don't want Sebastian around Faith, they won't go and look for Sebastian.
If
He
they
said-
found out,
If they found out the truth.
why, yeah, that people wouldn't go look for my son.
Okay.
How
I
horrible is
told him
that?
you don't want. I told him you don't want to go down that route.
Don't want to go down that
Gotcha.
route.
And he said this between you and him.
And
Katie was on the phone too.
Listen to that.
So Katie was on the phone as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's point that out. Who else was on the phone? Katie.
Right.
This is such educational commentary. Yeah, he just said Katie was on the phone. Okay. What's the point? You didn't even tell us what the point of this whole thing was. You couldn't even finish your sentence. So what are we looking for here? What are you trying to prove to us?
All right, Katie, you're just going to sit there and listen to that?
Unlike you, everybody that walks away from this stream today will know very specifically what I was talking about and why I talked about what I did. We opened with Betty acting like a jackass and completely looking frazzled. We carried on with Betty looking more frazzled. We did a reminder that when she got called out on her defective bullshit, that she went real life as real life could get to deflect off of what she had said. Then we went into you being not scared, not afraid. Then we went into reading the fucking emails that say that you've all been misrepresenting Castor as your attorney. People will be able to figure out the point of why I inserted what clips when. Betty's trying to be a cult leader too. That was in there too. But what are we trying to find here, Brittany?
And
I
then
don't understand that.
and then he states you don't want to go down that route.
Mm. We got a 15-year-old boy who lives with mom and stepdad. I want y'all to think about this. Stepdad is threatened or stepdad is threatening Bio to put out some very personal information about Sebastian. It sounds like for what? That's what I'd like to know. I'd like to know what their disagreement was at that moment or that day.
Hello? What is going on here? This is absolute fucking
Thoughts, anybody?
ridiculousness.
I'm just absolutely disgusted.
Disgusted by what?
Samantha Joy
You haven't even played it enough for us to even get the point of what we're supposed to be.
wanted you to read her comment, but I was trying to go find it. But Chad is flying.
Is it flying? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, hold on. Let me try to catch Samantha's comment. Samantha Joy.
Holy shit.
Bear with me, guys. Britt, this topic tonight makes me question how Sebastian was treated during the CV-19 by CP and KP. Didn't they isolate him more? Right. Because he would be home during the CV-19 on virtual learning.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. This is torture. We're going forward.
He stops. Wait a minute. Hold on. Goes in the restaurant. She stops and has conversation with someone, maybe CP. Reason. I don't. I mean, I would like to look at that more, but I don't know about that.
That's the second time I've heard that comment today. And not from that same person. That's kind of weird. I guess we would have to go back and look. We probably don't have all the footage, though, to really see all that. But that's the second time I've heard that today.
You think you don't have all the footage? No shit. Let's go. Let's see. Does she actually hit
Around
play?
because there's a possibility.
Oh,
Why weren't you thinking about that when he's under your roof?
No doubt. That's one thing I'm very curious about as well. And we're going to get to that in just a minute. But what was the reason? What was the origin of this actual fight or argument or discussion on this phone that would spawn him saying that in the first place? What started this?
During podcasts, why he didn't want my son around his daughter.
So this happened because, okay.
People were asking questions.
People were asking questions like, like the smart, intelligent
Chris,
people that they are. Go ahead.
why don't you want Sebastian around your daughter? You know, people were asking, Chris, why don't you want Sebastian around your daughter? I see people in chat that were asking me all the time, why doesn't Chris want Sebastian around his daughter?
Oh my goodness.
Here's your answer.
So that is
Mhm.
in
You know,
Web Sleuth's chat.
Interesting.
Yep.
So you're telling me
So he just answered straight up right there. There's your answer. Chris is afraid. Sebastian's going to do the same thing that was done to him.
There we go with the victim blaming and
Mhm.
shaming, and it's just heartbreaking.
Yep.
Again, we don't even know the context of this. This is ridiculous.
Yep. Hey, Morgan Le Fay. Nothing happened though. He just said it. That's the part that blows my mind. Nothing happened per se. Sebastian didn't do anything. It's what Chris Proudfoot was worried Sebastian.
That's the question, Love Wins. But what started people to ask those questions? That's what I'd like to know. Where did they get this information before it came on to the podcast?
It's kind of like what I said.
In Facebook chats or what? Because
No.
I thought you three amigos were giving us a timeline. If you're laying out a timeline, aren't you supposed to be able to tell us the answers to these questions? If you're teaching us something, you're going to show us a timeline. Aren't you supposed to be the ones that are guiding this, not asking? Oh,
It was from Facebook that CP's mom said that he was a P-word.
What? Oh yeah. Yep. I remember that. Did we ever get any proof of that though?
No, that's why I say it.
Okay.
In my opinion,
right,
that was brought out.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I saw it on a Facebook chat. I'm not in Facebook chat anymore because I don't like the things they say.
where's the proof of that? Where's the proof? If you're going to say this, again, Facebook discussion groups, there you go.
I don't go there anymore. Not everything you see on Facebook is true.
No shit.
True.
No
Yeah.
shit.
It's a joke in my family. But yeah,
Right, Granny?
it's just, so that's why a lot of people were questioning it.
Once again, back to Facebook groups. And they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. But it is very intentional what she's doing
But
here.
I guess I'm confused. If Seth brought all this information out before this podcast, why is Chris threatening him that he's going to bring it out? Sorry, in between I have to mute because the heater kicked on again.
I'm not pausing them.
Yeah, there is something off about all this, to be honest.
A whole lot. A whole lot.
Yeah, a child is missing. You think?
Very much.
My gut is turning right now.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. I'm gonna make sure it's because we
he
got a lot.
looks at Sebastian like some sort of predator.
Yeah.
Wow. But why? Because of what happened to him in California under his supervision, or under him and Katie Proudfoot's supervision?
That and the fact that he hasn't got the correct help. In California, he was seeing a doctor by the name of Dr. Franny at Balboa, and she didn't appreciate the fact that I stood up and used a stern voice with her and told her she wasn't doing anything for my son by letting him play with toys and choose what movie or he gets to watch when he gets out of the thing. That's not helping him. That's not the proper therapy. I'm already researching this. She wasn't. What's the word I'm looking for? She wasn't qualified for that type of therapy, because that's a different type of therapy for traumatic sexual abuse, and that's a different type of class.
All right. And you're sure of that? Are you sure of that? That she didn't have the credentials to handle that type of therapy?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I know that we're doing a little bit backwards. Okay. But I do have a lot of questions that we got to go all the way back a little bit. Okay. So I understand that this happened in California. And we got to dive into it a little bit more so we understand a little bit more of this information, because you did drop this on Justin. Shout out to Justin on TikTok. And it was shocking. Okay. But you did say that in California, while Sebastian was under Katie Proudfoot's supervision.
Can I interrupt you?
Go ahead. By all means. Go ahead.
All right. A lot of people are, this is the information that I'm giving is facts. It's not me trying to throw punches or whatnot. But this is the third time that something major has happened to my child underneath their watch. And they need to own it. They need to own the fact that they have fucked up yet again. And I'm sitting here being Sebastian's voice. Because right now he doesn't have one until we find him. We find out what happened. All right.
That was always elusive. Once again, this is the third time that something's happened under their watch. And again, the age was misrepresented from what we know about how old the other child was.
Told everybody you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
That's just the way the system works. There's nothing I can do about that. That's the way the system works. And that's the way it should work. You're innocent until proven guilty.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand that I believe that you are telling the truth. I don't think you have. Why would you sit here, go out of your way, not spitting facts, right? So it wouldn't make any sense for you to just go out of your way to just talk wild, suddenly out of nowhere, and aimlessly in some sort of way. And I don't think what you're saying right now and what you've given to us is aimless or doesn't have any clout, isn't backed up with proof, which of course I am very curious about some of these things as well. But what I need to understand though, is that this happened under her supervision in California. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
Was Chris involved in that at all? Because I think that's one thing that a lot of people are very curious about as well.
Chris was living with her then.
Okay, so who is this kid? Who is this 13-year-old kid, if he was 13, 15, whatever age he was, who did this unthinkable thing to Sebastian?
Y'all
Who
hear that?
is the kid?
I don't know his last.
Did y'all?
Hang on.
Again, I plead, if you are a creator and review streams, please get premium.
Chris lived with Katie. Or her last name wasn't P, but you guys know. They were living together.
Uh-oh. Hold on. All right. So we got, hold on. We got,
California
we're gonna get
CPS,
the gist of
children
that.
under the age of 13 and under are actually protected. So they wouldn't give me any information. They weren't letting me do anything. The only thing they let me do was I asked them if I could contact the school psychologist, if he could sit there and tell the school psychologist the person's name, so that the other children that was around him would not become victims as well. And I went as far as finding out, the parents, from my understanding, the parents told Katie and Chris that their kid picked it up off of watching YouTube. Me personally, I've never seen like that stuff on YouTube. So
neither have I. So what is he watching on the tubes that would give him the disturbing education like that? That's what I'd like to know as well. Huh? So he learned this
with his age, I would have to say that somebody was abusing the child. It had been probably going on for a while for him to think that it was normal, so he did it to my son. That's why I'm asking about my son having the correct therapy to get him back on track. I mean, he's autistic. He's not mentally as old as he is physically. I mean, he's smart, but delayed in learning.
Smart, but delayed in learning.
Mentally, he's probably 10 or 11, and he's going through adolescence. His body's producing hormones that he has no idea what's about, and I don't think things are lining up in his brain like they're supposed to. Because
sorry, my mouse dropped. My mouse dropped. All right. Smart. He's smart, but he's 9, or what did he say?
Like
10
8 or 9,
11,
something
right?
like that. Yeah.
He's like, he's smart, but he's 10 or 11. What this is about tonight is we're not even trying to get any like hot and juicy gossip about the parents or anything like that. What we're trying to do is establish in our minds what Sebastian's life was like leading up to him, and you know what I mean, him disappearing. I mean, we don't know where he's at. What happened? Right. What was his life leading up to that?
Wait, what did she just accidentally slip up right there? Did she start to say ran away?
Sebastian's life was like leading up to him, and you know what I mean, him disappearing. I mean, we don't know where he's at. What happened? Right. What was his life leading up to that?
Sorry, guys, I am multitasking. I'm cooking dinner on my grill. I'm making breakfast for dinner and playing this. You'll see why I'm playing this. Now, again, we've debunked and talked about this. I know Granny's in here. She's gone over this over and over again. You can inlay other interviews after. She's going back for emotional manipulation and distraction of the Castor stuff. This is exactly why they're pulling out these interviews.
I personally believe that there's more than enough evidence to support the fact that Sebastian was living in misery.
Mhm.
I mean, from
Yep.
everything I've seen, I don't see a happy child at all.
No. No.
And it's so sad. But I feel
You don't see a happy child, but yet Seth was a part of his life, and he was with Seth the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. And Seth said he didn't report any of these complaints to Seth. Seth said he was a happy child when he was with him. So are you taking digs at Seth now too there, Brittany?
figured we'd reel it in tonight and take it back to Sebastian.
Oh,
this
is reeling it in and taking it back to Sebastian. I got
about Sebastian and actually
all right.
focus on him.
Yeah, about Sebastian.
Just remind yourselves of that upcoming.
All right, let's keep going.
Granny, go ahead. You're just speaking facts, Granny. That's it. Like, this is so frustrating to hear. You guys are going to even get more frustrated because she takes and skips a whole section of this interview because of things that she doesn't want people to be reminded of. It's fucking intentional. The distractions that this team is doing is intentional.
He's got a 6q chromosome
It's not about Sebastian. They're fucking lying.
deletion syndrome, and he's got diagnosed with autism.
Understandable. And I get it that what he went through is a lot to process, no matter if he had autism or not. Being a kid at 7 or 8 years old, that's a lot to process as a kid. I can't even imagine any child going through any of that. But question though,
He's got a 6q chromosomal deletion syndrome, and he's got diagnosed with autism.
understandable. And I get it that what he went through is a lot to process, no matter if he had autism or not. Being a kid at 7 or 8 years old, that's a lot to process as a kid. I can't even imagine any child going through any of that. But question though, did you know of this said kid? We're going to use 13 years old. I know Katie Proudfoot said he wasn't 13 years old, and I get that semantics or technicalities, but I'm just going to call him the 13-year-old kid from this point on, okay? So did you know anything about this 13-year-old kid before you heard about this tragedy and this trauma that was inflicted upon Sebastian?
I did not.
You had no idea about this child. Okay. So then how did you find out? Because in the interview with Justin on TikTok, okay, you said you made it sound like you expressed some concerns about Sebastian hanging out with this 13-year-old kid while he was about 7 or 8 years old, and you were uncomfortable with it. And then, of course, this tragedy and this trauma was inflicted. So I want to get some clarity on that. Did you not know about, did you have a strange inkling about this 13-year-old, or did you find out after the fact from Katie Proudfoot that this trauma was inflicted upon Sebastian?
Proudfoot, who at that time was Katie Payne. I found out from her. She said she had contacted CPS on the other family. Therefore, I found out from her, and CPS spoke to me, and that's when I started dealing with CPS and the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Katie used to.
All right, we're going to fast forward a little bit, guys.
A lot more than we do now.
Sebastian, like it or not, and guess what? No one's
for me to get to that point.
You notice that jump right there? I'm going to show you what she took out. So let me see. 130. Let me go back here. Watch this jump.
And that's when I started dealing with CPS and the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Katie used to.
All right, we're going to fast forward a little bit, guys.
A lot more than we do now.
Sebastian, like it or not, and guess what? No one's
for me to get to that.
So what she took out of that was this. Let me show you. This is the original video. I don't know why she's doing this. Here you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Me and Katie used to communicate a lot more than we do now.
We're going to talk about that in a second. But real quick, as soon as you found out about this tragedy that happened to Sebastian at 7 or 8 years old in California, what did you do?
I immediately contacted the sheriff's department. I wanted to find out what was going to happen to the child.
Okay.
I wanted to, what they were going to do to protect my son, protect this child that more than likely has been a victim already, and what they were going to do to prevent it. And I don't think the sheriff's department did anything. Another time that the law has failed our children.
Because I know that you said on the interview as well that you couldn't do anything because of the state because of the state that you're in, because of the state of California, that you couldn't press charges on this 13-year-old kid. Can you explain to me why you couldn't press charges on this kid? He just committed a crime, allegedly. So why couldn't you press charges on this 13-year-old kid?
Because of his age. 13.
Why'd she take this out? Why'd you take this out? Because it's not true.
They won't press charges against a 13-year-old for that. What was told to me by the sheriff's department. You know,
she took this out. Why?
But my son got upset because I didn't tell him I knew. That his mom hadn't told me. And he got upset one day, and I was like, "Son, I do know. And if you ever want to talk to me about it, you can." But at the same point in time, I was trying to take care of things on my end.
This was from April 5th.
No.
I get it. I fully get it. I think it's crazy to me that you couldn't do anything. It doesn't make any. I don't get it. I mean, I don't live in California, and I don't know, the law out there. Yeah, but I am still very shocked. What were you saying?
I said, but you wear LA gear all the time.
I do. I really do. I really, really do. Maybe I'm trying to manifest something. You feel me? But careful, still, right. But still, I am quite curious as to why. That seems so odd to me that you couldn't do anything in the state of California when a crime was committed against your son during that time. It still does blow my mind. But when you found out, going back to it, when you found out from Katie Proudfoot at that time, can you tell me where was your mindset? How did that feel?
Real.
Again, we're watching BJ, but she took this part out. Why is she intentionally taking parts out? I'm going to do this a few times. I'm going to let this play a couple more seconds. Again, Katie made a post and corrected that the child was not 13. She did not tell the child's age. None of this should have came out. But why BJ is going back to this is an intentional distraction, emotionally manipulating the new subs who have just came in. Because in these cases, there's a wash, rinse, repeat. Every 6 months, there's a new audience. And this is what she's trying to control her audience with, in my opinion.
I really don't want to state that in public.
Okay. Fair enough.
My big thing. He just had his innocence taken from him. It took me a minute to digest, and it took me a minute to figure out the proper way to go about it instead of, someone just hurt my baby. So,
of course, I get that. And I know that you were, when you talked about it the other day, we all saw that emotion. We all know.
This is what she's doing. She takes certain sections out.
First of all, I don't like people trying to hold something over my head.
Yeah.
So something that, happened under their watch, and he needs help. And, we're finally getting him the help he needs. It's late. And now I got to find him.
Right. You are absolutely right. So then tell me then, because I feel like you suddenly out of nowhere, and understandably, I feel like you hit a wall. You got emotionally exhausted. Of course, if I'm putting words in your mouth or emotions in your head that weren't really there, please stop me while I continue. But I feel like at some point you hit a wall. You were at wit's end. You had enough. You were tired of being diplomatic, tired of being the nice guy. And you said, you know what? F it. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off. Everyone's going to hear this truth because you know what? I don't know where he is. And these other two are not supporting or helping me in the search for Sebastian.
And Granny, in my opinion, that's why she's cutting this stuff out. She does it more. She is trying to paint a targeted narrative. I proved this the other day. And the reason I did Clue's interview with Chris next to BJ's interview of Seth is because if I would have cut that at one point in time and only shown you intentional parts of it, you can manipulate your audience's emotions. Absolutely. And she is trying to stay in line of the green team, in my opinion, and targeting exactly what narrative she wants to be seen about Katie and Chris. She'll do it more. It's crazy to me.
Am I anywhere near close to why maybe you started to put this information out for everyone to hear?
My son is a victim. And if victims don't get the proper help, they repeat because all of a sudden they think it's normal. Son's autistic. And if he doesn't get the proper help, we don't want him to become that. So you do preventive maintenance and you get him the help he needs. And there's multiple different ways, but if you're not certified in the proper way to get him help, you're just gonna make it worse.
Yeah. No, I get that. I fully get that. So then, okay. You had a conversation, a not so pleasant conversation with Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot on the phone. It was a heated argument, heated conversation. Chris Proudfoot said something along the lines of, people are asking about why I don't like having Sebastian anywhere near Faith. And if you keep on pushing me, I'm about to air everything out. I'm about to air all this dirty laundry, whether you like it or not. And guess what? No one's going to want to support or try to find Sebastian. Am I correct?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, that was a long thing I just said. That was a lot of work. No, I got you. But you
I
had
was reading something. My bad.
You're
I
good,
wanted-
homie. You're good, homie.
with
There's a
the-
lot of people here that want to know the truth and understand what's going on. So I'm going to repeat it one last time. Okay. So you had
made him. This is the last time.
no. Time out, bro. Hold up. But what I'm trying to understand here, so that everyone understands as well, is that you had a not so pleasant conversation on the phone with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. And during this argument or this conversation, Chris said something along the lines of, everyone keeps on asking me why I don't like having Sebastian anywhere near Faith. And I will air that stuff out if you keep pushing me. And guess what's going to happen? Nobody's going to want to look for Sebastian because of his past. Am I correct?
Wow, you cut out there bad.
Okay.
But yeah, just the way you were saying, sorry, because I lost everything on there.
It's okay.
It keeps freezing on my end. Yes, me and Chris and Katie had a conversation, and Chris asked me, people are asking me this question. If they don't stop asking me this question, I'm going to have no choice but to tell them. But now he can sit there and tell them. At the same point in time, I know that I know that his daughter, Faith, FaceTimes with my son all the time and considers my son her older brother. And he can sit.
Again, I repeat this, none of this should have been known to the internet at all. Law enforcement knew, and that's it. And we have no indication what that conversation was between Chris and Seth and Katie.
Considers Faith his little sister. And if he's anything like his dad, we're supposed to protect the young ones. We're supposed to protect our sister. We're supposed to protect people. And that's one of the things I've been trying to instill with him to combat what has happened to him.
No, I'm still trying to understand a little bit more about this too, okay? This tragedy happens to Sebastian against his will. It's not like he decided to have this crime committed against him. It happened under Katie Proudfoot's supervision. And yet Chris is still trying to hold that over your head as if Sebastian's some sort of monster.
And just so we're clear, Katie did everything. She contacted CPS. She handled it properly. She got him in for therapy, all of the things. She did every single thing to help Sebastian.
That doesn't
Seth acknowledges that.
make any sense to me at all. This is an innocent kid where this happened to him. So I don't get that part.
Chris doesn't see him as innocent. It would be the only thing I could say. Honestly, you have to. I know I know that my son has done some questionable things, but at the same point in time, he's not understanding what's going on, and nobody's talking to him about it.
So
I don't even know if they teach the same things in school that they taught us, because we had sex education class. We had sex education. We had human biology. I mean,
right.
I don't know what they teach the kids in school anymore.
Seth, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So Seth, I got to ask you, when you say questionable things, that Sebastian has done some questionable things, I'm not asking you to go into gritty details or anything of that sort, but I'm wondering, what are these questionable details that would make Chris not comfortable having Sebastian near Faith? Can you expand a little bit on that?
I don't know if that violates YouTube or not. But when he pulls out his wiener in the men's bathroom and you're like, look, this is mine. What's yours look like? I mean, that's innocent kid shit.
Right.
I was a kid at one point in time.
So was I. Last I checked.
I mean,
Right there. He asked him, what sort of things were Sebastian doing? And I hate to say it, but he just said it.
That's a very normal thing for children to do. That's not a questionable thing, to be honest with you. That happens with boys. Boys want to.
Actually, he opened that by saying he didn't want to get his channel canceled, and then went to that. I have a feeling there was more he was going to say, because that's not going to get a channel canceled.
In my opinion, I mean, I don't think that was a bad thing. I really don't.
No, I mean, you heard what he just said. Listen, one more time for those of you in the back. This is crazy.
By the way, this is all her. I'm not doing anything here. She's not paused, none of it. She just has these huge gaps of not talking. Always.
All right, let's keep going. I mean, he pretty much just admitted it. I mean, I don't hear any other
Admitted
thing.
what? Admitted what?
It's normal. That's normal behavior.
That's normal behavior? He admitted what?
This is very triggering.
Yep.
As we are in the men's bathroom and they're like, look, this is mine. What's yours look like? I mean, that's innocent kid shit.
Right. Right.
I was a kid at one point in time.
So was I. Last I checked.
I mean, no, I might have been this age my whole life, but but we had sex education classes, so we already knew. You know,
Right.
things weren't. I don't even know. Like when I went to school, we saw pictures of vaginas and penises. I mean, it was like, look, this is sex education classes. These are condoms. These are STDs. This is what you get if you have unprotected sex.
Right.
You know, this is part of health education, and I mean, I don't even know if they teach that stuff in school anymore. I mean, they used to teach us financial stuff in school so that we knew how to balance checkbooks, take
No
care
doubt.
of people. I don't know if they teach this stuff in the schools anymore. I know my son hasn't. I've been helping him with history. Last time I was helping him with homework.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it sounds like normal behavior from a regular kid that's going through changes and growing and going through puberty and all those things. That's what it sounds like to me. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So I am kind of curious. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He has an issue with personal space, as Chris has pointed out. But like he has that issue with everybody.
Right.
You know, when he went, I mean, it's like, son, you need to stay back just a little bit so you can be, you know, because the closer you get, I'm going to ask you to brush your teeth.
Yeah. I totally understand that. Sounds.
If you ever want to know why I block ads with Pi, this is why I block ads with Pi. I just found what may be the biggest YouTube hack of 2024.
All right, hang on a second, guys. Bear with me.
It's like an innocent kid to me. If you ask me,
Innocent
sounds like an
kid, right?
So it doesn't make any sense that he would be like, oh no, like this, like Sebastian has some sort of
This is so bothersome. Like the fact that she doesn't even understand what's going on.
leprosy or something like that. I think that's a little bit extreme. But we do need to talk about this, and I appreciate you being here to clarify a lot of this, etc. One of the other things, though, too, you know, after everything that happened, she called CPS on the child's family, and all that during that time. Why wasn't there? And I know a lot of people have asked this question. Why wasn't he taken away from that home at that time? Why couldn't you take him? Why couldn't you take him?
We were still in the middle of the divorce. The
Okay.
divorce hadn't settled yet. This didn't happen after the divorce. This was happening during the divorce.
Did you hear that too? CPS was called.
So this happened during the divorce. So
And when I brought it up, I was instead of being the worried father, they turned around and pretty much said, "You're the hateful ex-husband."
right. So let's talk about that for a second. Now, I know that there's been a lot of paperwork, documents that were leaked out here in these internet streets, describing you as just painting you in not a great light, for lack of a better term. And it all has to do with how you were handling your relationship with Sebastian. Okay, for lack of a better term. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I know that there's been a lot of people talking about that. Some people side-eyeing, etc., saying, "Oh, you know, Sebastian was in a bad place, no matter where he turned, so on and so forth." And I just wanted to air some of that information and just kind of lay some of that to bed. What's up with that paperwork? Is any of it actually true? What
If any of that was true, California would not have given me joint legal and joint physical custody while I was homeless. The best thing they did was give
Exactly.
people in the child's life because I was able to find a place. He was able to come over. He was able to come to my house. I was paying, I was renting a room. I mean, you've never lived in California, but when I was there for a 1-bedroom studio, you're looking at $2,400 a month. I don't make that even out here as a deputy sheriff.
Okay. Interesting. So those allegations that were in the paperwork, you never raised your hand to him or anything of that sort, or any of the other.
She hit me. Okay, she hit me with the domestic violence with Sebastian told me I hit him in the head. Now, this whole day, and this took place in one whole day, from the morning until it was time for me to go to bed and time for Sebastian to go to bed.
Watch what she does upcoming.
Sebastian had 2 things he needed to do: clean up his room and make his bed. And then I was going to take him swimming. Dad for dad, you do this, we'll go swimming. My son likes to go swimming. So let's, you know, make the bed, clean up your toys, get them all off the floor, and we can go swimming. Like 4 or 5 hours had gone by. I kept checking on him. He wasn't doing it. I was reminding him. And then I go back downstairs. At that point in time, I was really big into computer games. So I'd play computer games, turn around, wait 30, 45 minutes, go back upstairs and check on him again. It's just me and him in the house. And he's upstairs. The last time he's upstairs, I walk up there. There's not a single toy in any of his bins. They're all over the floor.
Okay, so we know this story, right?
There's Legos.
Now that's the story of when Sebastian lived with Katie and Seth together, right? When they were together. So we're going to fast forward to through that, guys, because that's kind of not relevant, in my opinion.
Why isn't it relevant? Why is that not relevant? Do you see what she just did there? Oh, this is why I got to this part.
And I'll tell you why it's not relevant as much as they want to say it is. Because these claims that she made against him were unfounded in court. And they have peacefully co-parented for how long now? 12 years? I mean, yeah, how many? 7 years?
Yeah, 7.
But you went after me saying that they weren't co-parenting. And now you're saying that they're peacefully co-parenting. You like how she tried that one right there, you guys? Lovely, huh? You guys, look what I'm doing. Hold on. I got to show you guys really quick because I just get so excited about stupid shit, as you guys know. Look at pancakes and hash browns. The bacon's already done. I'm a multitasker from hell. Doing live stream and cooking dinner.
I said 12. I don't know what I was thinking. 7 because it would be 7 because Sebastian is 15. And if
you did hear CPS was called to that for that case. So there's another CPS case. Even though it's in another state.
And that would have been on Seth.
Pascal mentioned it.
Would have been on Seth.
So I have a question.
Yep.
So he's talking about things that were put in the declaration as far as their divorce decree. This was brought up in their divorce decree? So if he's trying to get Sebastian to clean his room and he doesn't let him go swimming, what's the difference in KP throwing the toys away? I know you're trying to get to Sebastian, but I'm asking a question because it hit my mind.
Andrea, it's absolutely a bashing session of BJ and her panel who are drumming up all of this stuff to emotionally manipulate their audience because there's other bullshit going on. So they went back and she's supposedly painting a timeline. We are bashing the hell out of BJ and her panel. Absolutely. As far as Seth and all of those guys go, none of this is stupid, but this is what the green team is doing.
Am I looking at this wrong?
Mm-mm.
No. I mean, what's the difference? So you're going to put that in your divorce decree that he disciplined him because he wouldn't clean his room, but you let KP throw his toys away in a trash bag because he didn't clean his room?
Yeah, so it's okay but not biodad.
That's a good question. All right. Let's go. We're going to just go ahead a little bit. A little bit more.
Because she wants to miss. Let me back that up 1 second here. Let me show you what she's trying to overcome here. So
trash bag because he didn't clean his room?
She stops at 44:17. Let me show you what she's trying to not show. Here you go. Here's from the original stream from Pascal's.
Legos, there's building blocks, Hot Wheels, action figures, everything all over.
She skipped over when Seth talks about when this happened.
Over the floor. My son is also stripped his entire bed of blanket, sheets, comforter, even the fitted sheet for underneath there, and his pillowcase is off of his pillow, and he's butt ass naked playing on the Wii. I saw this and I was like, okay, walk to my room, put on my swimming trunks, grab my beach towels. You're not going to clean up your room. You're not going to make your bed. You're not going to get to go swimming. And I was going to prove the point. I went and got ready to go swimming. And he saw me walk by his room in my swimming trunks and my beach towel. And he was like, I want to go swimming. And I stopped and I turned. I looked at him. I looked at the floor. I looked at his bed. I was like, none of your toys are picked up. None of your bed is stripped completely. And you're butt ass naked playing video games. And he went to throw a fit and came across the floor, stomping his feet. And he stomped on a Hot Wheel and he lost his balance. And I put my hand on the door frame. And his head hit my hand instead of the door frame.
Hmm.
My son has a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. I don't want him to get hit. I'd rather him hit my hand than the door frame. And he did. So then I went outside. Katie was already home at this point in time. And I went and jump in the pool and do some laps because that's what I was using for exercise. And Katie was out at the smoke section with all of her girlfriends. And Sebastian put on some clothes, ran outside, and told her that I hit him. She turned around and filed, because we were in the middle of the divorce, still living in the same residence. She turned around and using child abuse, domestic violence, and had a move-out order issued, and they served it like 3 days later.
Wow. Wow. And then that's when you got basically kicked out of the residence. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So that's how it all happened. But
That's
then
how I ended up living in my car, trying to figure out how I was going to make ends meet.
Wow. 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 Wow.
More than 2 months of not seeing my son.
So you lived in the car. These allegations were written in paperwork, these legal documents during your divorce and during this messy custody battle. The court did their investigation and all of this was unfounded and you were still able to get 50-50, right?
Well, in California, they don't give it 50-50. It's joint legal, joint physical. There is no percentage on the amount of time.
Wow. Okay. But you still got.
Now you understand why she wanted to skip that part. Now you understand. Again, back to her, but I'm showing you what she's skipping intentionally. Because she's intentionally painting a narrative. So she'll skip from 44:17.
So it's okay.
And that's what she's missing.
But not bio dad.
That's a good question. All right. Let's go. We're going to just go ahead a little bit. A little bit more. This is about Seth hitting Sebastian. What? No, it's not about Seth hitting Sebastian. What? No. He spanked him when he was, what, 7?
They're talking about all the other stuff. I'm going to listen to what Seth has to say.
She flat out knows exactly what she was skipping over. You hear that? You hear how she's lying and manipulating her audience? Exactly. That's why I showed this, because this is fucking manipulation. Again, she brought this back up and then she's doing this. She's making Seth look worse by doing shit like this, in my opinion.
No, when he wasn't the swimming pool incident where he pulled him out of the pool. I don't remember him hitting him. Mm-mm. Yes, I remember that mohawk.
All right. Look at that. Woo. Seth looks angry in that picture, doesn't he? All right, here we go.
I already blame myself for some of the shit that's happening. Hindsight's 2020. I can't go back and change it. If I could, Lord help me, I would. I'd go back to Baxter Springs, Kansas, and tell her to carry her ass to California. Send me the paperwork.
Oh my goodness.
I ain't playing this tit for tat.
Okay, y'all heard what he just said there, right?
Woohoo!
He would go back. That was the divorce, right? He would go back to Kansas and tell her to send him the paperwork. Oh, Lord. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. Let's keep going.
This ain't a war. It's not whoever wins gets Sebastian. The whole point is to find Sebastian. He's missing.
I understand that. And I'm with you 100% on
She just completely manipulated her audience with misinformation. Just like that.
that. Because I feel that all this information that came out, the bombshell, obviously, the information that you gave a couple days ago on the show, obviously opened up a whole new can of worms. Of course, she is, if this is really her responding, if this wasn't written by Chris or written by AI. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, let's make this clear.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's make this clear.
Oh, yes. Let's make it clear. So whether this was written by AI or Chris Proudfoot, or if this was actually written by Katie herself, no matter what, these are some serious allegations to put out here after.
Well, they're not
out.
allegations. It's fact. Not only is it fact, but the sheriff's department already knows.
I took two things that I love, dancing and dogs, and I made them into a successful business.
Of course, what I mean by what I'm saying is
she's not even paying attention to what she's doing. This is all targeted narratives for a distraction. Sorry, it is what it is.
what she's saying, not you. We know that what you're saying is backed up by facts, which I am kind of curious about that as well. Do we have paperwork with the CPS call, the call to the CPS with the 13-year-old, so on and so forth, the therapy, etc.? Do we actually have solid evidence of said thing, aside from you telling law enforcement, local law enforcement right now about the situation?
Local law enforcement knew about it previously.
Okay. So then let me ask you this then. Okay, let's get straight to it. Let's get straight to it. What really is the dynamics between you and the Proudfoots? Let's be honest here. Because I know that you've been very diplomatic, and I commend you for it. Seriously, you've been a strong ass soldier throughout this whole thing. I feel like you've been holding down so much. I feel like you've had a lot that you've been wanting to say. And I'm not sitting here saying for you to unearth everything. But what I want to fully understand honestly now that this is cat's out the bag, y'all, okay? I really want to know what really is the dynamics between you, Katie, and Chris Proudfoot. Honestly.
I'm Seth Rogers. They're the Proudfoots. That child that they can't seem to say his name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is my son. I named him. I haven't gone back to court. I want him to come live with me. And I was getting what me and him wanted. He wanted to live with me. I wanted him to come live with me. And now he's missing.
Did Katie have a problem with the fact that Sebastian wanted to live with you? Yes or no?
You'd have to ask her.
You didn't get any vibe from her at all whatsoever from the many years that you've dealt with her since.
This is just frustrating as hell to watch them, like how they manipulate people. I'm going to fast forward because we've all seen this. She just goes on and does this, but she bumps around and what she says is ridiculous.
So when you tell me.
Oh, hold on. Let me back it up a minute.
Son, it just doesn't make any sense. I get it if you spent money on tickets and whatnot, but if they really took a private plane or even Southwest Airlines, it doesn't even matter. They could have called and canceled those things and not jumped into a plane or not jumped into a car and driven across country. Like I said, optically, it looks really, really bad. But then again, weeks later, we have the same situation with Proudfoots getting into an RV and then just disappearing for a few days. But now I'm also hearing, and I'm glad that you answered that. I appreciate you giving us your 2 cents on that. But I also been hearing, and of course, these are just kind of rumor mill stuff, but I just wanted to kind of put some of these things to rest. I'm also hearing something along the lines of a house being sold or about to be put on the market. Is this true about the Proudfoots' home being put on the market?
I've heard the same rumor.
And is there a way that you could stop?
Think about that. They've been trying that again recently. That was something that At Night Media, Nick the Hat, tried recently. This was back in April when they tried that the first time. They're just wash, rinse, repeating the same rumors.
That from actually happening? Because I feel like that's a crime scene. Is that not? Potentially?
Well, if it's true, then it would be up to TBI to do that, not me.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
I'm just a single person.
All right. So has the house been fully processed to your knowledge? Say that again?
Not that I know of.
So the house hasn't been fully processed. Okay. That you know of. Have any of the cars, their cars, the Proudfoots' cars, have they been processed fully?
Not that I know of.
Anything that's go ahead.
Now, the thing to say is that me being a parent or me being the biological father, we will.
And if you've been following along in our timeline, we know that yes, everything had been thoroughly looked at. This is ridiculous. Like, and the fact that Brittany is going back and like trying to selectively pull out things. If you're going to play it, play the full context.
Say who's parents and who's not parents. But me being the biological father, they haven't came and grabbed my vehicle and processed it. I'm still a suspect. I'm a suspect until the case is closed.
Or have a reason why you're doing this. Right now, this is all a distraction. She's using this as a distraction. She's not even paying attention either.
By having Sebastian back. And if they haven't processed mine, then I'm going to assume that they haven't processed theirs. They came to my house. The day it happened, they followed me back here. Went through my house, took my son's electronics, which they still have not given back.
Mm.
Yeah. So like, I hope that switch is, doing you some good. But they went through my house. They checked my garage to make sure that Sebastian wasn't hiding in my house. But he didn't go missing from my house, so why would they forensically investigate my house?
Wow. So they combed through your home, your own personal home, but they didn't, from your knowledge, they didn't fully comb through the Proudfoot's home, which is the exact home in which he was in before he disappeared.
Well, they've been in I said they've been in the house with dogs, cadaver dogs sniffing.
Hello. How many of you have recently heard that they didn't allow dogs in their house? Seth just said, oh, they've been in the house with dogs. That debunks that too, huh?
And dogs. They've gone through and measured the outside, measured the inside.
Now, I don't watch. I watch, CSI. I'm not a detective. I play one on TV. But did they not like spray things down with that fluorescent liquid stuff? Did they not do inside the Proudfoot's home? Did they not do anything to see if there was any spillage, any blood, etc., in the house at all?
Don't know.
Aye. The cars too?
Don't know.
Aye.
The only thing they told me is they put the dogs to the cars.
How's the relationship?
And not only did he acknowledge that cadaver dogs were through the house, but dogs also went through the cars. They can save their bullshit. Brittany she's not even paying attention.
Relationship with you and law enforcement, honestly, right now?
I didn't text them today and they didn't answer the phone when I called.
Do you think that they're doing a thorough job in the investigation on the disappearance of your son?
I hope they are. I'd like
So,
to be able
Britt,
to
I have
trust
a
that they're
question.
doing the process properly, correctly.
Britt,
So when you tell me on
hey, Britt.
the previous show, we had a conversation. It was pretty shocking to hear that you have been followed, that volunteers have been followed. In fact, you said on, I think it was Nancy Grace later on, you mentioned that people are actually taking flyers down that have Sebastian's face printed all over them.
Yep.
Have law enforcement done anything in regards to stopping these lurkers?
Notice Nana can't even get her attention. I'm telling you, we're almost done, you guys.
From following you guys around or stopping people from taking these flyers down? I'm just curious about that. Have they been doing anything, even that little bit? Just curious.
No, I have no idea. I've given them license plate numbers for people who are following my volunteers, but no threats have been technically made, just implied. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I'm farther outside of what they're doing than Chris and Katie are.
Interesting that you say it that way. Is Chris or the Proudfoots or the Bower Sox connected to law enforcement in Hendersonville, Tennessee at all? Say that again.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Sorry, I was drinking some more water, so you won't yell at me later.
Hydrate, baby, hydrate. But I am quite curious about that because, I'll say it. I don't care. It is a little bit odd that all this has transpired. We have not found this young man whatsoever. We had a search rescue team coming in. They left they left for 5 seconds because of threats. Then apparently they have come back. At least Cajun Navy has come back to a certain extent. Some entity of Cajun Navy has come back to help in the search, allegedly. There's still people out here volunteering, trying to find your son, yet you still have volunteers getting followed by random suspicious cars.
Look at that. Bye.
And flyers being torn down in this small town.
just
To
left.
me, it seems a little bit odd. Then you also have law enforcement out here on a press conference basically saying, hey, everything's been out, ruled out as far as foul play.
Nana's like, I'm not going to be up here and get blamed for this. I'm not going to be blamed for it. She's like, peace out. You guys aren't going to catch me. I'm not getting blamed for this. How crazy.
So on and so forth. So they're just telling us that your son just got up and walked out the house without shoes on.
Nope. You got to stop for a minute and use your imagination. He got up and he floated out of the house because no dogs picked up his scent.
No kidding.
I'm sorry if you didn't catch the sarcasm in that.
Oh, that was sarcasm as a mug.
Nana said, I'm out. Let's see. Does she come back at all? There goes another ad. Hold on. Let's see what happens right here. You guys get the point of what I'm doing. You guys see it. Thank you for putting up with this torture. Let's see. Does the ad wake her up?
I understand that there's a lot of people out here that are speculating that maybe you're the one hiding Sebastian out here in these streets. So we're
When
definitely
hiding in the streets.
right.
Have you noticed YouTube has way more ads than it used to? Here's how you can block them for free. This is Pi, and it blocks ads everywhere you go online. It's super easy to download and install, and once it's up and running, it shields you from invasive ads that are constantly bombarding you, even when you don't realize it. And that's not even the best part. Pi will actually pay you for the
Oh my God, she's still not awake.
ads you do see, so if one does...
Oh shit. Wrong button. Wrong button.
You know, people want to come search my house. Well, you can kiss my ass. I walk around my house all day. If the law enforcement wants to come and search my house again, they can make my son's bed this time when they leave. Because they definitely didn't make it when they left.
Okay, he said what he said, y'all. You heard that? He said what he said. Okay, I got a couple questions here I want to bring here. Okay, so S-Dubs just asked.
Hold on, let me pop out of this. I got the transcript up. Hold on. Let me put the chat up for you. Here we go. What are they doing? I thought I was paused.
I'm talking away. Oh my God.
She says that every time. I was talking away. I was muted. No, she doesn't.
Oh my God. I'm over here talking and I was muted. Jesus.
How do they not see this?
I'm over here talking and muted. Jesus. Lord have mercy. Was it muted the whole time?
Yeah. They probably
Oh my
didn't want
Lord.
anybody asking.
I am so sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to start all the way over on what I was saying. Okay. Sorry that because y'all didn't hear anything. Did y'all hear where I said that the play? Oh my God. All right. So the commercial played. I couldn't get my my stupid mouse. I was trying to get it from under my thing. I dropped it again.
Dropped it.
And I don't know where everybody went, but dang, I was watching the show. I didn't have my page on. What happened? Y'all get booted?
I went to go grab my phone so I can comment, and it fell and it yeeted me out.
Oh no!
And then I turned around and
the fuck they did. They said, "Bitch, we ain't getting blamed for you falling asleep again. We're out."
Look up, and Nana's gone. Where's Nana?
Oh no! Come on, Nana. I was wondering what happened. Well, see, I didn't even know y'all dropped. I was on a different page. I was looking at watching.
She even sounds like she just woke up.
The interview.
And I'm over here screaming, I need the link. I need the link. So I come up there and
looking at chat.
You.
I was watching the thing. I wasn't even looking in chat. I'm sorry.
Nana said she fell off too. So you might want to post it.
We got her, right? We got her. My goodness.
Oh my God, I dropped by accident. I'm sorry.
I'm aggravated that everything I just said y'all missed. I don't think I can repeat it again.
Well, I was trying to get your attention a minute ago because a lot of this kind of didn't pertain to Sebastian. It kind of pertains to their problems.
Yes, Nana. Thank you. Nana, you're there. You're there, Nana. I have faith in you. You are so close to understanding what so many of us are getting at. Open your eyes, please. They degrade you. She lets Emmy Joe on the panel to degrade you.
So
you are way too smart for this shit. Come on.
I think that's important too. That's why I let it play.
Yeah.
Because there's something that he just said that I want people to actually pay attention to.
Nana's so close.
He said they can come to his house as much as they want to. They just need to, make up his bed next time.
Planet Shell, I do too. She aggravates me, but because she's right there. She's the only one with logic at times. And then she lets them suck her right back in. She knows better than this. And she's right there. She can have her opinions she can have those, but she is rational to see what Brittany is doing. She knows what's going on.
Somebody had said today, and I saw it on a comment, that if for some reason
I can't help
Seth Rogers wasn't at work or clocked in, they would have known that about him probably the first week, because they not only do they have time cards, and they have but they have like the badges. Like there's something to do with the badges that they have to scan through as well.
Yeah, they
Hey,
swipe.
Mike.
They swipe their. It's like a credit card. They swipe it.
Wait a minute. Mike says, sounds like all three parents feel some guilt and dealing with this tragedy the best they can. Law enforcement has to know mostly the likely option by now if Sebastian didn't friend someone online and run. I agree. I think that video surveillance, 100% Mohawk Mom. Yes.
Yeah, they would have known where he was at all times on that job. Absolutely.
Of course. You have to. Yes, Holly. They are, sadly.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. So also another thing I was saying is I think I'm gonna skip through here. We're gonna go to the next one, okay? Because I think we got what we needed for this. As hard as this one was to sit through.
But there was one thing
was
in
he
this I
reported?
wanted. Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to hear it.
No, there was one thing that I wanted to bring out in this.
Okay.
I struggled with why Sebastian didn't tell his dad what was going on.
She's right there. You
I'm
got
not going to go into my personal life. I'm just going to say I struggled with the same thing Sebastian did.
She's right there. Nana's right there.
So that's all I'm going to say about it. So I understand what Sebastian went through. Because if you love one parent, you don't want to put them in that situation.
So just in case you want to see this full interview on Pascal's and haven't seen it, because I'm not going to go over the whole thing again. We've all seen it. I've dissected it. So many people have dissected it, gone over the interviews. It says, I want to clear some things up. Sebastian Rogers, dad Seth Rogers, drops shocking info, joins us live. It's from April 5th. Pascal's got a playlist.
Yep. You're correct, Nana.
That's all I got to say about it.
Hey,
I'm not going to go into my gory details, but you love a parent so much that you don't want to put them through that. And for him to be an autistic child and to think that, wow, I give him a lot of credit for that. Because this is about Sebastian tonight. And yeah.
Did you hear her again? This isn't about Sebastian tonight. Nana, good job for saying and identifying this wasn't about Sebastian. This was not about Sebastian. Thank you for identifying that.
Mm-hmm. Very well said.
Very well said. She just told you that you lied. You said this was all going to be about Sebastian. This had nothing to do with Sebastian.
I feel CP had control over him, in my opinion.
I agree.
He was terrified of him. As at times I was.
By the way, Nana is usually with us watching. She watches all the time. And that's okay. She has come out of the bushes and commented. We might not see eye to eye, but I think Nana's slowly understanding what we are saying about families and victims needing protection from shit like this. This is not about Sebastian. Sebastian's been lost. This is a content farm, and they are distracting. Brittany is using this to distract from the fact that they falsely represented Castor as their attorney. I really have hope in Nana. I really do. I believe she's a very kind woman, probably just wants a group of people to hang out with. She has came in here quite often. She'll actually come in my comment section and argue with me a little bit. I don't dislike her like that.
I was terrified of my own stepdad when he flew off the handle. It was, I better do as he said or else. Put the fear of God in you. That's what my dad.
Aaron, and that's what I hate, because everybody that is like, that's the intent of these creators. They buddy up to multiple people and they talk shit about each other to each other, and the other one says horrible things, and then as soon as one leaves, then the other one, like, they're isolated by creators, so they don't leave the creator and they never put it together. Like, BJ is the problem. Yeah, reality is a problem in my opinion too. Reality says a whole lot of shit that she can't back up, and dangerous shit.
Would you? So I can identify how Sebastian felt there.
Seymour, I do too. I just feel like she wants to fit in. And I hate that. I hate that because nobody should feel that way.
Criminal meds, I don't understand.
You know how many people in my comment section feel something is off with this and believe one side or the other? A lot of you feel one side or the other has something to do with it, and you're okay with it. The bigger picture is no matter what our thoughts and opinions are, victims and their families deserve better. And this content farm, the extent that they're going and using Sebastian's name is not okay. This filing that was done in Pennsylvania, and Nick and Hong are making a mockery out of Sebastian's name, his dignity, and then creators like this are continuing to revolve and revolve and revolve. Yes, chasing it is, because it's a gang up mentality. If one pushes back and says, I disagree with this, or I know for a fact, it is a dog pile. It is a dog pile, especially if there's a Discord attached or a mod chat or a group chat. Absolutely. You're isolated. You're isolated. And then where do you go? You've sat on that panel. Who's going to accept you? A lot of people will, Nana. You would probably be accepted over here. You might get some flack, but you would be.
I believe they should be.
There's people I disagree with all the time that have came and apologized to me, and I don't even care. You don't have to like.
Great point, Megan. Sebastian was dropping hints all around. But
Yes.
nobody was. He was crying out, and nobody saw it.
Nana, the teachers listened because, of course, they had to report it. They adored Sebastian, apparently, right?
No, CPS was not listening.
Right. It was CPS's fault. Correct.
Mm-mm. Hang on.
BJ's not even listening to what Nana is saying.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Wait.
Say that again.
On what?
Nana, what'd you just say about CPS again?
I said CPS was not listening to Sebastian. He was crying out.
Not I don't even think they did. Not only were they not listening to him, they were negligent. Completely.
You don't even know, though. You don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I got to be done with this. But you see what's happening. Again, it wasn't the purpose of bringing it back to Sebastian or dignity for Sebastian or anything. This is what is happening. It's a distraction. Betty is going back to the Nina interview. All of the things are restarting. The audio is resurfacing. All of these things because there's a new group of subs that don't know what's going on. So people are hot and heavy, rehashing shit that they can grab control over. I wanted to highlight these things today, though, because for me, this filing, what is happening with Castor is huge. That is huge because we cannot have media companies, intelligence companies out here claiming that they're going to do good by these families, victims, any of their stuff, and playing games like this. I fear for the next family that gets in their hands at this rate. So anything we can push back on with that, I'm here for 100%. And Granny's attorney is handling business. They did absolutely. Yep. Thank you all for hanging out with me for 5 hours today. I really appreciate you guys. Sorry, Sunday and Monday I was busy doing my thing. I really highly appreciate you guys all hanging out and sitting through this. I'm going to try to do part 6 of the optics next, depending on where they go with this and how they try to spin this over the next 24 hours. But I will try to do the next optics because I think that's also really helping myself even of see how they put these things into play. There is definitely a playbook. And if we can do anything to prevent another family from being in these shoes, 2025 is the year of change. We might not make huge progress, but we are absolutely going to. There is a lot of creators over here, Chasing, Duchess, Chico, Am, the list goes on and on. It's far and wide. There's so many more of you guys that I'm going to forget to name. So please, Granny, I know Granny is understanding like this is holy shit. Like this shit, because she's getting the real life effects by a media company. Like you can't get more real life than that. I'm sorry. You just can't. Being accused of RICO, you cannot get more real life than that. And based on messing or interfering with a child that is missing, like that is crazy to me. But there are so many good people out here that really see Breaking Chains. Hats off to Breaking Chains. Her videos have been amazing. Michelle After Dark. She keeps debunking. People are waking up, and we're going to keep on. Yeah, it's a messed up mess. Absolutely. And from the red to the green team, the Castor issue is huge. Yeah, Lynn's videos have been exceptional. And the sad thing is Sebastian's still missing. We're coming up on a year. Almost a year. February will be a year. Yeah, KB. Yeah, KB, thank you for the support first and foremost, but I think that was misconstrued of support too. Telling them they don't agree with him. I know for some, like one was just in there like saying hi to somebody else and saying that she's, again, nothing like that. No support there whatsoever. One bit. Another one, they can speak for themselves, but it was misconstrued as support or okay with that, and none of them are okay with that. I super, super appreciate the support, but nobody's okay with that, what's being done. Nothing. But I think the turnaround of the lies, I'm sure that will be corrected in time. Like, I understand this heightened state of emotion, and people are just, it wasn't her that said a lot of the things, it was other people. And I think a lot of people took the opportunity to mislead situations, and I'm sure that will be corrected over time, because nobody likes to be called a scammer based on Tiffany Marie's words or, complete lies about people paneling up and stuff. So I appreciate you, KB. But yeah, for me, I'm not interested. That drama has been brewing with TM in the background and some of these other things, and they have zero support for the real life stuff. Chico, none of them, none of them. There was nothing negative said at all about Queen or what's happening. Nobody is okay with that. Nobody is okay with the real life stuff, but it goes for the real life stuff happening to Seth and Katie and Chris too. And there's a lot of people that are doing it under the disguise or the guise of true crime, and it's not okay. So 100%. Yeah, they're good people. I'm not trying to speak for them or anything, but they're my friends, and I know their hearts, and I know that they all felt so bad that even was twisted that way, and then the lies that spun off it, and people just were fueled. So yeah, that's passion for victims, 100%. And that's what I always get so pissed off about, is people try to act like this isn't a big deal. These RICO allegations, they have huge implication. Like, this isn't just something that anybody wants hanging over their head. This is multiple plaintiffs in a RICO accusation. Whether it's civil or criminal, it doesn't matter. This is dangerous. And the fact that they did it because they picked her because she's in Pennsylvania, and the fact that they know she's a single mom. They were hoping that she wouldn't be able to gain the support to get representation. And thank God for this Bulldog attorney. Thank God. Yeah. Tip for the real life stuff. Duchess is not okay with that. Please, you guys, stop. Her husband's, the Duke's an amazing man too. And that was some foul shit like that. And I'll burn this shit. Trust and believe. I get close to very few people, and Am's like family to me. She spends time in my house. She stays with us. Like, that is family. Duchess, Chico, Cash he's got access to my daughter. I trust these people. They don't have bad intent. Like, Cash goes everywhere, and he always has. And if you block him because you don't like it, that's fine. But these people aren't trying to cause harm. They're not trying to do shit. No. And these are my friends. I'll burn this channel to the ground over the people I love. Trust and believe. But it won't come to that, because I think, just rightfully so, emotions are heightened. That's some fucking foul shit. So, all right, you guys. KB, and trust and believe, like, that was heartbreaking to hear that somebody had weaponized, like, her story. Like, and it might not feel like weaponized is the right word, but when it's thrown back, like a good deed like that, we are so grateful for every one of you that helped us reach out. Unfortunately, the governor still allowed the monster out. He's still out. But Am was so vulnerable and brave to share those pieces of her story, and to have that tossed out there like that. We were so grateful and are so appreciative of everybody. But then to be turned around and it sucks. It sucks. And it's not fair because there was no intent. So, all right, you guys, have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you guys very soon. And as soon as I can take all this garbage off my arm, I will show you guys what this all looks like under here. But I'm excited to show you guys because I can't wait. I've been waiting years to get this finished, and I'm like, Seymour, I couldn't tell you where everybody goes because I don't go everywhere. I really don't. And people are grown adults, though, like not going to choose or pick. So good night, you all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for spending time with me today. See you soon. Bye. Oh, Beth, I'm telling you, Beth, I'd be in jail. I totally understand. And that's why I didn't I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to bring more attention to people that didn't know all of the ins because that has no fucking place here. And no place here, period. None. 100% with you on that. Okay. Good night, you guys.